Chapter 735. At the same time, in a certain VIP room, Zhuge Mingyang could not help but frown. As Qin Feiyang expected, he was determined to get this potential pill. He also had full confidence that as long as he opened his mouth, no one would dare to fight with him. However, he had never expected that someone would suddenly appear out of nowhere. 280, 1 billion. Zhuge Mingyang hesitated for a moment and slowly opened his mouth. The highest bidder wins. This was the rule of the Treasure Pavilion. Even if he was once the #1 genius of the imperial capital, he could not violate this rule. 285 billion. That weak and powerless voice rang out again. And he increased the price by 9 billion in one go. It seemed that he was determined to get it. At this moment, everyone looked at the VIP room where the voice came from. The transparent floor-to-ceiling window could clearly see the scene outside, but the people outside could not see the scene inside. Everyone was guessing, who was this person? Why did he have the intention to target Zhuge Mingyang? At the same time, Fatso, Li Li, and Li Rong also looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Because the person who bid was Qin Feiyang. They could not understand, Qin Feiyang did not lack the potential pill at all. And this potential pill originally came from Qin Feiyang. Why was he competing with Zhuge Mingyang now? Was there any meaning? But Qin Feiyang did not explain. Looking at the VIP room where Zhuge Mingyang was, his eyes flashed. 285, 1 billion. There was a moment of silence. Zhuge Mingyang's voice rang out again. 300 billion. Qin Feiyang said without hesitation. 300 billion. Hearing this number, the people in the auction house were shocked. 300 billion gold coins, for most people, was already an astronomical figure. But this person did not hesitate before bidding. Could it be that he was another disciple of a martial marquis? But even if he was a disciple of a martial marquis, he might not be able to afford this astronomical price. But Sun Dehai was very excited. No matter who the bidder was, as long as he could make money, it was fine. He had a feeling that the price would continue to skyrocket. But at this moment, Zhuge Mingyang's voice rang out. I give up. Give up? Sun Dehai was stunned. His current mood could be said to be extremely puzzled. He had thought that Zhuge Mingyang would fight to the end. Who would have thought that he would give up so easily? But that was fine. At least it was higher than the previous price. He coughed dryly and asked loudly, 300 billion, anyone else? 301 million. The voice of the second prince rang out again. Previously, he didn't fight for it because he was giving face to Zhuge Mingyang. Now that Zhuge Mingyang had given up, he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. 310 billion. However, Qin Feiyang didn't even think about it and continued to bid. Still bidding? Looks like he's not targeting Zhuge Mingyang. Everyone mumbled. In the meantime, the second prince frowned and said in a deep voice, Your Excellency, just take it as giving this prince face and giving me this potential pill. 310, 1 billion. From his tone, one could tell that the price had already exceeded his limit. However, Qin Feiyang remained unmoved and said, 320 billion. Another bid of 10 billion. Pa! Immediately, in the second prince's VIP room, the sound of a table being slammed could be heard. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. Similarly, he didn't bid anymore, because he could no longer afford this price. Sun Dehai suppressed his excitement and asked, 320 billion, is there anyone else who wants to bid? Although this price didn't double as he had expected, compared to the previous auction price, it was 100 billion higher. He was satisfied. In the end, no one raised the price again. After all, even the princes couldn't afford this price, let alone others. After Sun Dehai announced the result, Qin Feiyang let Fatso pay. Very soon, Fatso brought the potential pill back to the VIP room and complained, spending so much money to buy a useless potential pill, Fat Lord doesn't even know what you're thinking. After saying that, he threw the potential pill to Qin Feiyang like trash. Qin Feiyang caught it in his hand and smiled meaningfully. Who said it's useless? What do you mean? Fatso was surprised. Li Li and Li Rong also looked at him curiously. Qin Feiyang didn't explain and said to Fatso, Go and invite the princes here. Tell them that I want to give them a big gift. You want to give them the potential pill? Li Rong was surprised. A bright light flashed in Li Li's eyes as he smiled and said, "Little sister, you don't understand. Brother Qin has an ulterior motive. The potential pill is just a bait to lure the various princes over." Bait? Fatso looked at Li Li, then looked at Qin Feiyang, as if he suddenly thought of something, and a sinister smile appeared in his eyes. "Boss, you're really sinister. Alright, just you wait. Fat Lord will go and invite them." Fatso chuckled and hurriedly ran out. The auction outside was still going on. Qin Feiyang looked at Sun Dahai on the auction stage and muttered to himself, "This time, you've gotten a huge bargain." If it wasn't for dealing with the princes, he wouldn't have bid for the potential pill, and the price of the potential pill wouldn't have soared to more than 300 billion. However, as long as the plan succeeded, it was worth it to lose these gold coins. A knock on the door sounded. "You're here?" Qin Feiyang muttered, sorted out his mood, and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and a black-armored guard took the lead and walked into the VIP room. Behind the guard, there was a young man in a python robe. He was about 20 years old, and had an imposing appearance. And behind the young man in the python robe, there was also a black-armored guard. After the three of them entered the room, the guard in front retreated to the side. The young man in the python robe sized up Qin Feiyang and the Li siblings, and said, "May I ask, which one of you is looking for this prince?" Qin Feiyang stood up and said. The young man in the python robe asked, "Who are you? Is there something you need from this prince?" "Your Highness, please wait for a moment. Please take a seat." Qin Feiyang pointed to the seat next to him and said with a faint smile. The young man in the python robe frowned. "This prince doesn't have time to waste with you. If you have something to say it quickly." "Do you really think you're something?" Qin Feiyang secretly sneered and said indifferently, "Since your Highness doesn't have time, then please go back, but this potential pill." At this point, he returned to his seat and lowered his head to play with the potential pill in his hand. Seeing the potential pill, the young man in the python robe's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he smiled and sat opposite Qin Feiyang. The two guards also stood behind him, looking at Qin Feiyang and the other two warily. The young man in the python robe cupped his hands and said with a smile, "I'm the 15th prince, may I know your name?" "So this is my 15th brother." Qin Feiyang muttered and smiled, "Your Highness, please don't be impatient. When the guests are all here, I will naturally introduce myself." "There's someone else?" The 15th prince frowned. "Dong." Before he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. "Please come in," Qin Feiyang said. The door opened, and another young man in a python robe and two black-armored guards strode into the room. It was the 9th prince. 9th brother? 15th brother? Seeing that the 15th prince was also here, the 9th prince was immediately stunned. Seeing that the 9th prince was also here, the 15th prince was also stunned. "Please take a seat." Qin Feiyang stood up and pointed at the empty seat next to the 15th prince, smiling at the 9th prince. "What's going on?" The 9th prince was confused. After a while, the other princes also arrived one after another. Only the 2nd prince was not there yet. The 3rd prince looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and said, "Why did you call all of us here?" "Your Highness, don't worry," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. At this moment, the door opened again. Fatso walked in with the 2nd prince and his two guards. "Second brother is also here?" All the princes frowned. "Why are you all here?" The 2nd prince could not help but raise his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. He then turned to the princes and said with a smile, "There are limited seats, so I can't let everyone sit. Please forgive me." The 4th prince said impatiently, "If you have something to say it quickly. Don't waste our time." "Then I'll introduce myself first. I'm Wang Hao from the Black Dragon City. I'm a 4-star battle grandmaster," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The Black Dragon City was also located in the imperial capital. It was a medium-sized city, but it was very far from the capital. Qin Feiyang had only heard of it but had never been there. The 2nd prince asked curiously, Since Brother Wang is from the Black Dragon City, why did you come to our capital? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and sighed. It's a bit difficult to talk about this. The second prince said, if it's difficult to talk about, then don't talk about it. Just tell us your purpose. Well, Qin Feiyang hesitated, glanced at the black-armored guards, and said, can you ask them to leave for a while? With these guards there, he could not do anything at all. But hearing his pleading, all the princes frowned for a moment. Qin Feiyang said, everyone, what I'm going to say next is very important. Even if it's your confidants, you'd better not let them know. So mysterious? The princes were stunned. The second prince waved to the two guards behind him and said, you guys go out first. Your Highness, you can't. Yeah, this person's background is unknown. We have to be careful. The two guards hurriedly sent sound transmissions. It's fine. The second prince waved his hand. You know, this was the capital, and it was also the main pavilion of the treasure pavilion. Who would dare to cause trouble here? Moreover, they were all princes. Who would dare to harm them? One of the guards secretly said, then we'll guard outside the door. If there's anything, call us. The second prince nodded. The two guards glanced at Qin Feiyang, then turned around and walked out. The second prince's guards left, and the other princes also let their guards go out. Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso and said, go close the door. All right. Fatso shouted, turned around and ran to the door, stuck his head out to look at both sides of the door, and then closed it. He walked to Qin Feiyang's side and quietly sent a sound transmission. They're all guarding the door. What should we do? Kill them all. Qin Feiyang thought. Are you crazy? They're right outside. If there's any movement, they'll hear it. At that time, even if we can kill the princes, we won't be able to escape. Chapter 736. Then what do you think we should do? We lost more than 300 billion to invite them here. We can't just let it go like this, right? Qin Feiyang said. Fatso said, but this is too risky. They are the sons of the emperor. How can there be no risk in killing them? Act according to the situation later. As long as I make a move, you immediately open a portal. Qin Feiyang secretly instructed. All right. Fatso replied. Now that the arrow was on the bow, it had to be released. The second prince urged, hurry up and say it. Qin Feiyang raised his arm and released his fingers. The potential pill immediately appeared in front of the princes. Immediately, everyone's eyes lit up, full of desire. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, actually, I didn't snatch the potential pill for myself, but to give it to your highness. For us? The princes looked at each other. That's right. This is my first time in the capital and I'm unfamiliar with the place, so I would like to ask your highness to take care of me in the future. Qin Feiyang said. The princes suddenly realized that he was trying to curry favor with them. The second prince said playfully, we have seen your sincerity, but how are we going to split this potential pill? Qin Feiyang said, then according to your highness, how should we split this potential pill? The second prince smiled and said, that will depend on your choice. In other words, Qin Feiyang could only choose one person. Hearing your highness' words, it seems that I really have to think about it. Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows as he sized up the princes. The princes also looked at Qin Feiyang expectantly. After all, this was a big bargain. Who didn't want it? In the end, Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, after thinking about it, I still feel that it's more appropriate to choose your highness, the second prince. The second prince smiled. However, the faces of the other princes darkened. Qin Feiyang said, everyone, don't be anxious. Although I don't have the potential pill, I have prepared a greeting gift for everyone. The 15th prince snorted coldly and said, what kind of meeting gift can compare to the potential pill? Your highness is right. It is indeed incomparable to the potential pill, but it is still a rare treasure. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Qin Feiyang smiled and walked up to the second prince, offering the potential pill with both hands. The second prince chuckled as he grabbed the potential elixir. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang abruptly raised his head, and two sharp beams of light shot out from his eyes. Following closely, A red sword aura shot out from his fingertip and entered the second prince's glabella. A painful scream suddenly exploded in the auction house. What's the situation? Everyone was bewildered. Sun Dehai, who was in the auction house, immediately stopped the auction and looked at Qin Feiyang's VIP room in surprise. In the meantime, inside the VIP room, the third prince and the others were also glaring at the second prince, who had fallen to the ground, in disbelief. Fatso also opened a portal. In the blink of an eye, after killing the second prince, Qin Feiyang grabbed the potential elixir and looked at the third prince and the others, murderous intent overflowing from his eyes. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen sword auras appeared and entered the glabella of the princes. Immediately, blood splattered across the sky. The screams shocked everyone. Qin Feiyang sneered and said, "This is my gift to all of you. Are you satisfied?" Bang! Before he finished speaking, the door was forced open. The black-armored guards guarding outside swarmed into the VIP room. When they saw the situation of the princes, their expressions changed drastically. Fatso shouted, "Boss, let's go." Qin Feiyang glanced at those black-armored guards, then took a step forward and directly entered the teleportation gate. Li Li and Li Rong also hurriedly got up and rushed into the portal. One of the guards suddenly came back to his senses and shouted, "Stop them!" Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth and said with a cold smile, "Go back and tell the emperor and the state preceptor that I, Qin Feiyang, will be back sooner or later." This sentence resounded throughout the auction house, with strong hatred and murderous intent. What? There was no suspense. The auction house was in an uproar. "You are the 14th prince?" The guards also looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. "Other than me, who else could it be?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, and his figure disappeared without a trace. Just as Qin Feiyang left, the floor-to-ceiling window shattered. Two figures rushed in like lightning and landed in the VIP room. It was Sun Dehai and Zhuge Mingying. Looking at the princes lying in a pool of blood, their faces were filled with horror. At the same time, the people outside also flew into the air and looked at the princes' corpses in horror. Qin Feiyang actually appeared again, and he even killed all the princes. Wasn't this person too crazy? Where is he? After Zhuge Mingyang came back to his senses, he looked at the guards with a gloomy look. "He escaped," one of the guards said. Zhuge Mingyang said angrily, "He killed so many princes, and you actually let him escape. Do you know what the consequences are?" The guards wanted to say something but stopped. Their faces were full of horror. Although this matter was not their fault, it was their fault for not protecting their master well. If the emperor pursued this matter, none of them would be able to live. So many of you can't even stop one Qin Feiyang. You are all good-for-nothings and useless. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and inform the commander. Zhuge Mingyang clenched his fists and shouted angrily. "Yes, yes, yes." One of the guards quickly took out a video crystal and sent a message to the commander of the invincible Black Army. Zhuge Mingyang turned to Sun Dehai and said gloomily, "This matter happened in your Zhenbao Pavilion. I'm afraid your Zhenbao Pavilion can't escape the blame." Sun Dehai frowned. It seemed that he was dissatisfied with Zhuge Mingyang, but he didn't refute, because it was the truth. Although he didn't know that Qin Feiyang had sneaked into Zhenbao Pavilion, it was an undeniable fact that all the princes had died here. If the emperor didn't pursue this matter, it would be fine. If the emperor pursued this matter, he might not be able to keep his life. Alas, this bastard really knows how to harm people. What did you say? Qin Feiyang killed the second prince and the others again? Oh my god, this person is too scary. He is still wanted. How can he come out to kill people again? Isn't he afraid of being caught? Crazy, really crazy. This matter spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and soon it became a hot topic in the capital city. No matter who heard this news, they were all shocked and frightened. It was already shocking enough that he had killed the first prince, caused havoc in the imperial palace, and challenged the emperor. Now, he had killed all the 12 princes again. This Qin Feiyang was really a person that couldn't be offended. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, After the commander of the invincible Black Army received the news, he went to see the emperor immediately. However, the emperor didn't have much of a reaction. On the other hand, the state preceptor was so angry that he stomped his feet in the throne room. He looked at the emperor and bowed, "Your Majesty, this Qin Feiyang is too arrogant. We must find a way to punish him as soon as possible. Otherwise, we don't know what will happen next." The Grand Commander nodded and said, "The state preceptor is right. First it was His Highness the Crown Prince, and now it's Second Highness and the others. If this continues, I'm afraid that even the princesses and the princes who are still underage will be killed by him." The state preceptor said, "That's what I'm worried about. Commander, do you have any good ideas?" "According to my investigation, although Qin Feiyang is cold and ruthless to outsiders, he is still very loyal to his friends. Why don't we use his friends as bait and force him to come out?" The commander thought for a moment and said. The state preceptor's eyes lit up and asked, "Who are his friends?" "As far as I know, Lu Xingchen, Ren Wushuang, Dong Xingyang, Shen Mei, Ling Yu, Zhao Yu, Feng Ranran, and Luo Dan have the best relationship with him. There is also a person called Tan Wu. I heard that Qin Feiyang likes him very much and has always wanted to take him under his command." The commander said, "Immediately take people to catch all of them for me." The state preceptor said. But at this moment, the emperor, who had been silent, said, "I don't agree." The state preceptor and the commander both looked at the emperor. To deal with a war master, we still have to use his friends to threaten him. If word gets out, where will the face of the royal family go? The emperor said expressionlessly. The state preceptor said, "Your Majesty, the situation is different now. If there is another way, I will not do this. Since you know it's a bad idea, then you shouldn't do it. In short, I won't agree. You are not allowed to secretly attack them behind my back." The emperor said. The state preceptor's eyes flashed, and he bowed and said, "Then Your Majesty, please indicate how we should catch Qin Feiyang. This is your business. Think about it yourself." After saying that, the emperor got up and disappeared in an instant. "I guess that Your Majesty still has a trace of feelings for Qin Feiyang." The state preceptor's eyes darkened. "You can't blame Your Majesty for this. After all, no matter what, Qin Feiyang is also Your Majesty's flesh and blood. He was once the son he was most proud of and cared about the most." The commander sighed. "That little bastard has become like this. What else is there to care about? You, go and arrest Lu Xingchen and the others." The state preceptor ordered. The commander was stunned and hurriedly said, "State preceptor, Your Majesty has clearly said that we can't attack them, just do it. If Your Majesty pursues responsibility, I will bear it alone." The state preceptor said, "This is not a matter of bearing responsibility. This is a crime of disobedience." The commander said. The state preceptor's eyes were cold and he said, "If you don't go, I will let the law enforcers of the temple do it." "Law enforcers?" The commander's body trembled and he nodded and said, "Okay, we will do as the state preceptor said, but I have a small condition." "Say it." The state preceptor said. "You can arrest them, but don't hurt them. After all, they only have a good relationship with Qin Feiyang. There is nothing else." The commander said. "Do I need you to say that? If Qin Feiyang really does not save them, I will definitely let them go." The state preceptor said. "Well, I will do it right away." The commander breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and strode out. "Qin Feiyang, you'll never be able to escape from this old man's grasp. That dagger, I am determined to get it." Chapter 737. Divine Palace. A golden figure appeared out of thin air. It was the great commander. Following closely, black armored guards appeared above the Pill Hall and Martial Arts Hall. There were 20 of them, and the aura they emitted was unfathomable. "Go down!" The great commander shouted coldly. His voice was as loud as a bell. Whoosh! Immediately, those black armored guards rushed into the Pill Hall and Martial Arts Hall like lightning. What's going on? Why are there so many invincible black army? Looking at the black armored guards that looked like divine soldiers descending from the heavens, the disciples of the Temple of Light were bewildered. After a while, Lu Xingchen, Ren Wushuang, Shen Mei, Tan Wu, Dong Zhang, Ling Yu, and the others were brought to the great commander. They too were baffled by this. However, Lu Xingchen could vaguely guess. He looked at the great commander, cupped his hands and asked, "Sir, did we do anything wrong?" The great commander shook his head. Lu Xingchen said, "Sir, since we didn't do anything wrong, why did you bring us here?" Ren Wushuang and the others were also confused. "Follow me to a place first." The great commander waved his hand, and a portal opened. Dong Xingyang transmitted his voice. "Look at him. He doesn't seem to be friendly." Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed. He said to himself, "Don't be rash. Let's observe the situation first. Let's go." After speaking, he took the lead and stepped into the portal. Dong Xingyang and the others looked at each other and walked in one after another. Immediately, the Grand Commander also led the 20 guards into the teleportation gate. Soon, everyone appeared in an unfamiliar place. Below them was a vast mountain range. They couldn't see the end of it. The mountain range was high and low, and the peaks were stacked on top of each other. The mountain stream was filled with towering trees, and the thick vines were entangled like dragons. At the same time, everyone could still feel a terrifying aura from the mountain stream. "Where is this?" Lu Xingchen and the others were confused. Suddenly, Dong Xingyang pointed to a place in front and said in surprise, "Look, there's an ancient castle." Everyone looked over. There was a giant mountain that was several thousand feet tall standing in the middle of the mountain. On top of the mountain, there was an ancient castle. The castle was huge and towered into the clouds. It was completely black like ink and emitted a mysterious and cold aura. And on the front of the castle, there were 2 big words carved in blood. "God's prison." Looking at these 2 words, Lu Xingchen's gaze trembled. He couldn't help but feel an uneasy premonition. Immediately, he then sent a voice transmission to Dong Xingyang and the others, exhorting them, "Everyone, you must be careful because this is the back mountain of the imperial palace. Qin Feiyang's mother is now imprisoned in this divine prison." What? The group of people was shocked. Why did the commander of the invincible Black Army bring them to the divine prison? "You don't have to be nervous. I brought you here because I want you to do something for me. As long as you do as I say obediently, I will let you go immediately," the Grand Commander said. "One thing? Is it because of Qin Feiyang?" Lu Xingchen furrowed his brows slightly, but did not ask directly. "Because sometimes, you can't be too smart." He looked at the Grand Commander suspiciously and asked, "What is it?" "I believe you already know that Qin Feiyang killed the second prince and the others," the Grand Commander said. Lu Xingchen and the others nodded. Although this matter had just happened, it caused a huge commotion, so it was immediately spread in the divine palace. "To tell you the truth, His Majesty is very angry now. The Imperial Preceptor even gave the order for me to capture you all and use you all to threaten Qin Feiyang," the Grand Commander said. Lu Xingchen frowned and said, "So, you brought us here?" "That's right. But I also know that this matter has nothing to do with you. So, as long as you are willing to cooperate with me and persuade Qin Feiyang to come back and surrender, nothing will happen. On the contrary, if you are not willing to cooperate, then I will have to throw you into the divine prison to lure Qin Feiyang here." The Grand Commander was very straightforward and could be considered an open and above-board person. But hearing this, Ren Wushuang and the others obviously showed a trace of dissatisfaction. "Calm down." Lu Xingchen saw this and secretly comforted them. He looked at the Grand Commander and sighed. "Lord Commander, our relationship with Qin Feiyang is indeed not bad. However, it hasn't reached the point where we will live and die together. I don't think he will listen to our advice." The Grand Commander's eyes were slightly cold. "How do you know if you haven't tried?" "Well, try." Lu Xingchen sighed helplessly, took out the image crystal, and poured his battle chi into it. At the same time, his eyes flashed slightly and he carefully asked, "May I ask, does the Emperor know about this matter?" The Grand Commander's face suddenly darkened, and he shouted, "This is not something you should ask." Lu Xingchen's face changed, and he hurriedly lowered his head and said, Sorry, I said too much, please forgive me. But an imperceptible light flashed across his eyes. At the same time, on the mountain peak near the Black Dragon Pool, Qin Feiyang and Fatso had already taken the facial restoration pill and restored their true appearance. Li Li asked with a smile, "Brother Qin, what are your plans now?" Fatso raised his eyebrows and said, "What plans do we have? Does it have anything to do with you?" "Not necessarily." Li Li chuckled. Fatso was taken aback and frowned. "What do you mean?" Li Li smiled but did not say anything. Qin Feiyang also turned around, looked at Li Li and Li Rong and said, "Tell me, who are you?" Li Li was about to speak. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's image crystal rang. He took out the image crystal and merged a wisp of battle chi into it. Immediately, Lu Xingchen and the others appeared, including the Grand Commander of the Invincible Black Army. Seeing that Lu Xingchen and the others were with the Grand Commander, Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. Lu Xingchen asked, "Brother Qin, where are you now?" As he spoke, he winked at Qin Feiyang. After being together for so long, Qin Feiyang knew Lu Xingchen very well. He immediately understood and said indifferently, "Where I am has something to do with you?" "Indeed, it has nothing to do with you. But because of you, we were all captured by the Grand Commander. If you don't come back and turn yourself in, I'm afraid we'll be in big trouble. Brother Qin, in any case, we're friends. You can't implicate us." Lu Xingchen said, "Friends? I can't afford to be friends with you." Qin Feiyang sneered, then looked at the Grand Commander and mocked. "You want to capture a few cats and dogs to threaten me, Qin Feiyang. Aren't you looking down on me too much?" "Is that so?" A cold light flashed in the Grand Commander's eyes. His index finger shot out and a wisp of battle chi entered Lu Xingchen's chest like lightning. Lu Xingchen's body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. And there was a bloody hole the size of a thumb in his chest. But it didn't hurt his heart. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang's hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, couldn't help but clench tightly. But his expression didn't change at all. Obviously, he was cold and ruthless. "You really don't care?" The Grand Commander raised his eyebrows and looked at Ren Wushuang and the others. "If you don't come back, I will kill them all." After saying that, with a wave of his hand, several wisps of battle chi emerged and entered the chests of Ren Wushuang and the others. Suddenly, blood dyed the sky. "Bastard." Fatso also clenched his fists tightly, and a strong killing intent emerged in his heart. Qin Feiyang secretly said, "Don't be impulsive, he's just testing us." Fatso said, "Fat Lord knows that he's testing us, but we can't let him off." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a shocking light. He looked at the Grand Commander and said indifferently, "I don't have time to waste with you. If you want to kill them, go ahead." After saying that, he directly turned off the image crystal, and his face immediately became gloomy. "Boss, why don't we sneak into the Imperial Palace again and have a good time?" Fatso's face was incomparably gloomy. "Heard of it?" Li Li frowned slightly and said hesitantly, "Can I say a few words?" "Speak." Fatso shouted without worry. "I believe that Lu Xingchen has already told you about the strength of the Imperial Preceptor. Your space divine item can't escape the search of his divine sense. If you sneak into the Imperial Palace now, to put it bluntly, you're digging your own grave." Li Li said. Fatso said angrily, "But we can't let them hurt Ren Wushuang and the others." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. Even if they have this idea, I'm afraid they can't do it." "What do you mean?" Fatso was suspicious. "Do you think that Lu Xingchen is a person who will sit still and wait for death? If the Grand Commander really wants to kill them, he can enter the space divine item and take everyone away from the Imperial Palace." Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Fatso was stunned, and suddenly said, "That's right, his space divine item can move." In other words, as long as Lu Xingchen was there, they didn't need to worry at all. At this moment, a black figure appeared in the sky above the Black Dragon Swamp. This person had a dignified appearance. His 7-foot body was tall and straight like an iron pine. He held a folding fan in his hand and looked very elegant. Qin Feiyang immediately sensed this person's aura. When he looked up, his pupils suddenly shrank. Because this person was Zhuge Mingyang. How did he know we were here? After Fatso finished speaking, he looked at Li Li and Li Rong unkindly. Li Li hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Don't mess around. We didn't leak any information." Zhuge Mingyang looked around and immediately saw Qin Feiyang and the others. "You're really here?" He closed his folding fan and took a step forward. In an instant he landed on the peak of the mountain, and his aura firmly locked onto Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, "You can even guess that. I really admire your brain more and more. I just suddenly remembered that we worked together to kill the 13th prince in the Black Dragon Swamp. So, I wanted to come here to try my luck. I didn't expect to meet you here. What are your last words? Tell me quickly." Zhuge Mingyang said. "Last words?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. "There's only one thing that puzzles me. Why do you care so much about the first prince? There are some things that you'd better not know." Zhuge Mingyang's eyes turned cold. He put the folding fan back at his waist and took a step toward Qin Feiyang. Boom. At the same time. Chapter 738. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang's expression suddenly changed and he shouted, "Hurry up and leave." Shwa. The four of them jumped down without hesitation and quickly fell down. Zhuge Mingyang was a 9-star war sect. As for Qin Feiyang and the other three, Fatso had already broken through to the 3-star war sect, and Qin Feiyang was a 4-star war sect. The auras that Li Li and Li Rong revealed were only 1-star war sect. With their cultivation, even if the four of them worked together, they wouldn't have any chance of winning. They could only run. "You want to escape?" Zhuge Mingyang laughed in disdain, and with a mysterious footwork, he chased after them like a divine rainbow. His speed was actually 4 times faster than before. Li Rong exclaimed, "Perfect support technique." At the same time, Qin Feiyang's heart sank. As the most monstrous figure in the Great Qin Empire, it wasn't strange for him to possess a perfect support technique. But now, facing Zhuge Mingyang, who was filled with killing intent, they didn't even have the chance to escape. Die. With the cultivation of a 9-star war sect, coupled with the perfect support technique, Zhuge Mingyang's speed was not something that Qin Feiyang and the other three could compare to. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up to Qin Feiyang. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he punched out. "Boss!" Fatso shouted, and without any hesitation, he stood in front of Qin Feiyang. "You're very loyal." Zhuge Mingyang laughed coldly. Seeing that Zhuge Mingyang's fist was about to land on Fatso's body, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought Fatso into the castle without hesitation. After all, the difference in strength was too great. There was no need to continue fighting. The moment the two of them disappeared, Zhuge Mingyang's expression immediately became sinister. Shwa. In a flash, he caught up to Li Rong and grabbed her neck. Li Li's expression changed on the spot, and he shouted, "Let her go." However, Zhuge Mingyang didn't seem to hear her. He stood in the void, glanced around and shouted, "Qin Feiyang, come out right now, or I'll kill her." "How dare you?" Li Li bellowed. "Even the princes have to be courteous to me, let alone killing a nobody." Zhuge Mingyang smiled coldly. His 5 fingers suddenly tightened and crushed Li Rong's neck. Fresh blood instantly dyed the sky red. Shweher. Looking at this scene, Li Li gritted his teeth and rushed towards Zhuge Mingyang like a madman. "You're courting death." At this moment, Zhuge Mingyang was like a terrifying, murderous demon king. He turned around and stretched out his hand. His 5 fingers curved like an eagle's claw and grabbed at Li Li's head. "Stop!" At this moment, Qin Feiyang came out. The corner of Zhuge Mingyang's mouth lifted. His arm turned in the air and grabbed Li Li's throat. He then turned to look at Qin Feiyang and sneered, "I thought you didn't care about them." As for Li Li, he was only a 1-star battle ancestor. How could he be Zhuge Mingyang's opponent? His throat was grabbed by Zhuge Mingyang and he didn't have the slightest strength to resist. Qin Feiyang glanced at Zhuge Mingyang and looked at Li Li. "What did you call her just now?" "Shwe." Li Li gritted his teeth and his face was filled with grief. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, "Tell me, who exactly are you?" "Who are we?" Li Li muttered to himself and looked at Qin Feiyang. He howled, "Aren't you very smart? Do Do you still need me to tell you? It really is you. Mu Qing Mu Shui. Qin Feiyang's face was gloomy to the extreme. Previously in the castle, when he heard Li Li call out the name Shui, he suspected that it might be the Mu Qing siblings. He didn't expect it to be these two people. But he couldn't understand why these two people would walk together with Lu Xingchen. Back then, was it Lu Xingchen who schemed against him in the 9 Nether Yellow Springs? Hearing the conversation between Qin Feiyang and looking at their expressions, Zhuge Mingyang couldn't help but frown, and said, "Aren't you friends?" "Friends?" Qin Feiyang sneered, looked at Zhuge Mingyang and said indifferently, "If you want to kill me, do as you wish." Shua. Finished. He disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Zhuge Mingyang was a little confused and didn't know what to do for a moment. In the past, I schemed against him many times and almost caused him to lose his life. Now, I'm afraid he can't wait to kill me with his own hands. How can he be my friend? Mu Qing mocked. Zhuge Mingyang raised his eyebrows, murderous intent surging in his eyes, and said, "In that case, it's useless to keep you alive. Want to kill me? You don't have the ability." Mu Qing grinned hideously. A peerlessly terrifying aura suddenly rushed out of his body. As soon as this aura appeared, the earth trembled and the void distorted. Even Zhuge Mingyang couldn't help but feel a chill all over his body. Without hesitation, he quickly let go of Mu Qing and the dead Mu Shui, and retreated quickly. Clang. Just as Zhuge Mingyang retreated, a blood-red light burst out from between Mu Qing's eyebrows. It was actually a palm-sized stone door. The stone door was blood-red all over, suspended above Mu Qing's head, as if stained with blood, emitting a shocking aura. "This is..." Zhuge Mingyang's eyes were full of shock and bewilderment. Mu Qing glared at Zhuge Mingyang coldly, then swooped down and hugged the dead Mu Shui. "Shui, I'm sorry, I should have taken out the space-time gate earlier, then you wouldn't have died. It's all my fault." Looking at Mu Shui's pale face, Mu Qing's face was full of self-blame. "Space-time gate?" Zhuge Mingyang frowned. "Sush." All of a sudden, Mu Qing raised his head and looked at Zhuge Mingyang. His eyes were red, like a mad beast. "Zhuge Mingyang, right? Just you wait, sooner or later I'll make you pay with your blood. Space-time gate, awaken." He roared, and a blood-red stream of qi rushed out of his body. This was the qi and blood in his body. It was also the combination of battle qi and blood. As soon as the qi and blood appeared, they continuously rushed toward the stone gate. The stone gate was also crazily absorbing Mu Qing's qi and blood. As it absorbed more and more qi and blood, the stone gate gradually began to grow, and the aura it emitted became stronger and stronger. Not only was Zhuge Mingyang unable to get close, but he was also forced to retreat. However, Mu Qing's body was undergoing earth-shaking changes. His face was becoming old. The flesh and blood in his body were being hollowed out. Soon, he became a skinny old man with a face full of wrinkles. "Still can't be awakened?" He looked at the stone gate that was constantly growing bigger and muttered to himself. His eyes were dim and lifeless. Suddenly, he roared, "Qin Feiyang, come out and help me if you don't want to die." Sush. Qin Feiyang appeared. Looking at Mu Qing and the stone gate at this moment, his eyes were full of surprise and doubt. But he didn't help. Mu Qing shouted anxiously, "I can take you out of the capital." Out of the capital? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. He did want to leave the capital. But at the same time, this was also the most troublesome problem for him now. Because there was only one way to leave the capital. That was through the teleportation altar in the pagoda. However, Elder Qin was guarding the pagoda, and Elder Qin's strength was unfathomable. Moreover, the back mountain was the forbidden area of the imperial palace, and there were powerhouses guarding the entrance. He couldn't find a chance to enter the back mountain at all. So, now that he heard Mu Qing say that he could leave the capital, he couldn't help but be tempted. But he didn't know if he should believe the person who had schemed against him before. "I'm really not lying to you. As long as it's in the great Qin Empire, I can do it wherever you want to go." Seeing that Qin Feiyang was indifferent, Mu Qing was burning with anxiety and roared. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and finally chose to believe Mu Qing this time. He took a step forward and rushed toward Mu Qing. But the aura emitted by the stone door directly sent him flying. That feeling was as if he had been hit by a huge mountain. His body was about to fall apart, and blood kept spurting out. Boom! Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly burst with strong murderous intent, and he said sternly, "Even now, you still want to trick me? Don't misunderstand. I was careless. Now you can try again." After Mu Qing finished speaking, her mind moved slightly, and the invisible aura in front of Qin Feiyang disappeared into thin air. Qin Feiyang tentatively took a step forward. Seeing that there was no resistance at all, he flew toward Mu Qing with ease. But at the same time, Zhuge Mingyang roared and chased after Qin Feiyang. "Get lost!" Mu Qing roared angrily, and the invisible aura appeared out of thin air again, directly forcing Zhuge Mingyang back. Qin Feiyang turned around and looked at Zhuge Mingyang in surprise. The aura appeared, but he was not affected at all? Could it be that Mu Qing could control these auras as she wanted? "Hurry up, I can't hold on any longer." Mu Qing roared. Qin Feiyang turned his head, and in a few blinks of an eye, he landed beside Mu Qing. Looking at the stone door, he frowned and said, "What should I do?" "The same as me," Mu Qing said. Qin Feiyang did not hesitate. His body shook, and a stream of qi and blood rushed out of his body and rushed toward the stone door. Immediately, his face was full of horror. When the qi and blood rushed into the stone door, he immediately felt that the stone door was like a bottomless pit. And the stone door began to actively absorb the qi and blood in his body. He looked at the stone door, and a terrifying name appeared in his mind. He suddenly turned to Mu Qing and said in surprise, "Your stone door is a divine weapon?" "That's right." Mu Qing nodded. "Bastard, are you crazy?" Qin Feiyang was furious. Without hesitation, he took Wolf King, Fatso, Lu Hong, the pangolin, and the black dragon snake out of the castle. "Hurry up and revive the stone door with us," Qin Feiyang shouted. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have aged more than 10 years. More than half of the qi and blood in his body had been absorbed by the stone door. Seeing this, Fatso and the others were also surprised, but they did not ask anything. They immediately urged their qi and blood to rush toward the stone door. Divine weapon. At the same time, Zhuge Mingyang, who was standing in the distance, also looked at the stone door in shock. "It's a divine weapon." Suddenly, he came to his senses and immediately took out the image crystal. A golden figure quickly materialized. It was the commander of the invincible Black Army. Without waiting for the Grand Commander to speak, Zhuge Mingyang hurriedly said, "Grand Commander, quickly come to the Black Dragon Pool. Qin Feiyang and the others are here. Moreover, they have a saint artifact in their hands." "What?" "They have a divine weapon." Chapter 739. See for yourself if you don't believe me. Zhuge Mingyang turned the image crystal to face Qin Feiyang and the others. Looking at the stone door, the Grand Commander's pupils constricted and he said, "Give me the coordinates." Zhuge Mingyang nodded. Qin Feiyang and the others saw the message between Zhuge Mingyang and the Grand Commander. Mu Qing said anxiously, "Qin Feiyang, is there anyone else in your castle?" Just Zhuge Mingyang alone was enough to make them unable to fight back. If the Grand Commander joined in, they would be doomed. Qin Feiyang shook his head. "We're done for. With our cultivation, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to revive the space-time gate. We might even be sucked dry by the space-time gate and die." Mu Qing's eyes were filled with despair. "What's the use of saying all this now? Let's work harder. Otherwise, we'll die in the hands of the Grand Commander before our blood is sucked dry by the space-time gate." Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. A sacred artifact was comparable to a 9-star battle saint. It required an extremely vast amount of battle qi and blood to revive. A 9-star battle saint was an invincible existence to Qin Feiyang and the others. They were simply digging their own graves by reviving the space-time gate. At this moment, whether it was Qin Feiyang or Fatso and the others, they were all skin and bones. Their lives were in danger. To make matters worse, the Grand Commander came with a group of black armored guards. The cultivation of each of these black armored guards was comparable to Zhuge Mingyang. There were 50 to 60 of them. It's indeed a sacred artifact. As soon as the Grand Commander appeared and sensed the aura emitted by the space-time gate, his face was filled with horror. Zhuge Mingyang said, "Is there any way to stop them?" The Chief Commander shook his head and said, "I can't do it with my strength. I have to call the Chief Commander of the Kirin Army." After saying that, the commander of the Invincible Black Army took out an image crystal. General of the Kirin Army. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. He looked at Mu Qing gloomily and said, "You've got us into big trouble this time." Mu Qing also looked bitter and helpless. If he had any other choice, he would not have come to the dimensional gate. Fatso asked, "Boss, is the commander of the Kirin Army very strong?" "Very strong. But I'm not too sure how strong they are." However, it is not hard to imagine that the commander of the Invincible Black Army would ask him for help. He must be a 9-star battle saint or even higher, because only existences at this level have the strength to contend against sacred artifacts. Qin Feiyang said, "A 9-star battle saint or even higher." Fatso and the others trembled. If this person came, wouldn't they be finished? "What's the matter?" Right at this moment, an imperious voice echoed in the rift. It was deafening like the chime of a giant bell. Qin Feiyang and the others looked over and saw a burly man standing above the image crystal of the Invincible Black Army's chief commander. This man was 8 feet tall and looked like a small giant. His upper body was exposed, revealing his well-developed chest muscles. His long red hair was fluttering behind his back. His whole body emitted a wild aura. "Come to the Black Dragon Pool quickly. Qin Feiyang has a sacred artifact." The chief commander of the Invincible Black Army told the burly man the coordinates. A sacred artifact. The burly man's eyes trembled. He immediately opened a portal and arrived at this place. "This aura," he looked at the portal in surprise. His eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "It's really a sacred artifact." Seeing the chief commander of the Kirin Army come, Zhuge Mingyang was relieved. He cupped his hands and said, "Chief Commander, we can't let Qin Feiyang escape. As long as I'm here, he won't be able to escape even if he grows wings." The burly man smiled proudly. He stretched out his hand and a terrifying battle chi appeared. It rushed toward Qin Feiyang and the others. Wherever it passed, the void twisted crazily as if it was about to break. Seeing this, Fatso's face changed. He shouted anxiously, "Think of a way." Even the void was about to break. One could imagine how terrifying the battle chi was. Once they were submerged by the battle chi, they would definitely be crushed into pieces. "There's no other way. We can only hide in the castle for now," Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. If it was in normal times, the castle would be the best place to hide. But it was different now. If they entered the castle now, they would be like a turtle in a jar. Because once they entered the castle, Zhuge Mingyang and the others would definitely call the Imperial Preceptor. The castle could escape the search of others, but it couldn't escape the search of the Imperial Preceptor's divine sense. At that time, they would only have a dead end. But now, there was no other choice. Could it be that we can only wait for death? Wolf King roared in the sky. His eyes were full of unwillingness. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. This time, they had really reached a dead end. And all of this was brought about by Zhuge Mingyang. Swish. He raised his head and looked at Zhuge Mingyang. "If I don't die, I will definitely come back to settle this score with you. Wait until you save your life." Zhuge Mingyang sneered. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. He was about to lead everyone into the castle. But at this moment, boom, a bright battle chi descended from the sky and poured into the space-time gate. Clang. In an instant, the space-time gate became more than 10 feet tall. It emitted a bloody light and released a shocking aura. And at the same time, the space-time gate also stopped absorbing the chi and blood of Qin Feiyang and the others. "It's revived." Mu Qing was a little stunned. At the same time, the commander of the Kirin Army roared and looked up at the sky. Qin Feiyang and the others also raised their heads to look. They saw a blurry silhouette standing between the clouds. Who is he? Why is he helping us? Fatso was surprised. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, I can't see clearly. Don't care who it is. Let's go. Mu Qin came back to her senses and immediately carried Mu Shui into the space-time gate without looking back. Let's go. Qin Feiyang quivered and immediately led Fatso and the others. When the group entered the space-time gate, with a loud clang, the space-time gate shrunk rapidly and then disappeared into the void. Damn it! The two commanders were furious. With strong killing intent, they rushed toward the clouds at the same time. But before they could get close, the person standing among the clouds suddenly disappeared from their sight without warning. Who is it? Get out here for this, commander! The two of them stood in the sky and roared. Their aura was like a torrent, surging in all directions. But after a while, the person did not appear again, and no one responded to them. Below, Zhuge Mingyang's face was also extremely gloomy. He thought that Qin Feiyang would not be able to escape this time, but he did not expect another mysterious person to appear at the critical moment. Even the two Grand Commanders were unable to capture that person's true appearance. From this, it could be seen how powerful this mysterious person was. He could not figure it out. What had Qin Feiyang done all these years? Why was there such a terrifying expert behind him? In the sky above a mountain range. Swoosh! Figures appeared out of thin air one after another. It was Qin Feiyang and the others. Where is this? The few of them scanned their surroundings in surprise. The mountain range was vast and boundless, with lush ancient trees and vines. In the mountain stream, they could sense the aura of countless fierce beasts. But the aura of these fierce beasts were not very strong. They were basically between the War Emperor and the War Master. Why does it look so familiar? Wolf King muttered. Clang. The gate of time and space followed closely behind the crowd and appeared in front of Mu Qing. Mu Qing waved her hand and the space-time gate flew into her glabella. Then she looked at Mu Shui in her arms, her eyes filled with sadness and anger. Qin Feiyang glanced at Mu Qing and then glanced at the mountain range below. He sympathized with Mu Shui's experience, but he was not sad, because their relationship was hostile to begin with. The Wolf King suddenly said, I remember now. This place is deep in the mountains outside the provincial capital. Fatso's eyes lit up and he nodded. Yes, 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 Fat Lord also remembered. When Brother Wolf and I went to look for lion-headed eagle and blood eagle, we came here. Qin Feiyang said, So, this is the spirit state. Fatso and Wolf King nodded. Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly had a trace of disbelief as he turned to look at Mu Qing. But Mu Qing still lowered her head and stared at Mu Shui in a daze. Wolf King suggested, Why don't we take a look at the Holy Palace first? We can't go. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Previously, Zhuge Mingyang heard that they were going to leave the capital. Now that they had successfully escaped, the first place Zhuge Mingyang and the others suspected was the spirit state. After all, he used to live in the spirit state. If he went to the Holy Palace now, when the people from the capital came to investigate, not only would his whereabouts be exposed, even those who were related to him would be implicated. So now, it was best not to appear in front of others, or even let others know that he was back. Then where are we going now? Lu Hong asked. I don't know either. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, I have to think about it. You guys go to the castle and cultivate. Fatso and the others nodded. Originally, they were very proud of their current cultivation. But when they saw the strength of those people in the capital, especially the state preceptor, they didn't have the courage to fight at all in front of this person, leaving only powerlessness and despair. So now they had to race against time to improve their strength. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent everyone into the castle. Then he looked at Mu Qing and said, The dead can't be brought back to life, my condolences. Mu Qing suddenly raised his head and glared at Qin Feiyang, roaring, It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, Shui wouldn't have died. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, What does it have to do with me? It's you who wanted to follow me. If it weren't for Lu Xingqian's instructions, would I have followed you? Mu Qing smiled disdainfully. Instructions? Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "What did Lu Xingchen tell you? What's your relationship with Lu Xingchen?" "He asked me to take you away from the capital. As for my relationship with him, I have no comment." After Mu Qing finished speaking, he looked down at Mu Shui with a doting smile on his face and whispered, "Shui, don't worry, brother will take you home soon." Then, Chapter 740. The facial restoration pill was different from other pills. After a person died, it could still help restore their true appearance. Soon, Mu Shui and Mu Qing both returned to their original appearances. After all these years, the siblings didn't change much, but they were much more mature than before. Especially Mu Qing. Now she was 185 meters tall, with a thin face with distinct features. Her dark eyes were like two black gems, and she exuded a steady temperament. Qin Feiyang sized up the siblings and frowned. "Why did you hide your identities?" Mu Qing sneered. "If we didn't hide our identities, would you let us follow you?" Qin Feiyang fell silent. If he really knew their identities from the beginning, not only would he not let them follow him, but he would also kill them immediately. "I'm going back to the Forgotten Land soon. Do you want to come with me?" Mu Qing said. "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "You don't know? Do you think you have anywhere else to go now? There's no place for you in the Great Qin Empire now." Mu Qing sneered. Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, "Your space-time gate can directly teleport you to the Forgotten Land?" Mu Qing said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Then how did you come to the spiritual state from the Forgotten Land?" Mu Qing said, "Although my space-time gate can't, the real space-time gate can." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang became more and more puzzled. "There are some things that I can tell you. Shui and I came to the Great Qin Empire to find Lu Xingchen. Back then, an old man in my clan divined that Lu Xingchen was in the netherworld. So, he opened the real door of time and space and sent us directly to the 9 underworlds. Later on, we met Lu Xingchen in the 9 underworlds' Yellow Springs. Since then, we have been hiding in his spatial divine item." Mu Qing said. Qin Feiyang frowned. When he was trapped by Mo Wuxian and the others and fell into the sea of bitterness, he went to Lu Xingchen's spatial divine item. He remembered that these two people weren't in the spatial divine item at that time. Alright. Lu Xingchen had once told him that the secret chamber was only a part of his spatial divine item. There was an even larger space outside the secret chamber. It seemed that Mu Qing and her brother were hiding in the space outside the secret chamber at that time. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feiyang said, "In other words, it was Lu Xingchen who brought you to the capital?" "That's right." Mu Qing nodded. Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "Why are you looking for him?" "I can't tell you about this," Mu Qing said. Qin Feiyang frowned slightly and asked, "Then what's the deal with the door of time and space?" "The real door of time and space can teleport you to anywhere. For example, in the Great Qin Empire, it can directly teleport you to the 9 underworlds' Yellow Springs or the Forgotten Land. The door of time and space on me is just a replica. It can only teleport you to and from the same continent." Mu Qing said. "A replica?" Qin Feiyang was in disbelief. If a replica was so amazing, how terrifying would the real door of time and space be? "I've told you everything that I can. I can't say anything. Even if you kill me now, I won't say anything. Do you want to go to the Forgotten Land? Make a decision quickly." Mu Qing said expressionlessly. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand, thought for a moment, and said, "There's another question. When you schemed against me in the 9 underworlds' Yellow Springs, was it also related to Lu Xingchen?" "At that time, I hadn't seen Lu Xingchen yet, and I didn't know about your relationship with Lu Xingchen. So I wanted to get rid of you with the help of Feng Wuxie and the others. After all, we had a deep grudge in the Forgotten Land. I had to make the first move. But later, I met Lu Xingchen and learned about your relationship with him, so I gave up the idea of killing you. And Lu Xingchen repeatedly told me not to touch you." Mu Qing said. "It's good that it's okay." Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that Lu Xingchen was the one behind all of this. If that was the case, then entrusting Ren Wushuang to Lu Xingchen was tantamount to pushing her to a dead end. And now, at least it meant that Lu Xingchen didn't have any malice towards him for the time being. As long as he didn't fall out with Lu Xingchen, Ren Wushuang's safety would be guaranteed. After thinking for a moment, Qin Feiyang said, "Where did you and Lu Xingchen meet?" "It was when Feng Wuxie and the others ambushed you. At that time, Shui, and I were hiding not far away." Mu Qing said. Qin Feiyang thought carefully for a moment and said, "Was it the time when Lu Xingchen found the flower of death?" "At that time, when you were fighting with Feng Wuxie and the others, I took the opportunity to send a message to Lu Xingchen. While you weren't paying attention, he quietly sneaked to see me and later rescued Feng Wuxie and the others from your hands. And in order not to arouse your suspicion, we deliberately left the flower of death unpicked. But we didn't expect that in the end, because of the flower of death, you caught Lu Xingchen in the act." Mu Qing explained. "I see." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and said, "So, you know the reason why Lu Xingchen saved them?" Mu Qing nodded and said, "But I can't tell you." As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Feiyang took a step forward, grabbed Mu Qing's neck, and said coldly, "If you don't tell me, I'll kill you." "Then kill me." Mu Qing looked at Qin Feiyang calmly, without the slightest panic or fear. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and finally let go of his hand, saying, "You and Lu Xingchen have known each other for a long time?" Mu Qing took a few breaths and shook her head. "No, I've never seen him before we met in the netherworld." Qin Feiyang's eyes were suddenly filled with surprise and doubt. "If you've never met him, then why did Mu Qing come to Lu Xingchen? What secrets does Lu Xingchen have that no one knows?" He felt that the current situation was getting more and more mysterious. He pondered for a while. A flash of light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Wait a moment, I'll go to the castle to discuss with everyone." Mu Qing nodded. Qin Feiyang flashed and entered the castle. Fatso and the others were not cultivating. They all had their heads lowered as if they were thinking. Seeing Qin Feiyang come in, Fatso immediately looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, "Boss, Mu Qing's identity is not simple." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang asked. "The space-time gate. Look, the space-time gate on Mu Qing's body is just a replica. But this replica is actually a sacred artifact. Isn't this too unbelievable?" Similarly, if the replica space-time gate is a sacred artifact, then what level of weapon is the real space-time gate? "I really don't dare to think about it," Fatso said, his eyes full of fear. Lu Hong added, "There's one more point. I believe everyone has deeply experienced how difficult it is to revive a sacred artifact." Fatso, Wolf King, and the other beasts nodded. Just now, if it weren't for the help of that mysterious person, they wouldn't have been able to revive the space-time gate at all. In the end, they might even have lost their lives. Because at that time, the space-time gate was actively absorbing the qi and blood in their bodies. They were already helpless. In short, the space-time gate was forcibly absorbing their qi and blood. This was the price to pay for forcefully reviving a sacred artifact because their cultivation was not enough. Think about it. Reviving the replica space-time gate already requires so much qi and blood. How much qi and blood would it take to revive the real space-time gate? It's definitely not as simple as 1 or 2 times. But Mu Qing said that he and Mu Shui entered the 9 levels of hell through the real space-time gate. What does this mean? This means that the people in Mu Qing's clan have the ability to revive the real space-time gate. Lu Hong said. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. A sacred artifact could only be revived by a 9-star battle saint at the very least. The real space-time gate's level was definitely higher than a sacred artifact. This meant that there was someone in Mu Qing's clan who surpassed the battle saint level. And this Lu Xingchen was actually related to such a behemoth? It was really too strange. Qin Feiyang was silent for a while, then asked, "So what do you mean?" "We have to go to the Forgotten Land. Since we can't get the answer from Lu Xingchen, then we have to go to the Forgotten Land and start from the clan behind Mu Qing," Fatso said. "Yes, we have to investigate thoroughly." I have a feeling that Lu Xingchen, Mu Qing, and the clan behind Mu Qing are planning a big conspiracy. And I think it has something to do with you. Lu Hong said worriedly. Why do you think so? Qin Feiyang asked. Lu Hong said, if it has nothing to do with you, why would they help you? That's right. Qin Feiyang gave Lu Hong a thumbs up, looked at the two of them, and said with a smile, what you said is basically the same as what I think. Fatso was slightly stunned and said, so, before entering the castle, you had already made up your mind to go to the Forgotten Land? That's right. I don't know if you have noticed, but Lu Xingchen really wants me to go to the Forgotten Land. If that's the case, then I'll do as he wishes. I'd like to see what's hidden in the Forgotten Land. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he left the castle, looked at Mu Qing and said, okay, I'll go to the Forgotten Land with you, but the problem is that your space-time gate can't transport us there. How are we going to get there? Mu Qing said, that depends on you. Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The person guarding the teleportation altar in Butterfly Valley now is Ren Wushuang's grandfather. With your relationship with him, it shouldn't be difficult to get him to let us go, right? Mu Qing said. Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, is there no other way? If you can contact my clan, it won't be so troublesome. Just use the Real space-time gate to take us there. But my clansmen are all in the Forgotten Land, and I can't contact them at all, so I can only go to Butterfly Valley. Mu Qing said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, then I'll try to find him. Mu Qing said, let me hide in your castle first. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, why? Can't you see the light? It's okay to meet Ren Wushuang's grandfather. But if I'm found by that snow python, I'll be in big trouble. Mu Qing said, her eyes full of fear. Snow python? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, is the snow python you're talking about the one lurking in the ice lake? It's the guardian of the teleportation altar in the Forgotten Land. Mu Qing nodded. It's just as I thought. Chapter 741. Butterfly Valley. It was as quiet and peaceful as ever. The sea of flowers, lakes, grasslands, and forests had not changed at all. At this moment, on the shore of the lake, a white-haired old man was leaning against a thick willow tree, holding a fishing rod and concentrating on fishing. Suddenly, the float that was floating on the surface of the water suddenly sank. The white-haired old man was refreshed and pulled up hard. A big fish as long as an arm was pulled up to the shore. What a big harvest today! The old man was very happy. But suddenly, the old man raised his eyebrows and looked up at the sky. He saw a white figure appear out of thin air in the sky. Qin Feiyang. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The white-haired old man was stunned. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. Suddenly, his eyebrows were full of surprise. The white figure was still there. This meant that his eyes were not playing tricks on him. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Old master, you're quite relaxed. That's right. The white-haired old man fishing was Ren Wushuang's grandfather. Kid, aren't you in the capital? The old man looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. Swish. Qin Feiyang smiled, swooped down, and landed beside the old man. Looking at the big fish struggling on the ground, he said, It's a good harvest. The old man frowned and said, Answer my question. Why did you suddenly come back? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I can't stay in the capital anymore, so I can only come back and continue to follow you. The old man said angrily, Get lost, don't talk nonsense. Did you get into trouble in the capital? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He shook his head and said with a wry smile, I really can't hide anything from you. I knew it. You little bastard won't let people feel at ease. The old man glared at him angrily and said, Tell me, what's going on? Qin Feiyang said, I'll tell you if you promise not to be angry. Okay. I promise not to be angry. The old man said, It's all because I'm in the imperial capital. But at this point, Qin Feiyang stopped abruptly. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said, Forget it. It's better that you don't know about these things. Are you asking for a beating? The old man's face instantly darkened, and his veins bulged. I'm not joking. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Qin Feiyang said. Although the old man had already stepped down from his position, he was still a member of the Great Qin Empire in the end, and he was an upright person. If the old master knew that he had killed the princes, he would definitely be put in a difficult position. The old man looked at him deeply and said helplessly, "All right, this old man won't care about young people's affairs." After saying that, he smiled and said, "You came back at the right time. Let's go, this old man will boil a pot of fresh fish soup for you to try." Qin Feiyang glanced at the big fish and shook his head. "I'm afraid I won't be able to eat it this time." Immediately after, "Old man, I'm here because I need your help with something," Yang Ming said sternly. "What is it?" The old man was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, "I want to go to the Forgotten Land." "Go to the Forgotten Land?" The old man frowned. Qin Feiyang nodded. The old man asked suspiciously, "What are you going to do there?" Qin Feiyang said, "I have some personal matters to take care of." The old man pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "That place is not simple. If you don't explain it clearly, this old man will not let you go." "Not simple?" Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat and asked, "Can you tell me, what kind of place is the Forgotten Land?" This old man is not very clear either. "I only heard from the previous mansion master that the Forgotten Land is a very terrifying place. Furthermore, the emperor had personally ordered that no one was allowed to enter the Forgotten Land without his permission." The old man said in a deep voice. "There's such a thing?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. Since the emperor had personally ordered it, then why did Zhu ask him to go to the Forgotten Land to snatch the heavenly thunder flame back then? Wasn't this tantamount to disobeying the emperor's order? One had to know. Disobeying the emperor's order was a capital offense. And after hearing the old man's words, he recalled that Zhu didn't desire the heavenly thunder flames so much back then. Could it be that Zhu didn't ask him to go to the Forgotten Land because of the heavenly thunder flame, but for other reasons? Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, "Old man, I have to go to the Forgotten Land, please make an exception." The old man said, "I can make an exception, but you have to tell this old man the reason." Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Well, I'll tell you, I'm going to the Forgotten Land to investigate Lu Xingqian." Investigate him? The old man was stunned. What did Lu Xingqian have to do with the Forgotten Land? To tell you the truth, after Lu Xingqian entered the imperial capital, he became more mysterious than before, and there were people from the Forgotten Land who came to find him. Qin Feiyang secretly said. "How is that possible?" The old man looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. "I'm telling the truth, I'll tell you the details after I've investigated it, okay?" The old man hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Okay, this old man will let you go." "Thank you, old man." Qin Feiyang was overjoyed, hurriedly cupped his hands and thanked him, and then asked, "By the way, is there only one entrance to the Forgotten Land?" This old man only knows that there is only one entrance in the 9 provinces, but this old man doesn't know about the imperial capital. The old man said. Qin Feiyang nodded thoughtfully and said with a smile, "I understand, there's no time to lose, let's go to the teleportation altar immediately." As he spoke, he opened a portal. "In such a hurry?" The old man was stunned and sighed. "I wanted to have a good chat with you, it seems that we can only wait for the future." After saying that, he stepped into the portal. Qin Feiyang followed behind. In the blink of an eye, the two appeared in the secret chamber below the Butterfly Valley. The old man waved his hand, and his battle aura surged into the teleportation altar. After a while, the teleportation altar shone brightly. Qin Feiyang jumped onto the altar and turned to look at the old man. "If people from the imperial capital come to find me, don't say that I went to the Forgotten Land and that you didn't see me." "What do you mean?" The old man was surprised. But before Qin Feiyang could answer, the altar teleported him away. "What on earth is this kid doing?" The old man muttered suspiciously, then turned and walked out of the secret chamber. But just as he returned to the lake and was about to deal with the big fish, whoosh! One by one, black armored guards descended on the Butterfly Valley. The leader was a man in golden armor, and his aura was soaring to the sky. "Who is it?" The old man suddenly looked up, and his face was full of surprise. Even the weakest of these people was stronger than him. But when he saw the armor on those guards, his face suddenly changed. "Greetings, lords." He hurriedly bowed. He had been to the imperial capital before, so he naturally recognized the clothes of these guards. The man in golden armor said, "I am the commander of the invincible Black Army." The old man's eyes trembled, and he respectfully said, "Greetings, Commander." The commander said, "Are you the guardian of this place?" "Yes, I am," the old man respectfully replied. The commander asked, "Did you see Qin Feiyang come back?" "Qin Feiyang?" The old man's heart skipped a beat, and he suspiciously said, "Isn't Qin Feiyang in the imperial capital?" The commander said, "Not long ago he escaped from the imperial capital." "Escaped?" The old man was surprised and asked, "Why did he escape?" "He killed the current crown prince and the princes. His Majesty has issued an arrest warrant for him. If you don't want to get yourself into trouble, tell me honestly. Did you see him or not?" The Grand Commander asked in a stern voice. "What? That bastard actually caused such a big trouble?" The old man's body and mind trembled. Did this bastard eat a leopard's guts to kill the crown prince and the princes? He couldn't help but struggle in his heart. If he didn't report it, he wouldn't be able to live with his conscience. However, he loved Qin Feiyang more than he hated him. He really couldn't bear to let Qin Feiyang fall into eternal damnation. On one hand, it was justice, and on the other hand, it was personal feelings. He really didn't know how to choose. The commander said in a deep voice, "You haven't spoken for a long time. It seems that you have seen him." No. The old man's face suddenly changed. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Sir, don't misunderstand. I was shocked. How dare he do such a disgraceful thing? This little bastard really has no respect for the law." Obviously, in the end, he still chose to help Qin Feiyang. Isn't that right? It's because of him that the imperial capital is now in chaos. The commander sighed deeply and believed the old man's words. He said, "Since you don't know, then I won't waste my time." He turned to look at the 10 guards standing in the front row behind him and ordered, "Stay here. Once you see Qin Feiyang, kill him without mercy." The 10 guards responded respectfully. After that, the Grand Commander left with the other guards. The old man wiped his cold sweat and was extremely angry. He muttered, "Brat, you better be right. Otherwise, this old man won't forgive you." At the same time, Forgotten Land, Glacier Forest. Qin Feiyang fell into the ice lake again. The lake water was bone-chilling cold. But today was different from the past. With his current cultivation, this cold was no longer a threat to him. At the same time, when Qin Feiyang fell into the ice lake, the ferocious beasts lurking in the ice lake opened their bloody mouths and rushed towards him. Boom! However, Qin Feiyang only released his pressure and the ferocious beasts scattered. But they did not leave. They surrounded in the distance and stared at Qin Feiyang vigilantly. Qin Feiyang stood in the lake. His eyes flashed slightly and he dived towards the bottom of the lake. So, he saw the snow python again. It was dozens of meters long and its whole body was as white as jade. Just like the last time he saw it, it was sleeping. However, Qin Feiyang still couldn't see through the snow python's cultivation. How strong is it? Looking at the snow python, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but have a trace of suspicion in his eyes. A moment later, he decisively turned and rushed towards the lake. It was better not to provoke such a terrifying existence. Boom! After a few breaths, a huge wave was set off on the lake. Qin Feiyang rushed out and stood above the ice lake, scanning the surroundings. In the sky, snow was falling. The cold current roared in the void. On the ground, it was all snow white. After so many years, this glacier didn't change much. I'm here again. Chapter 742. After leaving the ice lake, Qin Feiyang landed on the peak of an ice mountain. With a wave of his hand, Mu Qing appeared out of thin air with Mu Shui in her arms. Qin Feiyang said, "I've come to the Forgotten Land as you wished. What's next?" Next, as Mu Qing said this, she suddenly looked behind Qin Feiyang and bowed. "Greetings, Tower Master." "Tower Master?" Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled and he hurriedly turned his head to look. But there was no trace of the tower master behind him. Qin Feiyang immediately realized that he had been tricked and hurriedly turned to look at Mu Qing. At that moment, Mu Qing had already opened a teleportation gate and walked into it. My mission is to bring you to the Forgotten Land. Everything else has nothing to do with me. After saying this, Mu Qing disappeared without a trace. Damn it. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He did not expect to be tricked by this person again. With a wave of his hand, Wolf King, Fatso, and the pangolin appeared. Hee boss, I didn't expect you to have such a day. As soon as Fatso appeared, he laughed sinisterly. Get lost. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, if I remember correctly, the Lu tribe is outside the glacier? The battle kings in the tribe were all killed by us. You want to eliminate the source of the trouble? Fatso looked at him in surprise. It's just a small tribe. Do you have to go through so much trouble? My targets are the Ziyang tribe, the Ming Wang tribe, and the Black Tortoise tribe. Qin Feiyang said. At the mention of these three tribes, the long-sealed memories rushed out of his mind. Back then, on the eve of leaving the Forgotten Land, the three leaders of the Ziyang tribe, the Ming Wang tribe, and the Black Tortoise tribe almost killed them. If Wolf King hadn't taken the Juku Yellow Dragon pill at the critical moment, if it wasn't for the mysterious lady saving them, they would have already turned into white bones. It didn't matter if he didn't come here. It was all in the past anyway. But since he was here, he had to settle the score. Fatso, Wolf King, and the pangolin also recalled these events, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. Qin Feiyang said, go to the three major tribes immediately. I want them to disappear. What about you? Wolf King asked. I'll go to White Fox City. Once you're done, come to White Fox City to look for me. Qin Feiyang said. Why are we going to White Fox City? Have you forgotten that the mysterious madam is in White Fox City? Fatso and Wolf King's expressions changed. Of course not. I'm going there this time to see her. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he opened a teleportation gate and walked in. Is our boss crazy? Fatso turned to look at Wolf King and the pangolin with bewilderment. He should be crazy. Wolf King nodded. Who cares if he's crazy or not? I can't control the desolate power in my body anyway. The pangolin chuckled. Fatso and Wolf King looked at it in surprise and a sinister smile appeared in their eyes. Let's split up, the Wolf King said. Then, each of them opened a portal and walked in. Purple Sun Tribe. After so many years, this famous tribe was still as prosperous as before. Swoosh! A palm-sized beast shadow suddenly descended in the sky above the Purple Sun Tribe. It was Wolf King. Wolf King stood against the wind and swept his gaze below. He chuckled and shouted, Old thing, come out and die. His voice was like a bell that reverberated in all directions. Who is it? In front of the gate of the tribe, there were two burly men wearing black leopard skin windbreakers. They looked very impressive. Hearing Wolf King's shout, they immediately looked up at Wolf King with cold eyes. You don't even remember Lord Wolf. Your memory is too bad, isn't it? Wolf King snorted coldly and stretched out his little paw. A powerless pressure immediately surged out. Ah! Before the two burly men could react, they screamed and blood splattered on the spot. Who dares to cause trouble in my Purple Sun Tribe? They must be tired of living. For a moment, following a series of angry roars, people wearing animal skins rushed out from the tribe below. So many people want to die? All right, I'll fulfill your wishes. Wolf King's killing intent surged. He pointed his paw in the air and a bright battle chi roared out. Wherever the battle chi went, the people of the Purple Sun Tribe died one by one like ants. Blood rained down and dyed the sky red. Who is it? Suddenly, a fierce roar exploded. A skinny middle-aged man flew up into the sky and glared at Wolf King. On the left side of his face, there was a scar like a centipede. It was extremely ferocious. That's right. This man was the leader of the Purple Sun Tribe. You're finally out. Wolf King grinned and looked at the leader of the Purple Sun Tribe. He shook his head and sighed. Sigh, when we left that year, you were already a 9-star combat emperor. Now you're still a 9-star combat emperor. Why are you so useless? That you're? The leader of the Purple Sun tribe raised his eyebrows and suddenly thought of something. He shouted in anger, "It's you!" Wolf King laughed. "That's right, it's me, your Lord Wolf." The leader of the Purple Sun tribe's face twisted and his eyes were filled with hatred. He said, "Where's Qin Feiyang, that little bastard?" Although on the surface, the Purple Sun tribe was still as prosperous as before. In fact, after losing the alchemy fire, the overall strength of the tribe had dropped by a level. And all of this was caused by Qin Feiyang and the bastard in front of him. Little bastard? Wolf King's eyes turned cold and said, "Old bastard, today we'll settle our old scores." After saying that terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire Purple Sun tribe. So strong? How many years has it been? How did it become so terrifying? The leader of the Purple Sun tribe glared at him in disbelief. At the same time, in the sky above the Black Tortoise tribe, the pangolin returned to his original form. He was like a towering mountain with a ferocious aura that intimidated everyone. In front of him stood a 2-meter-tall burly man. His cultivation was also a 9-star combat emperor. And this burly man was the leader of the Black Tortoise tribe. The pangolin looked at the leader of the Black Tortoise tribe with disdain and said, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" Impossible, however, the leader of the Black Tortoise tribe shook his head as if he didn't hear what the pangolin said. "Nothing is impossible. You can only blame yourselves for provoking us in the past." The pangolin sneered. The same thing was happening in the sky above the Bright King tribe. A middle-aged man in white stood in the sky and stared at Fatso in shock. This man was about 1.75 meters tall and had white hair at his temples. He gave off a sense of vicissitudes. He was the leader of the Bright King tribe, Luo Guang. You didn't expect this, did you? The insignificant person who was comparable to an ant in your eyes has now grown to the point where even you can only look up to him. Fatso chuckled. Luo Guang's pupils contracted and he asked with difficulty, "What is your cultivation level now?" 3-star combat grandmaster. Fatso said. Luo Guang's face turned pale with fright. Fatso sneered and said, "Go to hell and repent slowly." After that, he waved his hand and the black dragon battle chi roared in the sky and charged towards Luo Guang. At the same time, White Fox City. Although the city wasn't big, it had been around for a long time. Qin Feiyang didn't conceal himself and landed in the sky above the governor's mansion. "Who is it?" Suddenly, an old man's roar rang out from below. Following closely, 2 figures flew up into the sky and stared at Qin Feiyang in bewilderment. One of them was a tall and sturdy man. He wore a black beast skin and emitted a wild aura. The other person was an old man. The clothes on his body were actually made of snake skin. He was skinny and looked a little scary. Both of their cultivations were at the 7-star combat grandmaster. Looking at the 2 of them, Qin Feiyang looked surprised and asked, "You guys aren't dead yet?" Their faces darkened. Old Man Snakeskin said angrily, "Who the hell are you? What are you doing here?" "You don't remember?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. How long had he been gone, and he had already forgotten about him. However, Qin Feiyang was no stranger to these 2 people. The 2 of them were the leaders of the tribes near White Fox City. Back then, they had even joined forces with him to deal with the Meng family. However, unfortunately, they were controlled by the mysterious lady with a slave seal. At that time, they even offered the tribe's pill fire to him, which allowed the Nether Devil Flame to rise to the 3rd grade. He still remembered that there was an old woman at that time, who was also the leader of a nearby tribe. However, she was later killed by the mysterious lady because she contradicted her. However, the cultivation of these 2 people was far beyond his expectations. If he remembered correctly, these 2 people were only 5-star combat emperors at that time. But how many years had it been? They actually broke through 2 small realms in a row? This kind of speed was nothing to him. However, for ordinary people, it was incredible. Looking at the 2 of them, Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "You still don't remember?" The 2 of them looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, the burly man's gaze trembled and said, You're Qin Fei Yang. When Old Man Snakeskin heard this, his stooped body couldn't help but tremble. Yes. Qin Fei Yang nodded and smiled. Old Man Snakeskin immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, young master." Young master? Qin Fei Yang was stunned. He didn't expect to have the chance to hear this title. The burly man was also stunned. Then he said in a low voice, "What are you doing? Did you forget the lady's order? He is no longer the young master." That year, the lady said that if she saw Qin Fei Yang again, he would be an enemy. Old Man Snakeskin seemed to have just woken up from a dream. His face darkened and he said, "I didn't expect you to dare to come back." "Why not?" Qin Fei Yang smiled faintly. "That year, when you robbed the Ziyang tribe, Mingwang tribe, and Black Tortoise tribe, the lady took a great risk to save you. But what about you? You're ungrateful and sneaked away? I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. The lady has already decided to kill you. This time, I guarantee that you won't be able to return." The two of them sneered. Decided to kill. Chapter 743. You still dare to come and see Madam. I really admire your courage. Follow us if you're not afraid of death. Old Man Snakeskin and the burly man sneered, then turned around and dived down. Qin Fei Yang pursed his lips and followed behind the two unhurriedly with a faint smile. There was a garden below, covering an area of about 1,000 feet and covered with a layer of pure white snow. On one side of the garden, there was a large hall. It was tall and majestic, emitting an ancient aura. At the door, there were many guards wearing leopard fur coats, standing straight with spirited eyes. Qin Fei Yang and the other two landed in front of the hall one after another. "Greetings to the two lords." Those guards immediately bowed to the burly man and the burly man. Qin Fei Yang teased, "You're pretty impressive." "Shut up." Old Man Snakeskin shouted coldly, then said to the burly man, "You guard outside, I'll bring him in." The burly man nodded. "Follow me." Old Man Snakeskin said to Qin Fei Yang without turning his head, then strode into the hall. Indeed, he has the potential to be a watchdog. Qin Fei Yang looked at the burly man with a mocking gaze, then entered the hall. The burly man clenched his fists, staring at Qin Fei Yang, his whole body emitting a shocking killing intent. A guard next to him asked in a low voice, "Lord, is he really Qin Fei Yang?" The burly man nodded. "Idol." Those guards' eyes were filled with worship. But looking at everyone's reaction, the burly man raised his eyebrows, and his expression became gloomier. More importantly, the guards next to him didn't notice and kept whispering to each other. It said that Qin Fei Yang's group not only robbed the Purple Sun tribe, Bright King tribe, and Black Tortoise tribe's pillfires, but also plundered their treasure vaults. It can be said that he's famous. I've also heard of this. Furthermore, this Qin Fei Yang was once taken in as a personal disciple by the Pill Tower's Tower Master. If I remember correctly, the old patriarch also died at the hands of this Qin Fei Yang. Tisk, this guy is really fierce. I truly never expected that we would have the opportunity to meet him in person. Hearing these discussions, the burly man's eyes became more and more hazy. Shut up. In the end, he abruptly turned his head, glanced at the guards, and gloomily said, "If I hear the name Qin Fei Yang again, don't blame me for being merciless." The guards shrank their necks and immediately fell silent. Their eyes were filled with fear. Meanwhile, Qin Fei Yang followed behind Old Man Snakeskin and went straight to the second floor of the main hall. In front of a door, Old Man Snakeskin raised his arm and gently knocked on the door. He said respectfully, "Master, Qin Fei Yang is back." Bang! Before his voice died away, the door in front of Qin Fei Yang and Old Man Snakeskin was smashed into pieces by a huge force. Old Man Snakeskin was startled and instinctively retreated. Following that, a beautiful woman appeared at the door like lightning. She was wearing a mink fur coat, and her long black hair was tied up high, looking graceful and luxurious. That's right, it was the mysterious lady. She stood at the door, staring at Qin Fei Yang. Her face was full of anger and killing intent. Seeing this, Old Man Snakeskin next to her couldn't help but gloat. But Qin Feiyang was very calm, and without the slightest fear, he said with a smile, "Senior, I know you miss me very much, but you don't have to be so excited." Old man Snakeskin immediately staggered and fell flat on his face. Was there something wrong with this person's brain? How dare he flirt with the lady? Looking at old man Snakeskin's embarrassed appearance, the anger in the beautiful woman's heart rose. She shouted, "Useless trash, get out." Old man Snakeskin's body trembled, and he hurriedly rolled and crawled downstairs. The beautiful woman looked at Qin Feiyang with a bone-chilling gaze and said, "You still dare to come back?" Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, "I didn't do anything wrong, why wouldn't I dare to come back?" Finished. Without waiting for the beautiful woman to speak, he walked into the beautiful woman's room and glanced around. After so many years, the layout here hadn't changed much. The beautiful woman frowned, turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, "Then that year, why did you run away?" The leaders of the 3 tribes, the city lord of Sky Thunder City, and the tower master of Pill Tower, all wanted to destroy me. How could I not run away? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Is that so? But why do I remember that you were already out of danger at that time? The beautiful woman's gaze was unkind. What a difficult woman. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but have a headache and said helplessly, "Well, I admit, at that time we chose to run away, was indeed to get rid of your control." The beautiful woman said, "I'm afraid this is only one aspect." Qin Feiyang was startled and asked suspiciously, "Senior, why do you say that? Don't play dumb with me, you're not from the Forgotten Land at all. According to my speculation, the reason you came to the Forgotten Land last time should be for the flame of heavenly thunder. Am I wrong?" The beautiful woman said. Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. This woman's brain was terrifying, right? "Tell me, who exactly are you? What is your purpose in coming to the Forgotten Land this time?" The beautiful woman said. "Then can you tell me, who are you? You have to know, even the imperial capital of the Great Qin Empire doesn't have many perfect battle arts. But back then, you gave us 7 perfect battle arts. 7 perfect battle arts, what kind of concept is that? I think your background must not be simple either." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly and asked back, "You still remember that I gave you 7 perfect battle arts, such a great kindness, and you're repaying me like this?" The beautiful woman was so angry that she laughed. "Of course we haven't forgotten your great kindness, otherwise I wouldn't have come to visit you as soon as I came to the Forgotten Land." Qin Feiyang smiled. The beautiful woman's face darkened, and she said angrily, "Stop talking nonsense, answer my question." "Alright, I'll tell you the truth, this time I came to the Forgotten Land for the flame of heavenly thunder. As for my identity, I'm just a nobody, there's no need to talk about it." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Really?" The beautiful woman looked at him suspiciously. "More real than a pearl." Qin Feiyang nodded. The beautiful woman pondered for a while and nodded. "All right, I'll believe you for now, but you didn't come to visit me just to see me, right?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. "I really can't hide anything from Senior's eyes. Actually, I came to ask for Senior's help." "I can't help you. Because now, I don't want to be enemies with the Pill Tower," the beautiful woman said with a hint of fear in her tone. Qin Feiyang was a little puzzled. That year, this person was able to save them from the Tower Master's hands, which was enough to show that her strength was not weaker than the Tower Master. Since she had such strength, what was there to be afraid of? The beautiful woman did not explain and said, "I also advise you to give up on the idea of snatching the flame of heavenly thunder, because it will bring you endless trouble." Qin Feiyang frowned. The beautiful woman said, "Believe me, I'm not trying to scare you." "This?" Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment and smiled. "Let me think about it. All right, there's one more thing that I need Senior's help with." "What is it?" The beautiful woman was puzzled. Qin Feiyang's mind moved, and a cluster of pill fire appeared. It was the cluster of 5th grade pill fire that he snatched from the pill hall. 5th grade pill fire? The beautiful woman was quite surprised. Qin Feiyang said calmly, "Senior, can you help me erase the blood contract inside?" "Let me see." The beautiful woman waved her hand, and battle chi gushed out, rushing towards the pill fire. This blood contract. Immediately. A look of shock appeared on the beautiful woman's face. Swish. She raised her head to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Who is the original owner of this pill fire?" Qin Feiyang said vaguely, "An expert that I can't afford to offend." "You can't afford to offend him, and you even snatched the pill fire from him?" The beautiful woman looked at him in disbelief. "I'm lucky." Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. "I don't believe that you have such good luck. This blood contract, I can erase it, but I have a condition." The beautiful woman said. "What?" "It can be erased." Qin Feiyang was secretly shocked. One had to know. The owner of this cluster of pill fire was the hall master of the Divine Palace Pill Hall. This person's cultivation had definitely surpassed the battle master. Since the beautiful woman was so confident, could it be that she was even stronger than the hall master of the pill hall? He began to regret. If he knew that the beautiful woman was so ridiculously strong, he wouldn't have come back even if he was beaten to death. After calming down a little from the shock in his heart, he asked, "What conditions?" The beautiful woman said, "Continue to follow me." "This?" Qin Feiyang hesitated for a while and nodded. "That's not a problem." The family behind Mu Qing was scary and mysterious. If he was alone, he might not be able to find anything. If he had the beautiful woman's help, he might be able to get twice the result with half the effort. At the very least, even if the beautiful woman couldn't help much in this matter, she could still protect him at the crucial moment. That meant that he had a strong backer. "Don't agree too early. I have a condition from before, you must be controlled by the slave seal." The beautiful woman said. This kid was too cunning. If there wasn't the slave seal, the situation a few years ago might happen again. After hearing that, Qin Feiyang instantly frowned. The reason why the old snakeskin and the muscular man were so loyal to the beautiful woman was because they were controlled by the slave seal. Moreover, he still remembered clearly that the beautiful woman said that once one was controlled by the slave seal, she could kill someone from 1,000 miles away with just a thought. In other words, as long as one was controlled by the slave seal, no matter where one ran, they wouldn't be able to escape from the beautiful woman's palm. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and kept the alchemy fire. He shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I don't like being controlled." After that, Qin Feiyang turned around and left without hesitation. And he ran away in a hurry. In the past, he only felt that the woman was strong, but not scary. However, when he heard that this person could actually erase the blood contract in the alchemy fire, he immediately realized that this was an existence that he couldn't afford to offend. However, unexpectedly, the beautiful woman didn't stop him. She just silently watched Qin Feiyang leave. Chapter 744. Qin Feiyang ran out of the hall as if he was running for his life. Seeing that the beautiful woman did not chase after him, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. But immediately after, a trace of suspicion crept into his eyes. If the beautiful woman forced him to stay, he would not have a chance to escape. He might not even be able to enter the castle. But why did she not stop him? He came out alive? At the same time, seeing Qin Feiyang run out unscathed, the burly man and the others were surprised. "Are you disappointed?" Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully and rushed into the sky without looking back. "Qin Feiyang, how dare you come back?" But suddenly, a furious roar filled with resentment sounded from below. Before the voice finished, a middle-aged man in a tiger fur coat rushed into the sky with a monstrous murderous aura. Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at this person suspiciously. Suddenly, he revealed a look of realization. This person was the Meng family's patriarch, Meng Yiping. Meng Yiping stared at him with resentment and said, "Since you're here, don't think about leaving." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Meng Yiping said, "I don't have the strength, but the madam does." "Then do you know that I've already met the madam?" Qin Feiyang said playfully. Meng Yiping was shocked and lowered his head to look at the burly man and the others. The burly man nodded. "That's impossible. The madam clearly said that you're an enemy when she sees you in the future. Why would she let you go?" Meng Yiping's eyes were filled with disbelief. Whoosh! It was also at this moment that 3 figures appeared out of thin air above White Fox City. It was Fatso, Wolf King, and the pangolin. After washing the 3 major tribes with blood, there was no trace of blood on their bodies. However, because of the previous massacre, they were emitting a shocking murderous aura. Oh, it's quite lively. The pangolin chuckled and landed beside Qin Feiyang. He looked at Meng Yiping and said in surprise, "You're not dead yet?" Meng Yiping's face sank. It really is as the old saying goes. Good people don't live long, but disasters live for 1,000 years. However, since I'm here, I'll be a good person and send you off. Killing intent flashed across the pangolin's eyes as it stretched out its claws, releasing a roaring battle chi. Don't attack. Qin Feiyang's expression changed and he hurriedly stopped the pangolin. But it was too late. Meng Yiping was killed on the spot by the battle chi, and not even his corpse was left behind. All that was left was a blood-curdling scream that reverberated between heaven and earth for a long time. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at the pangolin angrily and said, "What are you doing? Are you addicted to killing?" The pangolin was stunned. It looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion and asked, "Can I kill it?" Previously, when it saw Qin Feiyang and Meng Yiping confronting each other in the air, it thought that Qin Feiyang and the madam had completely fallen out. Therefore, it killed Meng Yiping without saying a word. But now, looking at Qin Feiyang's reaction, it didn't seem to be the case. Of course not. Qin Feiyang glared at it angrily and immediately opened a portal. "Let's go!" He anxiously shouted and rushed toward the portal. Bang! However, before he could enter the portal, a terrifying pressure erupted from the large dot below. In an instant, that oppressive aura swept across the sky, firmly imprisoning the few of them in the air. What a strong pressure! What's the situation? Fatso and Wolf King were surprised. Then, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, the beautiful woman rushed out of the hall and landed in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. Her face was full of anger. This pressure is hers? Fatso, Wolf King, and the pangolin's eyes almost popped out. They had long guessed that this woman was very strong, but they didn't expect her to be so ridiculously strong. They had to be clear. Right now, they had already opened the 5th level of the Gate of Potential, and the pressure of the War Master could hardly restrain them. Unless it was a war sage. Qin Feiyang's face was also ashen and said, "Now that you know, why didn't I let you kill Meng Yiping? Why didn't you say so earlier?" The pangolin was furious. Qin Feiyang said angrily, "I wanted to say it, but did you give me the chance?" The Wolf King roared anxiously, "Can you all stop talking nonsense? Quickly think of a way." "I have no choice," Qin Feiyang said weakly. This pressure was too strong. Being imprisoned here, they couldn't even enter the castle. What else could they do? Moreover, even if they could enter the castle as long as this madam stayed here, it would be enough to trap them to death. Qin Feiyang, "Oh Qin Feiyang, I have already let you go, and I have also let bygones be bygones. I didn't expect that you would actually kill my people. How amazing! Now tell me, how should I deal with you?" At the same time, the beautiful woman looked at the 2 men and 2 beasts, her eyes frighteningly cold. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled, and he hurriedly said, "Senior, this is an accident." Yes. An accident. The pangolin, Fatso, and Wolf King also nodded. Accident? The beautiful woman smiled coldly, placed her hands in front of her chest, and quickly formed a seal. Wang! In an instant, 4 palm-sized pentagrams flew out from between her hands. They shone brightly and emitted an obscure aura. This is the enslavement seal. The 2 men and 2 beasts' expressions changed. "Wait," Qin Feiyang hurriedly said. "What is it?" The beautiful woman looked at him coldly. Qin Feiyang said, "Please let them go, just control me." "Do you think that's possible?" The beautiful woman teased. Qin Feiyang said, "They are all my followers, loyal and devoted. As long as I am controlled, they are also controlled by you." "Impossible." The beautiful woman shook her head and refused. And she didn't say any more nonsense. With a wave of her hand, the 4 pentagrams flew towards the top of the heads of the 2 men and 2 beasts. If you don't agree, even if I am controlled by you, I will commit suicide on the spot. Qin Feiyang roared. The beautiful woman frowned and looked deeply at Qin Feiyang. In the end, with a thought, the 3 enslavement seals disintegrated in an instant. All right, I'll do as you wish and let them go. I'll only control you. But in the future, you'd better behave yourself. With that, she waved her hand, and the enslavement seal turned into a stream of light, instantly rushing into the top of Qin Feiyang's head. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Immediately, Qin Feiyang's mind seemed to explode with thunder. He felt as if his sea of consciousness was being torn apart. That intense pain caused his body and mind to tremble, and his face to distort. Moreover, although he couldn't see the situation in his sea of consciousness, he could clearly feel that his soul was being devoured by the enslavement seal. Seeing this, Fatso said anxiously, "We can't let Boss be controlled by her, Brother Wolf. Can you think of a way?" Wolf King said angrily, "If Brother had a way, he would have acted long ago. Why would he wait until now?" The pangolin at the side was full of self-blame. If it wasn't for its recklessness, all of this wouldn't have happened. It was it who harmed Qin Feiyang. At this time, Qin Feiyang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. "Damn it! Fat Lord, fight it out with her." Fatso was so anxious that his eyes turned red and he was about to lose his mind. But at this time, strands of black light suddenly blossomed from Qin Feiyang's forehead. Immediately, Fatso, Wolf King, the pangolin, and the beautiful woman all looked at the black light in surprise. At the same time, the moment the black light appeared, Qin Feiyang felt that the pain from his sea of consciousness had disappeared. Moreover, he could also sense that there was a mysterious force that trapped the enslavement seal in his sea of consciousness. What's the situation? He was a little stunned. Just when they were puzzled, the beautiful woman's body suddenly trembled, and a trace of blood actually flowed out from the corner of her mouth. And the pressure that trapped Qin Feiyang and the others also disappeared in an instant. What's going on? This sudden situation caused Qin Feiyang and the others to be extremely shocked. How is this possible? I actually suffered a backlash. At the same time, the beautiful woman also looked at Qin Feiyang in shock, as if she had seen a ghost. Ha, this is retribution. Fatso and Wolf King suddenly laughed out loud. Although they didn't understand what was going on, seeing the beautiful woman suffer a big loss made them feel very happy. What are you laughing at? Qin Feiyang secretly shouted. Fatso quivered and immediately opened another teleportation door. Then the 2 men and 2 beasts fled for their lives. By the time the beautiful woman came back to her senses, they had already been teleported away. Damn it! The beautiful woman's face was gloomy as she shouted, "You two come up." Old Man Snakeskin and the burly man looked at each other and hurriedly soared into the sky, standing respectfully in front of the beautiful woman. They should be going to Sky Thunder City. You two immediately go to Sky Thunder City and guard it. Once you find their whereabouts, immediately report to me. In addition, they might change their appearance. When you reach Sky Thunder City, immediately release the news. At that time, the people of Sky Thunder City will naturally use the Heaven's Ice Stone to investigate. The beautiful woman said. The 2 respectfully replied and opened the teleportation door to leave. Originally, I saw that you had some value and wanted to keep you, but I didn't expect you to have the ability to resist my slave seal. Looks like I have to kill you. The beautiful woman looked at the teleportation door that disappeared and muttered to herself. Her eyes flashed with shocking killing intent. Glacier Forest. Above an ice mountain, Qin Feiyang and the rest appeared out of thin air. They all had a frightened look. A moment later, the pangolin walked to Qin Feiyang and lowered his head. "I'm sorry, I'm the one who harmed you. If you want to hit or scold me, just come. I won't fight back." "Then I'll really hit you?" Qin Feiyang frowned and said with a straight face. "Hit me." The pangolin nodded. Looking at the pangolin's face, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but find it funny. He shook his head and said, "Forget it. Take this as a lesson. Remember not to be so reckless in the future. Then, he added, at the end of the day, this is actually my fault. If I didn't insist on meeting her, this wouldn't have happened. The pangolin was stunned and smiled. Thank you. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Fatso asked, Boss, Fat Lord is puzzled. Why do you insist on meeting her? This woman is mysterious and unpredictable. For us, she's always a hidden danger. So, I want to see her attitude and test her strength. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? Qin Feiyang was quite distressed. Chapter 745. But fortunately, there was no danger. But here came the question. Just now, what was the black light that emerged from the glabella? Qin Feiyang touched the glabella and didn't find anything strange. Fatso and Wolf King also looked at Qin Feiyang's glabella suspiciously. At that time, when the slave seal entered Qin Feiyang's skull, they were almost desperate. But they didn't expect that at the critical moment, a black light would suddenly appear, not only resisting the slave seal's devouring, but also causing the beautiful woman to suffer a backlash. Wasn't this too bizarre? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, and suddenly his eyes were filled with surprise. Could it be the ancient castle? Because only the ancient castle was stored in the glabella. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang's mind moved, and the ancient castle rushed out from the glabella. It was palm-sized, dark all over, and exuded an ancient aura. But next to the ancient castle, there was something else. This was a pentagram, imprisoned by wisps of black light. It was the slave seal. Did the ancient castle really help me? Qin Feiyang was extremely surprised. All along, the impression that the ancient castle gave him was just a space treasure that could be used to hide. But he didn't expect it to have such a terrifying power. It seemed that, as Lu Xingchen said, this ancient castle was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. At the same time, Fatso, Wolf King, and the pangolin also stared at the ancient castle and the slave seal, full of disbelief. After a while, everyone came back to their senses. Fatty immediately asked in confusion, Boss, why do you think this ancient castle would imprison the enslavement seal? I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head and raised his hand to touch the slave seal tentatively. As a result, he was shocked to find that this slave seal gave him a sense of familiarity. What's going on? Qin Feiyang frowned. But just when he was puzzled, the ancient castle with the slave seal took the initiative to rush into Qin Feiyang's glabella. Following closely, Qin Feiyang felt a huge amount of information surging into his mind. This is, immediately. His gaze shook, and then he hurriedly sat down cross-legged in space and closed his eyes. His expression gradually fell into a peaceful state. At first glance, it looked as if it had fallen into a deep slumber. What's going on? Fatso and Wolf King looked at each other. They had no idea what Qin Feiyang was doing. The pangolin whispered, Do you want to ask? Don't. Fatso stretched out his hand to stop it and said in a low voice, Boss' current situation should be related to the enslavement seal. It's best that we don't disturb him. Yes. If there is any danger, he will definitely ask us for help. Wolf King nodded. Fatso and Wolf King stood around Qin Feiyang, protecting Qin Feiyang. Originally, they thought that Qin Feiyang would wake up soon, but as the days passed, Qin Feiyang showed no signs of waking up. What's going on? The pangolin couldn't help but start to worry. Don't worry. Looking at his smooth breathing and stable aura, it shouldn't be like some kind of hidden danger. Fatso looked up and down at Qin Feiyang and whispered. Finally, seeing that Qin Feiyang hadn't woken up, they all sat cross-legged in the air and began to cultivate. Time flew by. A month passed. Early in the morning, Qin Feiyang, who had been motionless, suddenly raised his hands and placed them in front of his chest to form a seal. His movements were very complicated, and his speed was very slow. But as time passed, his speed became faster and faster, and there was an obscure aura that spread out from his hands. No one knew how much time had passed. Buzz. Finally, the void twisted, and a palm-sized pentagram appeared between his hands, radiating a dazzling light. Hearing the commotion, Fatso and Wolf King opened their eyes one after another. When they saw the pentagram, their eyes widened. Wasn't this the slavery seal? Qin Feiyang could actually form the slavery seal. Was this a joke? Swoosh. Right at this moment, Qin Feiyang suddenly opened his eyes and two beams of light burst out. Fatso asked in surprise, "Boss, what's going on? How do you know the slavery seal?" Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso and lowered his head to look at the slavery seal floating in front of him with a hint of shock in his eyes. A moment later, with a wave of his hand, the slavery seal dissipated. He looked at Fatso and Wolf King and smiled. "This is all thanks to the castle." The man and the two beasts were even more puzzled. Qin Feiyang asked, "How long has it been?" Fatso said, "A month." "So fast?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Wolf King urged impatiently, Hey, little Qin Zi, don't keep us in suspense, okay?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Do you remember a month ago, the castle took the initiative to rush into my glabella with the slavery seal?" The man and the two beasts nodded. "After the castle and the slavery seal entered my glabella, I immediately felt a huge amount of information pouring into my mind." At this point, Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously and said, "Take a guess. What do you think the contents of this information are?" "Slavery seal?" Wolf King raised his eyebrows and asked. "It's the slavery seal. And it's the cultivation method of the slavery seal, as well as the method to break it," Qin Feiyang said. "What?" Hearing it, Fatso and Wolf King were dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang continued, "At that time, I also felt that it was inconceivable, so I immediately comprehended it. I didn't expect that I would really succeed." The man and the two beasts looked at each other. What Qin Feiyang said, in their eyes, felt like a fantasy story. It was too unreal. Fatso asked, "Then what exactly is this slavery seal?" "The slavery seal is to forcefully control a person's soul and sign a master and servant contract. And once the soul is controlled, unless the master takes the initiative to remove it, the slavery seal will remain for the rest of your life. But the slavery seal also has a fatal flaw, and that is that it can only control creatures of the same realm as itself, as well as creatures of a lower cultivation base than itself. For example, I can only control people below the 4-star War Master level." Qin Feiyang said. "What if their cultivation base is higher than yours?" Wolf King asked. "If their cultivation base is higher than mine, they will suffer from a backlash. And the higher the other party's cultivation base, the more serious the backlash will be. It will even hurt my own soul," Qin Feiyang said. Fatso said, "In that case, the slavery seal is actually a double-edged sword?" "That's right. But as long as you successfully control the other party, you will be a slave for life." Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. TSK. I didn't expect this castle to be so powerful." Fatso was speechless. "Yeah, I didn't expect the castle to have this ability either. Actually, the slavery seal is very profound, but the castle seems to have broken it down. Many complicated things have become very simple. Without its help, I'm afraid that even after a few more years, I wouldn't be able to comprehend it." As Qin Feiyang said this, with a thought, the castle appeared once again. Looking at the castle, the two men and the two beasts sighed. Wolf King said with a sneaky smile, "Speaking of which, we can be considered to have profited from a disaster this time." "That's right. That woman definitely wouldn't have dreamed that Boss would be able to control the slavery seal so easily." Fatso chuckled. He really wanted to tell that woman now and see what kind of expression she would have. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, put away the castle and said, "Let's go. It's time to go to Sky Thunder City." Fatso was stunned and said in surprise, "You really plan to snatch the Sky Thunder Flame?" "If there's a chance, I definitely won't miss it. But my main goal is still Mu Qing," Qin Feiyang said. "What does this have to do with Mu Qing?" Wolf King was puzzled. "Of course it has something to do with it. Think about it, since Mu Qing has such a terrifying family background, why did he go to the Pill Tower back then?" Qin Feiyang said. Fatso said in realization, "That's right, back then he and Mu Shui entered the Pill Tower with you. And with his family background, there's indeed no need to enter the Pill Tower." So, he must have entered the pill tower back then with some purpose. We can follow this clue and find him. I believe that we will be able to find him sooner or later. Qin Feiyang sneered, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Sky Thunder City. Outside the city, wind and snow covered, and the cold current was bone-piercing. However, it was warm inside the city. All of this was because of the Sky Thunder Flame. The heat emitted by the heavenly thunder flame prevented the cold currents from invading. This city, which was not very big, was like a paradise. However, this paradise was currently in an uproar. Just a month ago, not long after Fatso and Wolf King massacred the 3 major tribes, this matter spread in Sky Thunder City. In addition to being shocked, everyone was speculating who massacred the 3 major tribes. Because of this matter, the city lord of Sky Thunder City even personally went to the 3 major tribes to investigate. But after a round of investigation, he did not find anything suspicious in the ruins of the 3 major tribes. But not long after, a piece of news suddenly came from Sky Thunder City. Qin Feiyang was back. Hearing this name, everyone in the Sky Thunder City instantly boiled over. Of course, they remembered this name, and it was hard to forget. Even for most people, the 3 words Qin Feiyang was a nightmare. And after the city lord learned of this matter, he immediately ordered to strictly investigate everyone who entered and left the city. At the same time, he was also looking forward to Qin Feiyang's arrival, because the debt from back then had not been settled yet. Moreover, he was already suspecting that the people who massacred the 3 major tribes might be Qin Feiyang's group. In the sky outside the city, goose feather heavy snow floated. The ground was covered in white snow. A young man wearing tiger skin walked alone on a small path outside the city. He was about 1.75 meters tall, his body was thin, his appearance was very ordinary, and his aura was not strong. Even if someone brushed past him, they would not take a second look at him. But if one observed carefully, they would find that this person's eyes were deep, revealing a kind of sharpness that ordinary people could not compare to. And at the same time, this young man also turned a blind eye to the pedestrians coming and going. He curiously looked at the surrounding scenery with a faint smile on his face. However, when this young man saw the situation at the city gate, his pupils shrank slightly with a trace of surprise. Outside the city gate, there was a long line of hundreds of people. And on both sides of the city gate, there were more than 10 guards, each of them holding a Heaven's Eye stone. Chapter 746. What's going on? The young man couldn't help but stop and look at the city gate suspiciously. Suddenly, the young man grabbed the arm of a burly man and asked doubtfully, "Brother, what happened in Sky Thunder City? Why is the security so tight?" This burly man had just come out of the city. Hearing the young man's question, the burly man was stunned and asked, "You're not from Sky Thunder City?" The young man laughed. "No wonder you don't know." The burly man nodded in realization and asked again, "Then have you heard of Qin Feiyang?" "Qin Feiyang?" The young man pondered for a moment and shook his head. "No." "What? You haven't even heard of Qin Feiyang?" The burly man was slightly stunned. He looked at the young man's eyes with a trace of contempt. Seeing this, the young man touched his nose and looked at the burly man suspiciously. He asked, "Brother, is this Qin Feiyang very famous?" "Nonsense. Those guards are making such a big fuss because of this Qin Feiyang. Do you think he's famous?" The burly man said disdainfully. Hearing this, the young man raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Brother, can you tell me in detail? I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. If you want to know, go ask someone else." The burly man glanced at the young man coldly and turned to leave. Looking at the back of the burly man, the young man frowned and turned to look at the city gate. "For me? Could it be that they already know that I was the one who massacred the 3 tribes?" The young man muttered, "That's right. This person was Qin Feiyang. As for Fatso and Wolf King, they were both in seclusion in the castle. Before he came to the Sky Thunder City, he had considered many factors, so he changed his appearance. But he didn't expect that they would use the Heaven's Eye stone to check. Now, it was obviously impossible to enter from the city gate. However, Don't forget that he had stayed in Sky Thunder City before and knew the coordinates of the city. Immediately, he turned and strode away, walking into a small forest. Then, he opened the portal and appeared in front of the Spring Rain Inn. Qin Feiyang was no stranger to Spring Rain Inn. He remembered that when he first came to Sky Thunder City, it was the Pill Pagoda's assessment and all the restaurants in Sky Thunder City were full. At that time, he couldn't find a restaurant to stay in. Coincidentally, he met Mu Qing and her sister here. Mu Qing even invited him to stay with them. But he didn't agree. After all these years, the Spring Rain brothel hadn't changed much. The only difference was that it wasn't as lively as before. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the plaque above the door. Then he strode in. The Spring Rain brothel wasn't very big, and there were only about 20 or so tables in the main hall. There were a few scattered tables of guests, who were drinking and chatting. However, there were still many private rooms upstairs. Under the lead of the waiter, Qin Feiyang walked to a table in the corner. "Young master, what do you need?" the waiter asked. Qin Feiyang said, "Give me 2 side dishes and a pot of wine." "All right." The shop assistant yelled, turned around and ran away. Qin Feiyang calmed down and listened to the discussions of the people at the other tables. In the beginning, the people at those tables were talking about some unimportant topics. But suddenly, a middle-aged man at one of the tables frowned and said, "Do you think that Qin Feiyang is really back?" The moment they heard the name Qin Feiyang, the others immediately quieted down. A moment later, a young man said, "I think it's already true. If it's true, then Sky Thunder City will probably be in chaos again." That's right. Back then, this person used his monstrous talent in alchemy to suppress countless geniuses and become the last disciple of the Pagoda Master. Later on, he even looted the treasure trove and pill fire of the 3 great tribes. He can be said to be famous. For a moment, everyone began to discuss. At this time, the waiter walked over with 2 plates of side dishes, a pair of bowls and chopsticks, a wine pot, and a wine cup, and placed them in front of Qin Feiyang. "Young master, this is the wine and dishes you ordered. Please enjoy." The waiter gave a flattering smile and left again. Qin Feiyang picked up the wine pot and quietly poured himself a drink. "I'm just wondering. With this person's talent and ability, it can be said that his future is limitless. But why would he do such a thing? Are you stupid?" Suddenly, a voice full of puzzlement sounded. That's right. If he hadn't done those things back then, the Pagoda Master and the City Lord wouldn't have killed him. What a pity. But what puzzles me the most is that why did he come back? Could it be that he already has the strength to contend with the Pagoda Master? Don't joke around. It's only been a few years since he escaped. How could he become so strong? What's more, what kind of existence is the Pagoda Master? Even if he is given a few more years, it's impossible for him to become an expert at the same level as the Pagoda Master. Yes, not to mention the Pagoda Master, even the City Lord can easily kill him. The discussion at those tables became louder and louder. In the end, even the waiter of the restaurant couldn't help but chime in a few times. As for Qin Feiyang, he kept his head down and drank silently. Time passed by little. When it was noon, the number of guests in the restaurant increased, and it became lively. Without exception, they were all talking about this matter. But in this morning, Qin Feiyang didn't get any valuable information. He didn't wait any longer. He took out more than 10 gold coins, threw them on the table and got up to leave. The City Lord's mansion. During this period of time, this place was also heavily guarded. Each of the guards held a halberd, standing straight like an iron pine. Anyone who saw a suspicious person would be stopped by them for questioning. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was standing in front of the gate of the City Lord's mansion. The 4 guards on both sides of the gate looked at him vigilantly. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help laughing. He was not a devil who ate people without spitting out the bones. Was it necessary to be so nervous when they heard that he was back? Ahem! With a dry cough, Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, "I'm Wang Hao. I have something to discuss with the City Lord. Please inform him." "What's the matter with the City Lord?" One of the guards frowned. Qin Feiyang said calmly, I found traces of Qin Feiyang outside the city earlier. What? He really came back. The 4 guards suddenly changed color. Come with me quickly. After coming back to his senses, one of them immediately turned around and ran into the city lord's mansion. Qin Feiyang shook his head with a smile and strode after him. A moment later, a magnificent hall came into Qin Feiyang's sight. There were sentries every 3 steps around the hall. Even a fly couldn't fly in. The leader of the group was a burly man who was dressed differently from the guards. The other guards were all wearing beeskin coats, but this person was wearing a long black robe made of cloth. The aura he exuded was far beyond that of the other guards. He was a 9-star war emperor, and this person was no stranger to Qin Feiyang. He was the guard commander of Sky Thunder City. Strange. Qin Feiyang glanced at them one by one. Looking at this formation, it didn't seem to be guarding against him. When Qin Feiyang and the guard approached, the guard commander glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at the guard who led the way and asked, "Who is he?" The guard hurriedly said, "His name is Wang Hao. He said that he found traces of Qin Feiyang outside the city." The guard commander was shocked. He quickly looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Really?" "Absolutely." Qin Feiyang nodded. The guard commander's pupils contracted as he said in a low voice, "The city lord is currently trying to break through to the 2-star war master. He should be done soon. Wait a moment." "Breakthrough?" Qin Feiyang was slightly startled, then nodded and said, "All right." Only now did he understand that these people were protecting the city lord. Boom. After about 100 breaths of time, a powerful aura suddenly rushed out from the main hall. The guard commander's face immediately revealed a trace of joy. Not long after, the door opened and a middle-aged man strode out. His entire body was filled with an imposing aura. He wore a fitting white robe with white hair at his temples, giving off a feeling of vicissitudes of life. He stood there, his long hair fluttering in the wind, imperceptibly emitting an extremely strong oppressive force. "Congratulations, City Lord." The guard commander and the others all bowed and exclaimed. The city lord nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work." With that, he looked at the guard commander and asked, "Is there any news about Qin Feiyang?" The guard commander nodded, pointed at Qin Feiyang and said, "Sir, he found traces of Qin Feiyang outside the city." "Where is it?" The city lord immediately looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Qin Feiyang said, "It's in a forest, not too far away." The city lord was overjoyed and anxiously said, "All right, bring me there immediately." Qin Feiyang respectfully replied and immediately opened a teleportation gate. The city lord also immediately walked towards the teleportation gate. The guard commander hurriedly asked, "Sir, do you want this subordinate to go and help?" "No need." Back then, when Qin Feiyang escaped, he was only a war king. Now that only 6 years have passed, he is at most a war emperor. With this city lord's strength as a 2-star war master, taking him down is as easy as flipping my hand. The city lord laughed disdainfully and walked into the teleportation gate without looking back. "As easy as flipping your hand," Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. A light flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he also stepped into the teleportation gate. Above a glacier, Qin Feiyang and the city lord appeared one after another. Scanning the glacier below, the city lord's eyes immediately revealed a trace of bewilderment. Qin Feiyang crossed his arms in front of his chest and said with a faint smile, "Are you thinking right now, why haven't you seen this place before?" The city lord frowned and turned to look at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "This is not outside Sky Thunder City, but the Glacier Forest." "Glacier Forest?" The city lord was slightly startled and asked in confusion, "Why did you bring me here?" Qin Feiyang said, "Answer my question first. Do you really want to kill Qin Feiyang that much?" "This child has committed a heinous crime. He deserves to be killed." The city lord coldly snorted. "Is that so? I'm afraid you can't kill him now, because the current him is stronger than you." Chapter 747. This aura is so strong. The city lord's expression changed, and he retreated without hesitation. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted slightly. He stepped on the phantom steps and instantly appeared behind the city lord. Following closely, he raised his arm and slapped the city lord's back. The city lord immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He lost his balance and shot forward. Shua! Qin Feiyang used the phantom steps again and chased after him like lightning, stepping on the city lord's back again. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, the city lord smashed into the glacier below like a meteorite. Kacha! The glacier within a radius of several miles was instantly razed to the ground, turning into ruins. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also turned into a ray of light and landed on top of the ruins. The city lord was lying weakly in a deep pit, his entire body dripping with blood. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Do you know why I attacked you?" The city lord crawled up with difficulty and looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Because Qin Feiyang took out a facial restoration pill and placed it in his mouth. In the blink of an eye, his true appearance would be restored. Looking at that mature and determined face, the city lord's eyes almost popped out. "How is this possible? It's only been a few years, but your cultivation has actually, whether it was his face or his eyes, they were filled with disbelief. Nothing is impossible when it comes to me." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The city lord's gaze trembled as he said in shock, "In such a short period of time, you broke through from the War King to the 3-star war sect. How did you do it?" Qin Feiyang said, "It's not a 3-star war sect, it's a 4-star war sect." 4-star war sect. When the city lord heard this, it was as if a bolt of lightning had exploded in his mind, rumbling loudly. No wonder even he didn't have any power to resist. It turned out that his cultivation was so strong. "As for how I did it, that has nothing to do with you. Right now, you only need to answer a few questions of mine," Qin Feiyang said. "What question?" the city lord asked, his eyes filled with fear. "Pagoda master, do you have a pill pagoda now?" Qin Feiyang said. The city lord's pupils constricted as he asked in bewilderment, "Inquiring about the pagoda master's whereabouts? What do you want to do?" Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold as he said, "You are not qualified to ask questions now." The city lord shrunk his neck and said, "The tower master is not in the pill tower right now." "Not here?" Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, "Where is she now?" "I don't know either. She will only appear when it's time to recruit disciples. Once the disciples are sent out of the pill tower, she will leave again." The city lord shook his head. Qin Feiyang frowned. Judging from the city lord's words, why did the pill tower sound like a temporary office? Why would he leave after finishing his business? Qin Feiyang's face darkened. "Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know?" "I really don't know." The city lord roared anxiously. Qin Feiyang looked at the city lord for a moment and did not find any trace of lying. He said, "Then is there no one in the pill tower now?" "Yes, the people who entered the pill tower with you back then have all been sent out." The city lord nodded. "Good opportunity." Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. As long as the tower master was not in the pill tower, the heavenly thunder flame would be his. However, if he took away the heavenly thunder flame, would this clue of Mu Qing be cut off? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang looked at the city lord and asked, "Do you know a person named Mu Qing?" "Mu Qing?" The city lord was slightly stunned. After thinking carefully for a moment, he said, "The person who entered the pill tower with you back then?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "I know. Although his alchemy talent is not as good as yours, he is still considered one of the best." The city lord said. Qin Feiyang said, "The answer I want is not this, but his background." The city lord shook his head and said, "I don't know about this. You have to ask the tower master." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "Then it seems that there is no use in keeping you." "Heard of it?" The city lord's expression changed and he hurriedly said, "Don't kill me. I will do whatever you want me to do." "Is that so? Then if I ask you to go and get the heavenly thunder flame for me, do you dare to go?" Qin Feiyang looked at him mockingly. The city lord's expression stiffened. The owner of the heavenly thunder flame was the tower master of the pill tower. After being together for so long, he knew the Tower Master's strength better than anyone else. It was no exaggeration to say that even if he was a 2-star combat grandmaster, he would not be a match for the Tower Master. Therefore, even if he borrowed courage from the heavens, he would not dare to touch the heavenly thunder flame. Furthermore, now that the Pill Tower was in a closed state, even if he wanted to, he could not enter at all. This was because the stone door of the Pill Tower required the blood of the Tower Master to open. In the end, you are still worthless, Qin Feiyang said. He slowly raised his arm and battle aura surged at his fingertips. Please, don't kill me. Can I be your slave? The city lord was terrified and directly knelt on the ground and begged. He had just broken through to 2-star combat grandmaster and did not even have the time to enjoy the pleasure brought by strength. He was unwilling to die just like that. Looking down at this person, Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Suddenly, his heart stirred and he slowly lowered his raised arm. Seeing this, the city lord was pleasantly surprised. Was he not planning to kill him? Not long ago, I mastered a very powerful ability. I will use you as an experiment. Qin Feiyang suddenly grinned and formed a seal with both hands in front of his chest. Buzz. In less than 3 breaths, a palm-sized pentagram appeared. It was the slavery seal. As Qin Feiyang waved his hand, the slavery seal rushed into the city lord's head like lightning. Immediately, the city lord revealed a pained expression as he hugged his head and howled miserably. But very soon, he stopped screaming. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also clearly sensed that he had already controlled the city lord's soul. What did you do to me? The city lord suddenly raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. Slavery seal. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. With a slight thought, the city lord immediately screamed again. His face was distorted and looked incomparably ferocious. Damn it! What the hell is this? My head hurts so much, the city lord roared hysterically, feeling as if his head was about to split into 4 or 5 pieces. But this intense pain disappeared in the blink of an eye. Although it was only in the blink of an eye, the city lord felt as if he had experienced 10,000 years of pain. His entire body was already drenched in sweat. The slavery seal can control the soul. Now, no matter where you are, no matter how many years have passed between us, as long as I think about it, I can make you die on the spot. Moreover, I can also see through your thoughts. Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, the city lord collapsed to the ground on the spot, his face pale. Remember, don't do anything to betray me. After all, to me, you have no value at all. It doesn't matter whether I keep you or not. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. The city lord quivered and hurriedly knelt on the ground, saying, Thank you, master, for not killing me. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, Go back now and pretend that nothing happened. Heavenly thunder flame? The city lord asked cautiously. Qin Feiyang said, I need to think about it again. If I really decide to snatch the heavenly thunder flame, you have to pretend to stop me. Understood. The city lord nodded. Qin Feiyang said again, Take out the image crystal and establish a contract bridge. If there is any news in the future, it will be convenient to inform me. The city lord replied respectfully. After he took out the image crystal and established a contract bridge with Qin Feiyang, he said respectfully, Then I will go back first. By the way, when you go back, investigate Mu Qing's background for me. Qin Feiyang said. The city lord nodded respectfully, then opened a portal and left quickly. Qin Feiyang also lowered his head and fell into deep thought. It was not worth it to lose the clue of Mu Qing in order to snatch the heavenly thunder flame. But the problem was, would Mu Qing come back again? After thinking about it again and again, Qin Feiyang finally decided to wait. He would wait for the next Pill Pagoda assessment and see how it goes. Swish. He flashed and entered the ancient castle and began to copy the 3rd stroke of the kill formula. Strength could solve everything. Whether it was in the Forgotten Land or the Great Qin Empire, his current strength was far from enough. And according to his speculation, the situation in the Forgotten Land might be more complicated than the Great Qin Empire. The City Lord Mansion. As soon as the City Lord returned, the guard commander asked, Sir, Where is Qin Feiyang? The city lord said, He ran away. What? He can escape from your hands? The guard commander was very shocked. He didn't escape from my hands. After I went there was no trace of him. I don't know where he is hiding now. The city lord said. So that's how it is. The guard commander was suddenly enlightened and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If he really escaped from the city lord's hands, it would be too shocking. Okay, I'm a little tired. I'm going to rest. You also keep an eye on the outside. Once there is news about Qin Feiyang, report to me immediately. In addition, investigate another person. This person is called Mu Qing. I want to know all the details about him. The sooner the better. The city lord ordered. The guard commander nodded in response, then turned and strode away. Sighed. Who did I offend? Who did I offend? The city lord let out a deep sigh. With a stomach full of resentment, he quickly disappeared from the hall. Time passed in a flash. 3 months passed. Boom. On this day, Qin Feiyang's arm trembled, and the third stroke of the word, kill, under his fingertips blossomed with a dazzling light. His aura also soared. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through the shackles and reached the level of a 5-star war master. However, compared to the first and second strokes, the third stroke took even longer. If one were to calculate carefully, it would be 3 months and 2 days. As for the next few strokes, it would definitely take a lot of time for him to complete them. However, he was very satisfied. After all, for others, it would take at least a few years or even decades to break through a small realm of the War Master. 5-star War Master, I'm one step closer to the War Saint. Just you wait, I'll be back soon. Chapter 748. Buzz. The city lord's shadow appeared and bowed. Greetings, Master. Qin Feiyang asked. I asked you to investigate Mu Qing. How is the investigation going? I'm sorry, I'm incompetent. The city lord panicked and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. I've sent people to investigate all the tribes within a radius of 10,000 miles. There's no such person as Mu Qing. The city lord panicked. Qin Feiyang was silent for a while, then asked, What about the tribes deeper in? The Forgotten Land was extremely vast, and the Sky Thunder City was not the end. And in the depths, there were even more powerful tribes. The city lord shook his head. I didn't inquire about the tribes deeper in. Why not? Qin Feiyang frowned. Master might not know, but there is a glacier 1,000 miles away from the Sky Thunder City. According to the city lord, fierce beasts ran amok in the glacier. With his strength, entering would only lead to death. This was equivalent to saying that this glacier was a dividing line. Qin Feiyang said, You should know about the tribe on the other side of the glacier, right? I've heard of that. There are 2 large tribes right across the glacier. They are the Wang tribe and the Li tribe. Rumor has it that the population of these 2 tribes is in the hundreds of thousands, and they both have a 5-star war sect overseeing them. The city lord said truthfully. 5-star war sect. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, his eyes revealing a trace of disdain, and asked, How long until the next Pill Pagoda assessment? For months. The city lord thought for a moment and said. Qin Feiyang immediately frowned. He actually had to wait for 4 months? The city lord hesitated for a moment, then carefully asked, Master, there's something I don't know if I should say. Speak. Qin Feiyang said. The city lord said, Once when this subordinate was chatting with the pagoda master, she accidentally said something. What did she say? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The city lord said, She said that the Pill Pagoda's power is huge, enough to control the situation of the Forgotten Continent. Qin Feiyang's expression froze. How could a mere pill tower have the power to influence the entire Forgotten Continent? Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, Other than Sky Thunder City, are there any other Pill Pagodas? Somewhere else? The city lord was stunned. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, I don't know. This subordinate only knows that there is only one pill tower in this region, the Sky Thunder City. After that, the city lord also seemed to have thought of something and said in surprise, Master's meaning is that Sky Thunder City's pill tower might just be a branch of the pill tower? This is the only explanation. Otherwise, the tower master wouldn't dare to say such a thing. Qin Feiyang said. It does seem reasonable. The city lord nodded thoughtfully. If that was the case, then it would be too inconceivable. That's not right. As the Sky Thunder City's city lord, why don't you even know the ins and outs of the pill tower? Qin Feiyang frowned. It was common knowledge that every place had a person who wielded supreme power. For example, in the spiritual state. Whether it was the Black Bear City, Yen City, or the Prefecture City, they were all under the jurisdiction of the Palace Lord. The city lords of the various cities were naturally considered subordinates of the Palace Lord. Similarly, above the Sky Thunder City's city lord, there should be even more powerful people in charge. Even if the Sky Thunder City's city lord didn't know, those higher up in power should at least know the ins and outs of the pill tower, right? And the pill tower was located in the city, occupying a place. Shouldn't the person in charge above reveal a thing or two to the Sky Thunder City's city lord? At the very least, the city lord of the Sky Thunder City should know the origins of the pill tower, right? But why was the city lord of the Sky Thunder City unaware? When the city lord heard this, he said respectfully, Master, you may not know this, but this pill tower is very mysterious. It is even older than the Sky Thunder City. After pausing for a moment, the city lord continued. Rumor has it that the first-generation city lord had to obtain the consent of the Pill Tower's pagoda master before establishing the Sky Thunder City. This, Qin Feiyang was a little stunned. Furthermore, the cities of the Forgotten Land are basically built by rogue cultivators like us. They have nothing to do with any tribe or power. The city lord added. I see. Qin Feiyang revealed a look of understanding. If that was the case, then it was not strange that the city lord of the Sky Thunder City did not know the ins and outs of the pill tower. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang realized that he had overlooked a problem and said, You just said that this place is called the Forgotten Land? That's right. Master doesn't know. The city lord nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, I am not from here, so of course I don't know. In our place, this place is called the Forgotten Land. Forgotten Land? The city lord was stunned and said with a flattering smile, It's only 2 words, not much difference. The difference is huge. Qin Feiyang looked at him indifferently. Although it was only 2 words, the meaning was as different as heaven and earth. The Forgotten Land could be understood as a small place to train and would not be too big. But the continent was different. The continent included many plates and was the general name of a world. This also meant that the Forgotten Continent was a complete world. It could even be an independent big world. Looks like the water here is very deep. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself and calmed down a little. He looked at the city lord and said, Do you know the coordinates of the Li tribe and the Wang tribe? Never been there, I don't know. The city lord shook his head. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, Okay, on the day of the Pill Tower's examination, remember to send me a message. Also, help me collect the medicinal ingredients for the Battle Chi pill, the more the better. Finished speaking, he turned off the image crystal. Farewell, master. The city lord respectfully bowed and watched Qin Feiyang's image disappear. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. But immediately after, his face was filled with bewilderment. If he wasn't from the Forgotten Continent, then where did this mysterious master come from? After Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal, he was not in a hurry to copy the 4th stroke of the kill character formula. He walked to the front of the Flood Dragon cauldron and opened the furnace to refine pills. The pill he was refining was naturally the Battle Chi pill. In the ancient castle, other than the Black Dragon snake, everyone needed a large amount of Battle Chi pills to cultivate. Especially when copying the 6-word divine formula, the consumption of Battle Chi pills was several times that of Fatso and Wolf King combined. And the Battle Chi pills that he had refined before had already been used up. So, in the next 4 months, Qin Feiyang planned to use all of it to refine Battle Chi pills for future use. Time was like the sand between fingers, passing in the blink of an eye. City Lord, Inform that the Pill Tower's examination will officially begin in a month. 3 months later, in the morning, a woman's voice resounded in the sky above Sky Thunder City. It was crisp and pleasant to the ear, but it carried a great sense of majesty. This was the voice of the Pill Tower. At the same time as the voice sounded, a graceful woman stood in the sky above Sky Thunder City. She had a head of long sky-blue hair that was like the clear sky, making her look pleasing to the eye. But on her cheeks, she wore an exquisite mask that covered her true appearance. Her temperament was outstanding. Although her true appearance could not be seen, she gave off a stunning feeling. It was the pagoda master that Qin Feiyang had been waiting for a long time. However, before the people of Sky Thunder City could react, the pagoda master had already entered the Pill Tower and disappeared without a trace. But hearing the pagoda master's voice, everyone was in an uproar. This news was like a plague, crazily spreading to the various tribes. For a time, the people of the various tribes were all wild with joy. The Pill Tower's examination had finally begun again. Qin Feiyang also received the City Lord's message at the first moment, but he did not immediately head to Sky Thunder City. Instead, he buried himself in refining pills. After all, there was still a month's time. And just as he was refining pills, the City Lord also sent him a batch of Battle Chi pills' medicinal ingredients, which amounted to more than 1 million sets. And during this period of time, he had been working hard enough. After using up all his mental energy, he would rest, and after resting, he would immediately continue. So far, he had already refined more than 400,000 pills. On the day before the Pill Tower's official examination, Qin Feiyang finally stopped, his expression rather haggard. However, when he looked at the universe bag beside him, his face was full of smiles. In these 4 months, he had refined a total of more than 500,000 Battle Chi pills, and all of them had 4 pill patterns, which was enough for everyone to use for a long time. It had already been 7 months since they entered the Forgotten Continent. In these 7 months, everyone's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Wolf King and Fatso had both stepped into the 5-star War Master. The pangolin had also broken through to the 3-star War Master. Lu Hong, under her continuous efforts, had finally stepped into the War Master realm. As for the Black Dragon Snake, who had destroyed his own cultivation, after opening the door of potential, his speed was astonishingly fast. Now, he had already recovered the cultivation of a 5-star martial ancestor. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could step into the War King realm. Seeing that Qin Feiyang had stopped refining pills, Fatso also opened his eyes and asked, "Boss, what if there's no news of Mu Qing? Then we'll go deeper into the Forgotten Continent." Qin Feiyang said without hesitation. "All right, Fat Lord, continue to cultivate. I'll definitely surpass you." Fatso chuckled, then closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. "Surpass me?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Honestly speaking, he was quite envious of Fatso and the others. They didn't need to care about anything, they just needed to cultivate. As for him, he felt that he had too many things to do. Just like this time. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been refining Battle Chi pills for the past 4 months, he would have already imitated the 4th stroke of the kill formula. His cultivation had already stepped into the 6-star War Master. However, there was nothing he could do. Who asked him to be the leader of this small team? As a leader, he had to shoulder this responsibility. Shua. After calming himself down, Qin Feiyang left the castle and took out the image crystal. Not long later, the image of the City Lord appeared. Qin Feiyang said, "I'll give you a mission." "Master, please speak." The City Lord said respectfully. "Mu Qing is a very smart person. He should have guessed that I would be waiting for him in Sky Thunder City. So, if he comes to participate in the Pill Pagoda's examination this time, he might change his appearance." Qin Feiyang said. The City Lord thought for a moment, then said, "Master, you mean to thoroughly investigate everyone who came to participate in the examination this time? Not bad, you've become smarter. Yes, we can't let anyone go. If there are any suspicious people, you must record them and report to me when the time comes." Qin Feiyang said. "All right, this subordinate will do it now." The City Lord nodded respectfully, and the image disappeared. Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal and looked at the sky, his eyes flickering. He had a premonition. Chapter 749. The opening of the Pill Pagoda's examination caused the deserted Sky Thunder City to once again become incomparably lively. Regardless of whether it was inside or outside the city, there was a sea of people. Spring Rain Restaurant. At this moment, it was also packed with people and was bustling with noise. In a corner, a white-clothed youth sat alone at a dining table, silently drinking wine. This person was Qin Feiyang. After leaving the glacier forest, he came directly here. Of course. He had also changed his appearance and concealed his cultivation. And coming to the Spring Rain Restaurant, he was purely here to try his luck. But it was clear that his luck was not good. He sat here until dark, but there was still no news of Mu Qin. Evening. He stood up, paid the bill and left, and directly appeared in the city lord's mansion. In a great hall. Qin Feiyang sat on the main seat, while the city lord stood respectfully beside him. In the entire hall, other than them, there was no one else. Speak. Qin Feiyang drank a mouthful of tea and looked at the city lord. The city lord said, "This subordinate has checked all the participants of the examination, and there are basically no problems." Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, "Have you checked them all?" "The time is too short, there's no way to check them one by one." The city lord shook his head. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Is there really not a single suspicious person?" "I haven't found anything yet. How about this, I'll send someone to check it out later, and try to finish checking them one by one before dawn." The city lord asked carefully. "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded, his brows relaxed, and said with a faint smile, "As long as you can do this well, I will definitely reward you heavily." "Thank you, master." The city lord immediately bowed and thanked him. However, in his heart, he didn't mind. After being in charge of the Heaven Thunder City for so many years, what kind of treasure had he not seen before? He did not believe that Qin Feiyang could take out anything that could move his heart. But suddenly, he stared at Qin Feiyang, his eyes filled with bewilderment, and said, "Master, why is the aura you're emitting a little different from before?" "I have already stepped into the 5-star War Master. Of course it's different from before." Qin Feiyang said lightly. "What? Another breakthrough?" The city lord was dumbfounded, his face full of shock. A moment later, he gulped and asked, "Master, can you tell me how you did it?" "I'll tell you when you're done with this." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and flashed into the castle to copy the 4th stroke of the kill formula. Outside, the city lord was both surprised and excited. What surprised him was, how did Qin Feiyang do it? What made him excited was that if he could master this method, wouldn't his speed be the same as Qin Feiyang's? Just thinking about it made his blood boil. You must serve him well. He clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with determination. In the past, he had been forced into a corner. But now, he was following Qin Feiyang wholeheartedly. Time flew by and dawn was about to arrive. The city lord hurriedly ran into the main hall and shouted, "Master, there's news." He had been running outside all night. He didn't know how many places he had been to, but he wasn't tired at all. Shwa. Before he could finish, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air and looked at the city lord expectantly. "Speak." This subordinate found out that there is a very suspicious person. This person is called Tang Hai. According to our investigation yesterday, he is from the Tang tribe. The city lord said. Tang tribe? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The Tang tribe is just a small tribe. Its location is very remote, and not many people know about it. But that's where the problem lies. Not long ago, this subordinate personally went to the Tang tribe, and guess what? There was no such person as Tang Hai. The city lord said. Qin Feiyang also became spirited. This subordinate guesses that this person must have changed his appearance, and like master, he knows the coordinates of the city and escaped the pursuit of the Heaven's Eye Stone at the city gate. The city lord said again. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and asked, "What does this Tang Hai look like?" The city lord waved his hand, and a figure quickly appeared in the void. It was a young man wearing a leopard skin, about 20 years old. He was very short and thin, and looked a little weak. Qin Feiyong looked at the young man's figure and asked, "What is his cultivation level?" The city lord said, "According to this subordinate's investigation, he is only a 9-star battle king." Qin Feiyong pondered for a while, and a cold light flashed in his eyes and said, "Well, let's target this person." The city lord nodded and asked, "The assessment is about to begin. Master, do you want to participate?" "There's no need for that. In alchemy, the pagoda master can't teach me anything," Qin Feiyong said lightly. In terms of cultivation, he couldn't compare to the pagoda master, but in terms of alchemy, he was not inferior to anyone. The city lord was stunned, and then the corners of his mouth pursed into a wry smile. Level 20 mental strength was rare in the world. Who could compare to him? Furthermore, the pagoda master had once said that the master in front of him could refine pills with 5 Dan veins. What kind of concept was this? He was simply inhuman. Suddenly, Qin Feiyong seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Oh right, how is the pagoda master's cultivation level?" "I think I've heard her say before that she was a 9-star war sect, but after a few years, I don't know if she has broken through to the war saint realm." The city lord thought for a moment and said, 9-star war sect. Qin Feiyong's eyes flashed. The last time he came to the Forgotten Continent, he was only at the War King's cultivation level. To him, an expert at the level of the War Master was like a god. But now, he had already stepped into the 5-star war sect, and if the pagoda master did not use any battle arts, he was confident that he could kill him with just the war and return. However, if the tower took the initiative to use a battle art, he could only escape. After all, there was a difference of 4 small realms between the two of them. "Alright, I'll go to the pill tower first. If I make a move later, remember to put on an act and stop me." Qin Feiyong said, "Understood." The city lord nodded. Qin Feiyong waved his hand, opening a transmission gate, then looked at the city lord and said, "Oh right, prepare some transmission gate for me." "All right." The city lord replied respectfully. Qin Feiyong then turned and walked into the transmission gate, appearing in a dark alley. He then tidied up his state and walked out of the alley. Even though it was still dawn, the streets were already filled with a sea of people. And everyone was heading in the same direction. Pill Tower. Qin Feiyong mixed in with the crowd and soon arrived in front of a plaza. There were already many young people gathered in the plaza. They were all in their teens and 20s. These were all people who were going to participate in the examination. As for those who did not participate in the examination, they could only stand outside. Qin Feiyong swept his gaze across the crowd and realized that there were many familiar faces. These people had also participated in the previous assessment. This was because the Pill Tower did not stipulate that those who had participated in the previous assessment could not participate in the next assessment. Therefore, many people would come to the Pill Tower for the assessment. However, Qin Feiyong did not notice Tang Hai. Time passed by slowly. Just as the assessment was about to begin, a young man in leopard skin strode into the plaza. Qin Feiyong's gaze immediately locked onto this person. This person was thin and short. He looked to be in his 20s and his aura was that of a 9-star combat king. It was Tang Hai whom the city lord mentioned. Tang Hai entered the plaza and did not greet anyone. He stood alone in a corner. Qin Feiyong kept staring at him, hoping to find some clues from this person's expression or gaze. However, he discovered that this person's aura and gaze were completely different from Mu Qing's. Could it be that it was not him? Whoosh! So, 2 middle-aged men landed on the steps in front of the plaza. They were the city lord and the commander of the guards. As soon as the two of them arrived, the entire plaza fell silent. Let's cut to the chase. The first round of the willpower assessment will begin immediately. Those who can withstand the pressure of the commander of the guards without collapsing for 10 breaths will enter the next round of the assessment. Those who fail will be eliminated. As for those who are not here yet, they will be disqualified. After the city lord finished speaking, he nodded at the commander of the guards. Boom! The commander of the guards immediately released his aura and enveloped everyone in the plaza. In an instant, many people felt as if a towering mountain was pressing down on their heads. Their legs could not help but tremble. Their faces turned pale and beads of sweat the size of beans appeared. In less than 3 breaths, the people in the plaza fell down one by one. Their faces were filled with unwillingness. Qin Feiyang swept his gaze across the entire plaza and looked at Tang Hai again. His eyes suddenly had a trace of suspicion. Under the suppression of the commander of the guards, Tang Hai was also trembling. His forehead was also sweating profusely. However, Qin Feiyang did not find a trace of panic in his eyes. He was very calm. This was obviously not normal. This was because the commander of the guards had the cultivation of a 9-star combat emperor. Facing his aura, any 9-star combat king would instinctively feel afraid. Therefore, this person was becoming more and more suspicious. But he did not take action. He continued to observe. Very soon, after 10 breaths, there were only about 1,000 people left in the plaza. Next, it was the second round of the assessment of mental strength. Qin Feiyang looked at Tang Hai. If he remembered correctly, Mu Qing had a level 13 mental strength. If the mental strength matched, then this Tang Hai was very likely to be Mu Qing. Not long after, it was Tang Hai's turn to test his mental strength. Buzz! The mental strength stone trembled again and again. The light emitted also became brighter and brighter. But in the end, the mental strength stone only trembled 12 times. In other words, this Tang Hai had a level 12 mental strength. Is it really not him? Qin Feiyang frowned. And Tang Hai's level 12 mental strength also caused a sensation at the scene. The city lord and the commander of the guards even praised him a few times. Tang Hai also appeared to be flattered. I'm not waiting anymore. Qin Feiyang muttered. If he continued to wait like this, there would be no result at all. He might as well directly force Tang Hai to reveal his true form. He secretly took out a facial restoration pill and held it in his hand. A cold light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment he used the phantom steps and rushed towards Tang Hai like a ghost. One had to know. Right now he was a 5-star war master. With the addition of the perfect support technique, his speed was comparable to a 9-star war master. Before the people present could react, he had already landed in front of Tang Hai. Tang Hai looked at the person who suddenly appeared in front of him and was instinctively stunned. But then, Chapter 750. Qin Feiyang clearly caught this trace of panic. He felt a chill in his heart. This person was really getting more and more suspicious. Swish. Without hesitation, he raised his arm and stuffed the face-restoring pill into Tang Hai's mouth. Bastard! Tang Hai couldn't help but shout. At the same time, his appearance was also changing rapidly. Finally, a familiar face appeared in Qin Feiyang's line of sight. Who else could it be but Mu Qing? It's really you. Qin Feiyang sneered. Mu Qing frowned and said, I even disguised my temperament and eyes. Why do you still suspect me? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and said, You know who I am? He knew. Now he was still disguised. Why didn't Mu Qing doubt him at all? Mu Qing said, I already recognized you when I entered the square. How on earth did you do it? Qin Feiyang frowned. No matter where he was, no matter what he disguised himself as, this person could recognize him at a glance. Wasn't it too ridiculous? At this time, the others around also came to their senses and looked at Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing in surprise. Mu Qing looked around and gloomily looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, How did I do it? I have no comment. Qin Feiyang joked, Why are you looking at me like that? Did I ruin something good for you? Mu Qing's face turned cold. At this time, the city lord looked at Mu Qing and frowned. If you want to take the test, then take the test. Why do you have to hide? It has nothing to do with you. Mu Qing said expressionlessly. The city lord frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, Who are you? Mu Qing smiled coldly and said, He's that monstrous alchemist whose name shook the world back then, Qin Feiyang. What? Everyone's eyes widened, staring at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He took out a facial restoring pill and popped it into his mouth. Soon he regained his true appearance. It's really Qin Feiyang. He's back. The place immediately fell into an uproar. Mu Qing's lips curled into a playful smile. She looked at Qin Feiyang indifferently and said, Now let's see how you're going to deal with the aftermath. Really? Then I'll kill you first and then I'll deal with the rest. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. His hidden aura suddenly erupted, shocking everyone present. What? 5-Star War Sect. Mu Qing's pupils contracted. Qin Feiyang, you still dare to come back? The city lord also pretended to be shocked. Then, with a cold shout, his aura suddenly erupted and rushed towards Qin Feiyang. A mere 2-Star War sect dares to be arrogant in front of me? Qin Feiyang laughed in disdain, and suddenly took a step forward, causing the entire plaza to tremble violently. Following closely, he raised his arm and slapped the city lord's chest with his palm. The city lord was sent flying like a meteor, crashing into the stairs behind him. How is this possible? He's actually so strong? The city lord looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. His pale face was like the face of a dead man. Ugh! Qin Feiyang was stunned. Wasn't this acting too similar? That palm strike just now didn't even have half of his strength, yet he had actually fainted? He really didn't expect this person to be so talented in acting. City Lord, the guard commander roared. Looking at the severely injured and unconscious city lord, he also angrily rushed towards Qin Feiyang. So many people are not afraid of death? Qin Feiyang frowned and pointed his index finger in the air. A crimson sword chi shot out and instantly pierced through the guard commander's chest. At that moment, the guard commander's head tilted and he fell to the ground with a bang. However, he didn't hurt the guard commander's life, but only seriously injured him and made him unconscious. This is my eyesight failing me? The guard commander and the city lord can't even defeat him. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel a storm in their hearts. In just a few years, Qin Feiyang's strength had actually become so terrifying. Suddenly, there was a round of applause. Mu Qing clapped his hands and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. Brother Qin, you're really good. You can still laugh now. Aren't you afraid that I'll really kill you? Qin Feiyang put down his arm and turned to look at Mu Qing, his eyes flashing with cold light. I naturally know Brother Qin's temper. If you say you'll kill me, you'll definitely kill me. But today, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Mu Qing crossed his arms in front of his chest and made a solemn vow. Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted and he glanced at the crowd around him. If it was someone else who said this, he wouldn't care about it. But since it was Mu Qing who said it, he couldn't be careless. Because with Mu Qing's background, anything could happen. And the biggest possibility was that Mu Qing's accomplices were lurking in the crowd. Suddenly, he fixed his eyes on 2 old men in the crowd on the left. These 2 people looked very old. Their hair was mottled with white, and they were emaciated as if they were about to die. They didn't have the slightest aura, just like 2 mortals. But because of this, it was more suspicious. Because in Sky Thunder City, it was impossible for ordinary people to exist. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he raised his hand and pointed. A red sword chi surged out like a huge wave, covering the sky and covering the earth as it pounced towards the 2 people. Seeing this, the 2 old men looked at each other. Not only were they not nervous at all, but there was also a faint smile on their wrinkled old faces. There is indeed something wrong. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Boom. But at this moment, a terrifying pressure descended, and everyone present was imprisoned in the void. A graceful woman in a long white dress appeared out of thin air above the square. She was wearing an exquisite mask, but it didn't affect her charm. Because she had a pair of beautiful sky blue eyes that were like the clear sky, making people feel comfortable. It wasn't hard to imagine that under that mask, there must be a peerless face. That's right. This person was the Tower Master of the Pill Pagoda. As soon as the Tower Master appeared, she raised her arm and pointed her slender finger in the air. Boom. Suddenly, with a loud bang, an invisible force descended from the sky and instantly disintegrated Qin Feiyang's red sword chi. Qin Feiyang's face turned pale and blood gushed out of his mouth. So powerful! His pupils constricted and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Tower Master! The next moment, Everyone present prostrated themselves on the ground and bowed respectfully, as if they were on a pilgrimage. From this, it could be seen how much prestige the pagoda master had in this area. However, Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing did not kneel. However, the strange thing was that the two old men that Qin Feiyang had noticed before were also kneeling on the ground in worship. This made Qin Feiyang very puzzled. Could it be that the two of them were faking it? But thinking about it, it was impossible. Because with his cultivation, the red sword chi from before was enough to instantly kill all living beings below the 5-star War Master level. Therefore, it was impossible for ordinary people without cultivation to be so calm, let alone have a trace of a smile on their faces. But why was that? What were these two old men planning? Just as Qin Feiyang was deep in thought, the pagoda master's pleasant voice rang out. Qin Feiyang, Mu Qing, kneel. Although the voice was pleasant to hear, it carried a bone-piercing coldness. On what basis? Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing raised their brows and looked at the pagoda master at the same time. The pill tower looked at the two of them coldly. Suddenly, she turned her gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Back then, you plundered the treasure trove and pill fire of the 3 great tribes. Your crimes are unforgivable." Finished. She then looked at Mu Qing and said, "And you, attempting to snatch the heavenly thunder flames, you also deserve to die 1,000 times." What? Qin Feiyang's expression froze. The last time Mu Qing snuck into the pill tower, it was also for the heavenly thunder flames? But why wasn't anyone discussing such a big matter in Heaven Thunder City? Qin Feiyang frowned, looked at the city lord lying on the ground, and sent a sound transmission. "Do you know about this?" The city lord wasn't really unconscious, he was pretending to be unconscious. Hearing Qin Feiyang's sound transmission, he secretly replied, "This subordinate does not know, I have never heard the pagoda master mention it." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. It seemed that only the pagoda master knew about this. And Mu Qing came here in disguise this time. Guarding against him should be secondary, the most important thing was to guard against the pagoda master. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang lifted the corner of his mouth, turned to look at Mu Qing and laughed. "I didn't expect to really ruin your good deed, I'm really sorry." Mu Qing raised his eyebrows and snorted, "Don't make sarcastic remarks there. I'm sincerely apologizing to you, why don't you appreciate it? But there's one thing that puzzles me. With your family background, the 6th grade pill fire shouldn't be a rare thing, right? But why did you deliberately come to snatch the heavenly thunder flames?" Qin Feiyang said. "He even had a treasure like the gate of time and space, let alone a 6th grade pill fire?" Mu Qing said in a deep voice, "This has nothing to do with you, mind your own business. I don't want to care either, but you brought me here, of course I can't sit back and do nothing." Qin Feiyang grinned. "What are they talking about? Why can't I understand it all?" The surrounding people looked at each other, their faces full of suspicion. And Mu Qing, looking at the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, was so angry that he was about to go crazy, he couldn't wait to slap him. The pagoda master, who was standing above, looked colder and colder. These two little bastards actually treated her as air? "Have you said enough?" She looked at the two coldly and said word by word. Mu Qing raised his eyebrows and said impatiently, "Who allowed you to speak? Can you get lost?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Mu Qing's family background was indeed a bit scary, but now they were in Sky Thunder City, wasn't this attitude a bit too arrogant? Sure enough, the pagoda master was angry. That pair of beautiful sky blue eyes revealed a shocking light. "Say it one more time." Her aura was firmly locked on Mu Qing, her whole body was filled with a bone-piercing cold current. Mu Qing suddenly looked up at the pagoda master, full of contempt between her eyebrows. "I want to say it one more time, what do you dare to do to me?" "Good, very good." The pagoda master smiled. However, her exquisite body was trembling slightly. It was obvious that she was furious to the extreme. "Why, looking at you, you still want to kill me." However, Mu Qing became more and more arrogant. She didn't take the pagoda master seriously at all. Boom. Chapter 751. Humph. Just as the pagoda master was about to attack, Mu Qing snorted through her nose. But she did not dodge. She did not counterattack. Something's not right. Qin Feiyang, who was next to her, suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness as he looked at the two of them. But what was it that made him feel uneasy? He could not figure it out. He had a feeling that it was not so simple. I have a good temper, but it doesn't mean that I won't kill. The pagoda master's eyes flashed with murderous intent. In the blink of an eye, she landed on top of Mu Qing. Her jade-like hand shot out and slapped toward Mu Qing's head. What's wrong? The uneasiness in Qin Feiyang's heart grew stronger. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, because he sensed that two auras were quietly awakening in this place. Who are they? He glanced at the crowd around him in surprise. All of a sudden, he locked his gaze on the two old men. At the same time, the two old men also looked at Qin Feiyang. A smile appeared on their old faces again. Not good. This is a killing trap. Qin Feiyang suddenly quivered and hurriedly shouted, "Pagoda Master, be careful." The pagoda master looked at him suspiciously. But just as Qin Feiyang spoke, the two old men suddenly got up and then swooped down toward the pagoda master. Their aura also suddenly erupted at this moment. This aura was very powerful. It was like a torrent of beasts rolling in all directions. The surrounding crowd was all sent flying in an instant. Blood spurted out and wails could be heard everywhere. Moreover, the two of them were extremely fast. Even with Qin Feiyang's eyesight, he could not catch their tracks. The pagoda master also looked at the two old men immediately. Her beautiful eyes were full of surprise and suspicion. Obviously, she did not notice that there were two such terrifying powerhouses hidden in the crowd before. She made a prompt decision. She gave up on the idea of killing Mu Qing. She retracted her arm and turned into a stream of light, retreating rapidly. Almost as soon as she retreated, the two old men rushed in front of Mu Qing and punched her. However, because the tower master had retreated in time, their punches missed. Seeing that the attack had failed, Mu Qing immediately turned her head and glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. "I'm sorry. I was careless and ruined your plans again. I guess I was born to be a shit stirrer," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Mu Qing clenched her fists. She was so angry that smoke came out of the top of her head. Previously, he had been provoking the pagoda master all this time in order to infuriate her and make her lose her rationality, giving the two old men an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. This plan was originally foolproof and would definitely succeed. But he never expected that Qin Feiyang would see through it. Why was this bastard so difficult to deal with? In the meantime, the tower master, who had retreated far away, secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Immediately, she glanced at the two old men and then looked at Qin Feiyang. Her gaze softened a lot, and she transmitted her voice, "Thank you." If it weren't for Qin Feiyang's reminder, facing the sudden attack of the two old men, she would definitely be in danger. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. "As long as you don't bite the hand that feeds you." The pagoda master took a deep look at Qin Feiyang. She really couldn't understand. What was the relationship between Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing? Her gaze turned and fell on Mu Qing and the other two. She said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who we are." Mu Qing also looked away from Qin Feiyang and looked at the pagoda master. She said lightly, "What's important is that the heavenly thunder flame is mine today. I'm afraid you don't have the strength." The pagoda master smiled coldly. "Is that so?" Mu Qing's eyes flashed coldly. She waved her hand and said, "Kill her." Whiz! The two old men standing beside him immediately displayed a mysterious footwork and rushed towards the pagoda master. 2-9 Star War Sect. The pagoda master scanned the two of them with a trace of disdain in her eyes. Shwa! The next moment, she took a step forward. Instead of retreating, she advanced and charged straight towards the two old men. The three of them were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they collided with each other. Boom! A destructive wave of air surged out in all directions like a tide with the three of them as the center. Seeing this, everyone present was terrified and fled in all directions, including Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing. The city lord could no longer pretend. He got up and hugged the guard commander as he fled with all his might. An expert at the level of the 9-star war sect could destroy half of the Heaven Thunder City with a wave of his hand. Not to mention the battle between the 3 9-star war sects, staying behind would only result in death. Boom. Kacha. In less than 5 breaths of time, half of the Heaven Thunder City was razed to the ground. And it was still spreading. Dust and smoke covered the sky and covered the sun. The rumbling sound was deafening. Countless people were affected and their blood dyed the ground red. As for those who managed to escape, they were all dripping with blood. However, Qin Feiyang, Mu Qing, and the city lord didn't suffer much damage. After all, they were all war sects and had mastered auxiliary battle arts. Their escape speed was faster than the others. As for the others, the highest cultivation was the War Emperor, and the lowest was the Martial Sect. Martial Master naturally couldn't escape in time. To hurt so many innocent people, you all deserve to die. Seeing this scene, a trace of astonishing hostility crawled up from the Pagoda Master's sky-blue eyes. Don't make it sound so dignified. If you were willing to hand over the heavenly thunder flames, would they die? The 2 old men smiled coldly, twisting words and forcing logic. Today, I will bury all of you with them. The Pagoda Master let out a stern shout, and an aura that was even stronger than before rushed out from his body. Moreover, within this aura, there was also a shocking holy might that intimidated the hearts of countless people. Well, you've already broken through to the War Saint realm. The 2 old men's eyes widened in anger. That's right. A year ago, I had already stepped into the War Saint realm. The Pagoda Master's aura was like a rainbow as her jade-like hands shot out explosively. The terrifying holy might transformed into 2 invisible giant hands that grabbed towards the 2 old men. The air seemed to be on the verge of exploding as it crazily distorted. As for the 2 old men, they were imprisoned in the air, unable to move at all. In the air outside the city, Qin Feiyang looked at the Pagoda Master with a trace of astonishment in his eyes. Were the methods of the War Saints so terrifying? Not far away. When the city lord saw this scene, his pupils also constricted. Those 2 old men were both 9-star war sects, and were only one small realm away from the War Saint. However, when the Pagoda Master displayed his full strength, the 2 of them actually didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Wasn't the difference between the War Sect and the War Saint too great? Master, the Pagoda Master's strength after breaking through to the War Saint realm is too terrifying. This subordinate advises you to give up on snatching the heavenly thunder flame. He glanced at Qin Feiyang without leaving a trace and sent a sound transmission to Qin Feiyang. I know. Qin Feiyang secretly replied and turned his head to look at Mu Qing on the other side. Immediately, his gaze trembled. The Pagoda Master had displayed such terrifying strength, but Mu Qing's face didn't show the slightest bit of panic. Could it be that this guy was still hiding some trump card? War Saint? Is it that great? Just as Qin Feiyang was bewildered, 2 old voices entered his ears. There was a deep sense of disdain in his words. Qin Feiyang immediately looked towards the source of the voice. In the end, he was shocked to find that the people who spoke were the 2 old men who were imprisoned in the air by the Pagoda Master. Could it be? In his mind, a terrifying thought suddenly crawled up. Boom! In the next moment, the auras of the 2 old men also rapidly soared. Their white hair fluttered in the wind, their clothes fluttered, as if 2 kings had descended to the world, their auras shaking the heavens. In the blink of an eye, the aura of the 2 had broken through the 9-star War Master and stepped into the ranks of the War Saint. As expected, Qin Feiyang's face changed greatly. The 2 of them had also concealed their cultivation before. On the surface, they were 9-star War Master, but in reality, they were both War Saints. These people had hidden themselves really well. The city lord's face was also deathly pale as he roared, "Everyone, quickly continue to retreat, the further the better." His roar shook the heavens and spread in all directions. With the battle between the 3 War Saints, the Sky Thunder City would definitely not be able to hold on. Even the mountains and rivers around the Sky Thunder City would probably be affected. Upon hearing the city lord's roar, Those who had already escaped the city, as well as those who had yet to escape, all gathered their strength and frantically fled. At the same time, the city lord looked at the pagoda master and roared, "Hurry up and move the battlefield, don't hurt any more innocent people." When the pagoda master heard this, he scanned the crowd that was fleeing in fear, and his gaze immediately darkened. Was following closely. She leaped into the air and flew towards the sky like lightning. "Come down for this old man." However, the two old men didn't give her the chance. At the same time, their holy might swept through the sky and forcefully pulled the pagoda master down. "Damn it. You did it on purpose." The pagoda master was both shocked and furious. "Yes, we did it on purpose. If you don't want to implicate those innocent people, hand over the heavenly thunder flames immediately." The two old men laughed sinisterly, revealing a ruthless and cold expression. "Impossible." The pagoda master gritted his teeth and said word by word, leaving no room for negotiation. "Then let's begin." The two old men smiled sinisterly and took a step forward. Like ghosts, they instantly appeared on the left and right sides of the pagoda master. Previous chapter, next chapter then. The two of them raised their hands at the same time. Battle chi surged out like a tide as they punched towards the pagoda master. However, the pagoda master did not meet them head-on and chose to retreat. This was because once they fought, battle fluctuations would be born. And when the war saints fought, the battle fluctuations that were born were enough to instantly destroy the entire Sky Thunder City. So, she wanted to buy time for those who had yet to escape the city. "You want to protect them?" The two old men's punches missed and their old faces were filled with shocking killing intent. One of the old men suddenly turned around and raised his hand. A surge of battle chi surged out and turned into a terrifying wave that rushed towards the crowd in the distance. This was forcing the pagoda master to meet them head-on. "Bastard! Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens?" The pagoda master was so angry that her delicate body could not help but tremble. "They all died because of you. The one who should be punished by the heavens is you." The two old men smiled coldly. "Despicable." The pagoda master angrily rebuked and hurriedly chased after the battle chi. As for the two old men, they did not stop her. Their eyes flashed with a sinister look. In a few blinks of an eye, the pagoda master stood in front of the battle chi. She raised her jade-like hand and slapped it without hesitation. With a loud bang, the battle chi was directly scattered. However, as soon as they exchanged blows, a destructive wave of air was born, surging out in all directions with an earth-shattering momentum. Boom! Crack! Following a series of deafening explosions, the Sky Thunder City, which was already in tatters, instantly disappeared from the ground. Those who had yet to escape from Sky Thunder City were all drowned by this wave of air and died tragically on the spot. As for those who had already escaped from Sky Thunder City, they were all gathered in the distance. Looking at the Sky Thunder City that had already turned into ruins, their eyes were filled with sorrow. One had to know. There were originally many residents in Sky Thunder City. And today was the day of the Pill Pagoda's assessment. The number of people was several times more than usual. However, in just a short while, more than half of the people were dead or injured. Chapter 752. Even with Qin Feiyang's temperament, he could not help but feel sad when he saw this scene. Fortunately, the pagoda master made a move to disperse the battle aura. Otherwise, those who had already escaped from Sky Thunder City would also be bloodied on the spot. The methods of these two old things were truly extremely vicious. "So many people have already died tragically in your hands, shouldn't you stop now?" The pagoda master looked at the two old men coldly. "Sigh." One of the old men sighed deeply and said, "They are still unwilling to hand over the Sky Thunder Flame. It seems that we can only snatch it by force." Boom! After saying that, the two old men stepped out. Their white hair fluttered in the wind and their sharp gazes were like blades. The pagoda master glanced at the two of them and suddenly leaped into the sky. This time, the two old men did not stop him and also leaped into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. Immediately, the battle between the three of them unfolded in the sky. The void within a few hundred miles was instantly distorted. Waves of terrifying battle fluctuations surged in all directions. Qin Feiyang observed carefully for a while. He discovered that the cultivation of the three of them should be one-star battle saints. However, facing two battle saints, the pagoda master was somewhat powerless. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted and he lowered his head to look at the pill pagoda below. The entire Sky Thunder City had been destroyed. Only the pill pagoda was still sitting in the ruins unscathed. Wasn't this too unbelievable? One had to know, this was a battle between three battle saints. The strength of a battle saint could easily destroy mountains and rivers. How could the pill pagoda withstand such an attack? Could it be that this pill pagoda was a sacred artifact? Just as Qin Feiyang was bewildered, the pagoda master was unable to dodge the indiscriminate attacks of the two old men. One of the old men punched his lower abdomen and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Oh no! The pagoda master's expression changed. He hurriedly waved his hand, wanting to wipe off the blood. This was because her blood could open the stone door of the pill pagoda. If the two old men obtained it, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, at the same time, the two old men smiled coldly. One of them stepped forward and slapped the pagoda master. The other person waved his hand, and the blood turned into a stream of light, shooting towards Mu Qing. I finally got it. Looking at the blood, Mu Qing muttered to herself with a happy smile on her face. But at the same time, Qin Feiyang also abruptly raised his head and looked at the pool of blood. Following closely, he used the phantom steps, and like a bolt of lightning, he tore through the sky and rushed towards the blood. With Chang Shui in his hands, he didn't need the Tower Master's blood to enter the pill pagoda. The reason why she wanted to snatch the blood was purely to foil Mu Qing's scheme. Seeing this, Mu Qing immediately raised his eyebrows and said, "Brother Qin, do you have to go against me? What do you think?" Qin Feiyang turned around and sneered. "Alas, you're forcing me to attack you." Mu Qing let out a long sigh and shouted, "Stop him and snatch the blood." Qin Feiyang was stunned. Who was Mu Qing talking to? The two old men? But the two old men were firmly entangled by the pagoda master and had no time to spare. Boom! But suddenly, in the ruins below, a powerful aura suddenly erupted. What? There are more people? Qin Feiyang immediately lowered his head and scanned the area below. Whoosh! Immediately. Then he saw numerous black shadows flying out of the ruins. These people were all middle-aged burly men in black robes, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. The aura they exuded was extremely powerful. Are they also your men? Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Qing in surprise and doubt. That's right. Mu Qing nodded and smiled. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened slightly and he sneered. You really put in a lot of effort for the flame of heavenly thunder. You flatter me. Mu Qing waved his hand in shame, but his face was filled with pride. He looked at the big-sized men and said, "Don't hurt him as long as we get the blood." The big-sized men respectfully replied and then spread out, surrounding Qin Feiyang. One of the burly men with a scar on his face directly rushed towards the blood. Qin Feiyang, please, you must stop them. At this time, the pagoda master's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang raised his head to look at the pagoda master, then immediately retracted his gaze and scanned the surrounding big-sized men. For a moment, his heart was heavy, because, including the scarred man who was rushing towards the blood, there were a total of 10 people. And amongst these 10 people, the scarred man was the strongest. 9-star war sect. The remaining 9 people, based on their auras, were all 8-star war sects. This kind of lineup was not something he could contend against. But it wasn't like there was no other way. As long as he could launch a surprise attack in advance without any warning, he would definitely be able to catch the 9 of them off guard. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he said with a faint smile, 9 8-star war sects surrounding me, you guys really think highly of me. On the surface, these words were said to the 9 big men, but in reality, they were said to Fatso and Wolf King who were inside the castle. Because now, only Fatso and Wolf King could help him. However, because the 9 of them were too close to him, he couldn't directly ask Wolf King and Fatso to prepare for battle, so he could only use this method to hint at them. He also believed that with Wolf King and Fatso's understanding of him, they would be able to understand. When the 9 of them heard Qin Feiyang's words, they did not answer Qin Feiyang, their auras firmly locked onto him. Not talking? Then let me tell you, you might die later, Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. The 9 of them remained silent, but a hint of disdain crawled up from their eyes. Qin Feiyang swept his gaze across the 9 of them and shook his head in disappointment. I originally wanted to scare you guys, but it seems like it didn't work. The disdain in the eyes of the 9 grew even stronger. Do you really think I'm scaring you? Qin Feiyang secretly sneered. He looked at Mu Qing in the distance, and a cold light suddenly erupted from his eyes. Boom! With a thought, Fatso and Wolf King immediately appeared out of thin air. Moreover, as soon as they came out, they were in a state of transformation. Wolf King activated Berserker's Fury and transformed into a 2-meter-tall muscular wolf, his ferocious might unparalleled. Fatso also activated the dragon transformation art and transformed into a dragon warrior. The aura he emitted was comparable to that of a 9-star war sect. Obviously, they had understood Qin Feiyang's hint and had already activated their transformation state inside the castle. In the blink of an eye, as soon as Wolf King and Fatso appeared, they immediately activated their auxiliary battle arts and rushed toward the 9 burly men. Their eyes flickered with shocking killing intent. Whether it was Mu Qing or the 9 burly men, none of them were able to react to this sudden turn of events. Boom! Fatso punched out with both fists, sending the 2 burly men flying. Their blood splattered across the sky. Wolf King was even more violent. It used the void escape steps and rushed in front of the 2 burly men. Its strong and powerful claws slashed out. Following a shrill cry, the 2 men's heads were directly smashed into pieces, and they died on the spot. And at the same time, Qin Feiyang also made his move, showing no mercy. The 4th move of the void returning art blasted out, instantly killing 2 people. In just half a blink of an eye, they had killed 6 people. But it wasn't over yet. The 2 men and the wolf did not stop at all. They focused their attacks on the remaining 3 men. There was no suspense. Without any preparation, under such a sudden attack, the 3 of them died on the spot. Let's go! After killing 9 people, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and immediately led Wolf King and Fatso towards the scarred man. What's going on? The city lord, who was standing in the distant void, and the crowd gathered outside the city, had their eyes about to pop out. One had to know. The 9 people on the other side were all genuine 8-star war sects. 9 great 8-star war sects, such a terrifying lineup, could be said to be invincible in this area of Sky Thunder City. But they never would have thought that they would be annihilated by Qin Feiyang's group so effortlessly. These guys were too terrifying. Looking at the figures of the 2 men and 1 wolf, everyone's faces were filled with reverence and worship. People should be like them, vigorous and vigorous. At the same time, Mu Qing finally came back to his senses. He did not doubt the methods of Qin Feiyang and the others. This was because he understood the strength of the 2 men and 1 wolf very well. They had all grasped perfect battle arts. Coupled with the ruthlessness in their bodies, it wasn't strange for them to be able to do such a feat, but there was one thing that he had never expected. That was, Wolf King and Fatso's cultivation had actually broken through to 5-star war sect? Were these 3 bastards the reincarnation of perverts? At the same time, the scarred man also turned to look at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. He was also rather shocked by the methods of the 2 men and 1 wolf. But very quickly, a trace of contempt crawled up his eyes. The reason why he was able to kill those 9 people in an instant was because it happened too suddenly. And now, he was prepared. In addition, his strength was stronger than those 9 people. To want to kill him was simply a pipe dream. You guys are very powerful. But in front of me, you're nothing. He sneered, turned around, and continued to rush towards the blood. What are you being arrogant for? If you have the guts, come and fight me one-on-one. Wolf King bellowed. But the scarred man did not pay any attention to it. Fatso frowned and said in a low voice, "Boss, his speed is too fast, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up." Qin Feiyang's gaze darkened and said, "If you can't catch up, then go to the entrance of the Pill Pagoda and block it." "Good idea." Fatso and Wolf King's eyes lit up. Two men and a wolf swooped down and landed in front of the Pill Pagoda's door, coldly looking at the scarred man. The heavenly thunder flame was inside the Pill Pagoda, and there was only one entrance to the Pill Pagoda. As long as they blocked this place, even if the scarred man obtained the blood of the pagoda master, he would not be able to enter. Finally, the scarred man grabbed the blood, took out a jade bottle, and stored it inside. He lowered his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Qin Feiyang, the heavenly thunder flame must not be snatched away by them. Please, you must stop him." When the pagoda master saw that the scarred man had successfully obtained the blood, a trace of panic appeared on his face, and he secretly transmitted his voice to Qin Feiyang. "So nervous?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and secretly said, "Tell me, what exactly is so special about the heavenly thunder flame?" The heavenly thunder flame was only a 6th grade pill fire, but it made Mu Qing go through so much trouble to snatch it. Chapter 753. It's a long story, I can't tell you everything right now. But I can tell you one thing, once the heavenly thunder flames are taken away by them, the Forgotten Continent will definitely be in chaos. The pill tower sent a sound transmission, worried. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered and said, "All right, I will try my best to stop him, but you have to stall those two old things." Frankly speaking, he wasn't too confident. After all, the scarred man was a 9-star war sect, and might even have a perfect battle art. "Thank you. I will definitely hold them back." The pagoda master looked at Qin Feiyang gratefully, and continued to pester the two old men. Just as Qin Feiyang and the pagoda master were secretly communicating, the scarred man also turned his head to look at Mu Qing, as if asking for Mu Qing's opinion. Mu Qing frowned, he lowered his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two, his expression uncertain. Suddenly, he raised his head and nodded to the scarred man. A cold smile crawled up the scarred man's face. "Black demon hand." The next moment, with a cold shout, his large hand shot out explosively. A burst of black battle chi appeared, transforming into a giant hand that covered the sky, emitting a world-destroying aura. With a wave of his arm, the giant hand suddenly swooped down, slapping towards Qin Feiyang and the other two. Qin Feiyang looked at the giant hand in shock, his expression suddenly changed and he shouted, "This is a perfect battle art, quickly retreat." "Damn it! How are we supposed to fight a perfect battle art?" Fatso and Wolf King were furious. Without daring to hesitate, the two of them and the wolf turned into a ray of light and fled into the sky like lightning. Boom! Just as they left, the black demon hand slapped the top of the pill tower, causing an earth-shaking explosion. A destructive wave immediately appeared, rolling out in all directions like an invisible wave. Although Qin Feiyang and the other two had escaped in time, they were still swept up by the shockwave and were sent flying, spitting out blood. Bang bang bang. Rumble. Crack. The three of them crashed into a mountain range outside the city one after another. The tall and majestic mountain range split apart on the spot and collapsed. "That's all you've got?" The scar-faced man smiled disdainfully. Then he rushed towards Qin Feiyang and the other two with a dense killing intent. But at this moment, Mu Qing shouted, "Don't worry about them. Hurry up and seize the heavenly thunder flame." The knife-scarred man suddenly stopped. He looked at the broken mountain range and sneered, "You're really far." He swooped down and landed in front of the door of the Pill Pagoda. He took out a drop of blood and dripped it on the door. Rumble. The doors of the Pill Pagoda slowly opened. Seeing this, the pagoda master was extremely anxious. He used all his strength to push back the two old men. Then he rushed towards the scarred man without looking back. "Umph!" The two old men coldly snorted and chased after the pagoda master like lightning, punching him in the back. Bang! The pagoda master spat out a mouthful of blood and his face instantly turned pale. Like a meteor, he crashed into the ground. "Let's see how you're going to stop us now." The two old men smiled sinisterly and landed in front of the pagoda door one after another. The pagoda door was already halfway open. One of them said to the knife-scarred man, "Quickly go in and snatch the heavenly thunder flame." "We'll guard here, sir," the knife-scarred man respectfully replied. Then, he turned into a ray of light and rushed into the pill pagoda. "Bastard, I'm going to kill you!" At the same time, an enraged roar exploded. Wolf King, Fatso, and Qin Feiyang rushed out from the collapsed mountain range. Their bodies were dripping with blood. Wolf King was filled with ferocity as he immediately rushed towards the pill pagoda. However, Qin Feiyang grabbed it and whispered, "We're not their match. Don't be rash. You all deserve to die." At this time, the pagoda master also rushed out from the ground. His body was also riddled with wounds. He stood in the air and stared at the two old men coldly. "You're the one who's going to die." The two old men's eyes flashed with killing intent. They landed in front of the pagoda master and attacked with all their might. "Fighting soul, open." The pagoda master retreated quickly. A fiery red bird soared into the sky from behind him. It was a fire luan. When it spread its wings, it was dozens of feet long. It was like a mountain in the sky. It was ferocious. Innate superpower, divine fire, scorching sun. As soon as the fighting soul appeared, the pagoda master roared. The fire luan above him raised its head and spewed out flames. In an instant, the world seemed to have turned into a huge furnace. The mountains, rivers, and land within a radius of hundreds of miles, and even the sky were dyed red by the flames. Looking at the flames, the two old men's gazes turned solemn. Boom! The two old men's bodies shook as they activated their fighting souls at the same time. A black light shot up into the sky. Two tall shadows appeared in the sky in an instant. They were two humanoid fighting souls. Moreover, their fighting souls were exactly the same. The two humanoid fighting souls were dozens of feet tall. They were like two giant spiritual gods that had descended to the mortal world. They exuded a powerful aura. However, their faces could not be seen clearly as they were shrouded in a layer of black fog. Only a rough outline could be seen. Innate superpower, divine demon finger. As soon as the two fighting souls appeared, the two old men roared. At that moment, the two fighting souls raised their arms at the same time and pointed at the sky. Two rays of black light suddenly appeared and blasted toward the flames. Boom! The three innate superpowers were like comets that collided with each other. An earth-shattering explosion was heard. In this place, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Magma erupted. That terrifying destructive aura was like a raging wave in a vast ocean, destroying everything in its path. At that moment, whether it was Qin Feiyang and the other two, or the city governor and the rest, they all fled without looking back. It was too terrifying. It was like the end of the world. It was a sign of the end of the world. Puff! At the same time, the pagoda master spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a fallen leaf in the wind, he flew uncontrollably into the distance. Crack! The mask on his face was also shattered. His sapphire-like eyes were filled with a sense of weakness that could not be dispelled. The two old men were also sent flying, but their situation was much better than the pagoda master's. Boom! So they stabilized their bodies and charged toward the pagoda master again. Looking at the dying pagoda master and the two old men who were filled with murderous intent, Wolf King frowned and said, "Little Qin Zi, do you still want to help?" Qin Feiyang nodded without hesitation and said, "Also, I have another task for you." After that, Qin Feiyang whispered a few words in the ears of Wolf King and Fatso. The man and the beast's eyes lit up. They immediately swooped down and disappeared into the mountain stream below. Qin Feiyang also raised his head and looked at Mu Qing, who was standing in the distance. He secretly sneered and said, "Let's see how long you can jump around." He turned his gaze to the pagoda master and shouted, "Come to me quickly." The pagoda master looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Looking at Qin Feiyang's expression, she felt an inexplicable peace in her heart. No longer hesitating, She stepped into the void and forcibly stabilized her body. Then she turned into a divine rainbow and flew toward Qin Feiyang like lightning. No matter where you go, you have to die today. The two old men followed closely, their faces full of murderous intent. At the same time, Mu Qing also looked at Qin Feiyang with a trace of surprise in her eyes. What was this guy planning? Suddenly, his pupils shrank. He looked at Qin Feiyang's left and right sides, and then looked behind Qin Feiyang. Where were Fatso and Wolf King? When did they disappear? He hurriedly glanced at the mountains below, but he didn't find any trace of them. Did they go to the castle? Swish. At this time, the pagoda master landed in front of Qin Feiyang and said, "Why did you call me here?" Since you're about to die, can you let me see your true face? Qin Feiyang chuckled. Hearing this, a row of black lines appeared on the pagoda master's forehead. Don't be angry, I'm joking. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand, took out a rib bone from his cosmos bag, and said, "Use this, I guarantee that I can beat up those two old dogs." The pagoda master looked at the rib bone, her eyes flashing with a hint of surprise and doubt. Qin Feiyang, if you don't want to die, then get lost. The two old men rushed over with murderous intent. The pagoda master's eyes darkened. Before she could ask in detail, she grabbed the rib bone and turned to kill the two old men. Seeing the rib bone in the pagoda master's hand, the two old men couldn't help but be surprised. Mu Qing, who was in the distance, couldn't help but frown. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes were filled with horror. He shouted at the two old men, "Don't fight head-on, retreat." But it was too late. The pagoda master swept in front of the two old men like lightning, raised the rib bone, and smashed it toward the head of one of the old men. However, the old man was also a powerhouse who had experienced countless battles. When he heard Mu Qing's shout, he immediately retreated. At the same time, he raised both hands to protect his head. Boom! The rib bone instantly smashed into his hands. Accompanied by a painful scream, the old man was directly hit by the rib bone and crashed into the ground below. His two arms were also smashed, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. So strong. The pagoda master was a little stunned. The other old man also stared at the rib bone with his mouth agape. With this, it'll be easy to defeat these two people. The next moment, the pagoda master came to his senses, and he was hale and hearty. When he saw that the other old man was in a state of distraction, he immediately raised the rib bone and smashed it toward the old man's head. The killing intent was bone-chilling. The old man also trembled. He suddenly came to his senses and quickly dodged to the side. Bang! But it was still too late. Although the rib bone didn't hit his head, it hit his right shoulder. Blood spurted out. His entire right shoulder was smashed into pieces on the spot. His entire body crashed into the ground below like a meteor, just like the old man before him. Boom! Dust and smoke billowed, and the ground collapsed. A huge crater appeared in everyone's line of sight in an instant. Two battle saints were seriously injured in one move. This scene shocked everyone so much that they couldn't close their mouths. Mu Qing's expression was also blank. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? Suddenly. Chapter 754. What? Now you're angry out of humiliation? Weren't you very proud of yourself when you schemed against me? Qin Feiyang sneered. Mu Qing fell silent. In fact, he knew in his heart that the relationship between him and Qin Feiyang would come to this point sooner or later, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. I admit that I schemed against you. But I really have no malice toward you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have just let them trap you. Mu Qing sighed. Qin Feiyang sneered and said, Then shouldn't I thank you for not killing me? Forget about it. As long as you leave now, we don't owe each other anything. Mu Qing said. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold and said, I don't owe you anything. Besides, don't make it sound so dignified. I'll find out what you and Lu Xingchen are plotting sooner or later. Mu Qing's heart skipped a beat. He shook his head and said, I don't understand what you're talking about. You don't understand? Then tell me, why did you and Lu Xingchen try so hard to lure me here? Qin Feiyang sneered. Mu Qing frowned and said, "You're thinking too much." Qin Feiyang waved his hand impatiently and said, "Don't talk nonsense with me. I'll tell you, if you don't talk for a day, I'll make sure you don't have a good day." "You're unreasonable." Mu Qing was furious. Boom! At this moment, two terrifying auras rushed out from the ground below. Following closely, the two old men rushed out of the ground with murderous intent, and their bodies were dripping with blood. "Young master, kill him." The two men looked at Mu Qing and bowed. "Young master?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. Mu Qing's identity was indeed not simple. Mu Qing glanced at the two of them, then looked at Qin Feiyang, her eyes flickering. Not good. Suddenly, the Tower Master's expression changed drastically. "What is it?" Qin Feiyang was bewildered. "The heavenly lightning flame has been touched by someone." The Tower Master's face was as gloomy as water. She had signed a blood contract with the heavenly thunder flame, so as long as someone touched the heavenly thunder flame, she would be able to sense it immediately. Qin Feiyang said, "Then hurry up and kill those two old dogs." The Pagoda Master's gaze turned cold. He grabbed his ribs and rushed towards the two. "Young master, please consider it carefully." The two old men spoke to Mu Qing again before turning to look at the Pagoda Master. Their old faces were filled with hostility. Clang! Suddenly, a dazzling divine light shot out from the forehead of an old man. It was a sword. It was 3 feet long and 3 fingers wide. It looked as if it was cast from lava, and its entire body was as red as fire. The sword floated in the air above the two old men, trembling non-stop and creating earth-shattering sounds. As soon as the sword appeared, a vast and mighty holy aura swept out in all directions and shrouded the entire area. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. What kind of joke was this? This was actually another sacred artifact. In addition to the replica of the space-time gate, Mu Qing's clan would have 2 sacred artifacts. When did sacred artifacts become so cheap? At the same time, when the Pagoda Master saw the sword, she could not help but feel worried. A sacred artifact was comparable to a 9-star battle saint. Could the ribs in her hand be a match for it? She could not help but start to doubt. However, her expression was still as cold as ice. A sacred artifact requires a 9-star battle saint to be revived. As for you, you are only 1-star battle saints. If you forcefully revive the sacred artifact, only death awaits you. Do you dare? She sneered and her eyes were filled with mockery. Humph! Even if it doesn't revive, the invincible sharpness of this sacred artifact is enough to break the ribs in your hand. One of the old men snorted. He grabbed the sword and charged forward. Clang! The sound of metal reverberated in all directions, almost tearing the eardrums of those who heard it. The Pagoda Master looked at the old man coldly and asked, "Qin Feiyang, can you do it?" Qin Feiyang replied through telepathy. The owner of the ribs was the former emperor, Mu Tianyang. Mu Tianyang was an expert from the same era as the first emperor. His strength must have reached the peak of perfection. Therefore, the Pagoda Master concluded that the ribs should not be inferior to a sacred artifact. After hearing Qin Feiyang's reply, the Pagoda Master could finally rest assured and go all out. At this moment, both the Pagoda Master and the old man stared at each other with an imposing aura. In less than 3 breaths, the two of them met. Almost at the same time, the two of them roared and charged at each other with their ribs and swords. Clang! The ribs and the swords collided fiercely, causing sparks to fly and illuminate the sky. At the same time, with the two of them as the center, an apocalyptic battle wave swept out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the giant mountains crumbled like withered trees. The rumbling sound reverberated through the heavens and earth. Qin Feiyang and the others were sent flying again as if they were struck by lightning. Blood spurted out of their mouths. As for those who escaped from Sky Thunder City and gathered outside the city, more than half of them were killed or injured in an instant. Screams could be heard endlessly. In the end, the battle wave actually spread to hundreds of miles away from Sky Thunder City. The mountains and rivers within hundreds of miles were directly razed to the ground. It's actually so terrifying. Those who were lucky enough to survive looked at the battle between the pagoda master and the old man in horror. Was this the power of a sacred artifact? One had to know. The sword had not recovered yet. If it recovered, how shocking would it be? If they continued to fight like this, everyone here would probably be implicated and die in the end. Clang. High up in the sky. The pagoda master and the old man were already in a frenzy and did not consider this at all. Qin Feiyang stood on top of a mountain peak and took a healing pill. He raised his head and looked at the two people. Gradually, he couldn't help but frown. Because now, neither of them could suppress the other and could be considered to be evenly matched. Could it be that he guessed wrong? This Mu Tianyang's strength when he was alive was not as strong as he thought? Clang. But suddenly, under a violent collision, the old man's sword flew out of his hand and into the distance. Moreover, the old man's palm was lacerated and blood flowed out. Even his entire arm was trembling. Obviously, the old man's palm was lacerated because of the collision between the sword and the ribs. It was enough to show that he did not have the upper hand in the battle with the pagoda master. But then, Qin Feiyang's gaze was firmly locked on the sword. That was because the battle sword was flying in his direction. If he could seize the opportunity to snatch it, with a sacred artifact in hand, who would he be afraid of in the future? Decisive. With a leap, he used the phantom steps and rushed toward the sword. Quickly retrieve the sacred artifact. Seeing this, Mu Qing quickly shouted. Heard. The two old men were shocked and hurriedly looked at the sword. Suddenly, a strong cold light appeared in their old eyes. The person who fought with the pagoda master immediately waved his hand and the flying sword turned in the air and flew back like lightning. Die! But at the same time, the pagoda master seized the opportunity and suddenly raised his ribs and smashed the old man's head. With a cracking sound, the old man's head exploded on the spot like a watermelon. The bloody scene was simply unbearable to look at. He's dead. The expressions of Mu Qing and the other old man also immediately turned blank. And the sword, when the old man died, stopped in the void and did not move. Good chance. Qin Feiyang quickly rushed forward. His big hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed it in his hand. A sacred artifact. He lowered his head and looked at the sword. His eyes shone brightly and his body was trembling with excitement. He had never thought that one day he would own a sacred artifact. Damn it! When Mu Qing came back to his senses, he saw that the sword was already in Qin Feiyang's hand. He immediately became anxious and shouted to the other old man, "What are you waiting for? Quickly take back the sacred artifact." Take it back? Qin Feiyang looked up at Mu Qing and said sarcastically, "You want to take back something that is already in my hands? Is it possible?" After saying that, he bit his finger and decisively dripped his blood to claim ownership. When the old man died, the sword stopped moving. It could be seen that the old man was the one who controlled this sacred artifact. And when the old man died, the blood contract in the sword naturally dissipated. In other words, this sacred artifact was now ownerless. Sure enough, the blood contract in the battle sword disappeared, and Qin Feiyang successfully dripped his blood on it to become its master. This also meant that now he was officially the owner of this sacred artifact. What an unexpected gain. It's over. I lost a sacred artifact before I even got the heavenly thunder flame, and a battle sage died. When I go back, I will definitely be beaten to death by father. The moment Qin Feiyang claimed ownership of the sword, Mu Qing was paralyzed in the air, his face full of despair. But the old man did not give up. Like a bolt of lightning, he rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was still very weak and did not dare to revive the sacred artifact. As long as he could take it back, he could instantly erase the blood contract inside. Qin Feiyang looked up at the old man and said disdainfully, "Even your master has given up. What are you still doing here?" The old man looked at him coldly and said, "Hand it over immediately and this old man will spare your life. Have you forgotten about me?" But before he finished speaking, a bone-chilling voice came from behind him. The old man's face changed and he hurriedly looked back. He saw the pagoda master holding the rib and rushing over with a murderous aura. "Even if I die, I will take back the sacred artifact. He gritted his teeth and continued to rush towards Qin Feiyang. At the same time, a terrifying holy aura enveloped Qin Feiyang. Let me tell you, not only will you not be able to take it back, you will also lose your life. Qin Feiyang grinned. Then, he disappeared into thin air without a trace after saying that. Where is he? The old man stopped in the air and looked around in surprise. Idiot, don't you know that he has a spatial divine object? Be careful of your back, get out of the way. At this time, Mu Qing's angry roar sounded. Behind, the old man's eyes trembled and he hurriedly dodged to the side. But it was too late. The pagoda master took a step forward, grabbed the rib firmly, and smashed it towards the top of his head. A miserable scream suddenly resounded through the sky. The old man's head exploded on the spot without any suspense. Blood stained the sky. Idiots, you are all idiots. Seeing this scene, Mu Qing was so angry that he went crazy and stomped his feet in the air. It was also at this time that Qin Feiyang appeared. Chapter 755. Write it off. Ha! Mu Qing laughed crazily as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "It seems that you're still not convinced." What a joke! You killed 2 of my clan's battle saints and even stole my clan's sacred artifact. Do you think it's possible to write it off? Mu Qing roared. Qin Feiyang fell silent. The grudge between him and Mu Qing had become deeper and deeper. If he wanted to resolve this grudge, only one of them could survive. Here's your rib. At this moment, the pagoda master turned around and handed the rib to Qin Feiyang. There was a trace of gratitude in his sky-blue eyes. If not for Qin Feiyang's help, not to mention protecting the heavenly thunder flame, his life would have been another matter. Qin Feiyang took the rib and smiled at the pagoda master. Then, he looked at Mu Qing again. His eyes flashed with a cold light. I'll leave Mu Qing to you. I'll go to the Pill Pagoda and kill that scarred man. The pagoda master left these words and rushed towards the Pill Pagoda's gate. Boom! But at this moment, a terrifying aura descended and enveloped this world. The pagoda master stopped and looked at the sky in surprise. Qin Feiyang immediately raised his head and looked over. Immediately, their eyes trembled. At this moment, an old man was standing in the sky. The old man had a ruddy complexion and white hair. His body was strong. However, he was not tall. He was probably only about 1.5 meters tall. He was wearing a fiery red robe. From his appearance alone, this old man was very inconspicuous. However, the aura he exuded was even stronger than the pagoda master. There was also a trace of gloominess between his brows that could not be dispelled. Mu Qing also looked at the old man in surprise and asked, "Elder Sheng, why are you here?" The old man glanced at Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing and said, "If I didn't come, I'm afraid even you would have died here." Upon hearing this, Mu Qing lowered her head in shame. "Young master, I was the one who informed Elder Sheng to come." It was also at this moment. A gloomy voice sounded from within the pill tower. Following closely, the scarred man rushed out of the Pill Pagoda's door and flew toward Mu Qing like a bolt of lightning. In his hand, there was a cluster of purple flames. Previously, after obtaining the heavenly lightning flame, he immediately left the pill tower. However, when he arrived at the gate and saw the 2 battle saints killed, he immediately understood that he would not be able to escape today. Therefore, he immediately sent a message to Elder Sheng asking for help. He only dared to show up when Old Master Sheng came. At the same time, the pagoda master's expression suddenly changed when he saw the purple flame in the scar-faced man's hand. He quickly chased after him and shouted, "Leave the heavenly lightning flame behind." "Do you want to die?" The gaze of the old man in the sky also turned cold. He didn't seem to move at all, but a terrifying holy aura poured down like a waterfall toward the tower master. The tower master's pupils shrank, and he retreated without hesitation. Boom! The holy aura blasted into the ground below. A shocking explosion took place, resulting in a deafening explosion. Crack! Boom! On the ground below, bottomless fissures had appeared, and these cracks were still spreading crazily in all directions at lightning speed. If one were to look down from the sky, the scene would be even more shocking. At this moment, the land within a radius of 1,000 miles was like a broken spider web. So powerful! Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang's eyes had a trace of horror. This person must not be defeated by force. Seeing that the pagoda master was about to chase after the scarred man, Qin Feiyang hurriedly transmitted his voice. Don't be rash, I have arranged a backup plan, the heavenly lightning flame won't be able to escape. The pagoda master was surprised. What backup plan? Why didn't she notice it? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and shouted, Do it. What do you mean? The pagoda master was even more confused. Mu Qing also looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. If it were someone else, he wouldn't care. But he knew Qin Feiyang too well. Every action and every word of his had a hidden meaning. Before he finished speaking, two figures suddenly rushed out of the mountain stream directly below Mu Qing. They were Fatso and Wolf King, who had disappeared. One man and one wolf used their extreme speed, like two divine rainbows, and landed in front of Mu Qing in the blink of an eye. Then, Fatso reached out his hand and firmly grabbed Mu Qing's throat. This sudden turn of events was something that no one had expected. At first, Mu Qing also thought that Fatso and Wolf King had gone to the castle, but who would have thought that they had been hiding right below him, waiting for an opportunity to make a move? Let him go. Elder Sheng was the first to come to his senses, and his eyes immediately surged with murderous intent. Boom! That terrifying holy aura was like a heavenly tribulation, and it blasted toward the man and the wolf. Fatso looked up at Elder Sheng and grinned. Old man, you'd better withdraw your aura immediately, or Fat Lord will kill him. How dare you? Elder Sheng roared. Let's see if Fat Lord dares to. Fatso smiled coldly, and his 5 fingers suddenly tightened. Mu Qing's face suddenly turned red. At the same time, his hands also grabbed Fatso's arm, and he struggled desperately. Seeing this, Elder Sheng's face changed slightly, and he quickly withdrew his majesty and said in a deep voice, What do you want? You'll have to ask my boss. Fatso chuckled. Boss? Elder Sheng frowned and asked, Who is your boss? Nonsense, of course it's Qin Feiyang. Fatso raised his eyebrows and said angrily. Elder Sheng immediately looked at Qin Feiyang, and his eyes flashed coldly. Qin Feiyang shrunk his neck and said very seriously, Don't scare me with that look, okay? Let me tell you, I'm a very timid person. If I'm frightened, I might do something out of line. As he spoke, he flew toward Wolf King and Fatso. The Tower Master also followed beside him. She was also extremely impressed by Qin Feiyang's methods and temperament. One had to know that Elder Sheng was even stronger than her. If it was anyone else, they would have been scared out of their wits. But this kid, his expression didn't change at all, and he even dared to flirt with her? Just this courage alone was enough to make anyone praise him. When Elder Sheng heard these words, smoke rose from his head. He was obviously furious to the extreme. And the scarred man didn't fly toward Mu Qing anymore. He flew behind Elder Sheng and stared at Qin Feiyang and the others coldly. Soon, Qin Feiyang and the Tower Master arrived in front of Fatso and Wolf King. Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Qing and said with a smile, Your family background is so powerful, how can I not have a backup plan? You're ruthless. Mu Qing's face was gloomy. Ruthless? In terms of ruthlessness, I'm not even half as ruthless as you. At least, I won't deliberately kill so many lives in Sky Thunder City. Qin Feiyang sneered. Mu Qing said gloomily, The weak are prey to the strong. Don't you understand this principle? Of course I understand. But it doesn't mean that the strong can kill the innocent. Qin Feiyang shouted. Mu Qing frowned and said, I don't want to talk nonsense with you, just say it, what do you want? I think you have nothing to say. Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully, raised his head to look at Elder Sheng, and said indifferently, Hand over the heavenly thunder flames. Elder Sheng was silent. Don't challenge my patience. Although you are stronger than me, as long as I want to hide, you can't do anything to me. Qin Feiyang said. Elder Sheng stared at Qin Feiyang angrily, gritted his teeth and said, Give it to him. The scarred man said anxiously, Elder Sheng, you can't. But before he could finish his words, Elder Shing said angrily, "Can the heavenly thunder flames be compared to the young master's life? Give it to him." The scarred man's gaze trembled as he lowered his head to look at the heavenly thunder flames. His eyes filled with disbelief. One had to know. In order to snatch the heavenly thunder flames, not only did they lose a sacred artifact, they also lost 2 war saints. It wasn't easy to get it, but now they had to send it back. Then wouldn't their losses be worthless? However, Elder Shing was right. No matter how important the heavenly thunder flames were, it couldn't be compared to the young master. He sighed deeply and waved his big hand that was holding the heavenly thunder flames. The heavenly thunder flames flew out of his hand and flew towards Qin Feiyang and the others. "Qin Feiyang, thank you." The pagoda master looked at Qin Feiyang gratefully. Today, this person had really helped her a lot. "It's nothing." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. Fatso was stunned and said, "Boss, are you really going to return it to her? We can't fall out with her now. Otherwise, we will be in a situation where we will be attacked from both sides." Qin Feiyang secretly said. Fatso frowned imperceptibly, but didn't say anything more. The heavenly thunder flames was like a gorgeous purple stream of light, cutting through the sky, getting closer and closer to Qin Feiyang and the others. But a change happened again. Swish! A white figure appeared out of thin air, flashing towards the heavenly thunder flames like lightning, and then grabbed it in his hand. Who is it? Whether it was Qin Feiyang and the others, or Old Sheng and the others, at this moment, a sharp light burst out from their eyes. But when the white figure revealed her true appearance, Qin Feiyang and the others' faces changed. It was a beautiful woman. Her soft long hair was tied up high, and her snow-white dress was spotless, looking graceful and luxurious. That's right. This person was the mysterious madam. Qin Feiyang asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Swish! Before his voice died away, another 2 figures flew up into the sky. They were the burly man and the snakeskin old man. Of course, Madam knows. Because Madam guessed that you would come to Sky Thunder City. So, after you escaped, Madam asked us to wait for you here. And the news of your appearance was deliberately leaked by us. The 2 of them sneered. Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 of them, then looked at the beautiful woman and frowned. "Are you really going to keep pestering me like this?" The beautiful woman just looked at him indifferently, then looked at the pagoda master and smiled. "Long time no see." "You are?" The pagoda master frowned and looked at the beautiful woman suspiciously. "Have you forgotten? That year, it was me who saved Qin Feiyang from your hands." The beautiful woman said. "So it's you." A cold light flashed in the pagoda master's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Then why are you snatching the heavenly thunder flames now?" "As long as it's something Qin Feiyang wants, no matter what it is, I will snatch it. That's the reason." The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled. Battle chi surged into the heavenly thunder flames, directly erasing the blood contract inside. Puff! Chapter 756. At the same time, waves of shock surged in her heart. She actually erased her blood contract so easily? Just how strong was this woman? She turned her head to look at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "Your goal is also the flames of heavenly thunder?" Qin Feiyang did not deny it, because at this point, there was nothing to worry about. Hee, the pagoda master smiled bitterly. She really didn't expect that these people were all here for the flames of heavenly thunder. Even if she successfully chased away Mu Qing, there was still a hungry wolf lurking beside her, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. In other words, no matter what, she couldn't keep the flames of heavenly thunder today. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and couldn't help but sympathize with the pagoda master. In fact, the flames of heavenly thunder wasn't that important to him now. What he was really curious about was what was hidden in the flames of heavenly thunder. Suddenly, the pagoda master looked at the mysterious woman again and said, "I don't understand. Since you were saving Qin Feiyang back then, why are you going against him now?" The mysterious woman's eyes flashed with a sharp light and said, "Because he repaid kindness with ingratitude." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Don't talk about these useless things. You want me to follow you?" Don't you want to use me? Yes, I admit it. But now, you no longer have any value to me. That's why I'm here this time to send you to hell. The mysterious woman's killing intent appeared. Her slender index finger pointed in the air, and a terrifying holy aura suddenly roared out, charging towards Qin Feiyang. She wouldn't care about Mu Qing's life or death. In her eyes, there were only Qin Feiyang, Fatso, and Wolf King. But just because she didn't care, it didn't mean that Elder Sheng and the scarred man didn't care either. Because Mu Qing was still in Fatso's hands. If Qin Feiyang and the others were killed, then Mu Qing would also die. Boom. Elder Sheng immediately made his move and dispersed the mysterious woman's holy aura. For you, how dare you ruin my plans? The mysterious lady suddenly raised her head and stared coldly at Old Man Sheng. Old Man Sheng said sternly, I don't care if you kill Qin Feiyang, but you can't touch the young master. Young master? The mysterious lady was stunned. Old Man Shipai said in a low voice, Madam, you've just arrived, so you might not know. That Mu Qing is their young master. Who is Mu Qing? The madam was suspicious. That's him. They are also here to snatch the heavenly lightning flame. Old Man Snakeskin said respectfully as he pointed at Mu Qing who was being held by Fatso. The mysterious madam looked at Mu Qing with a trace of astonishment in her eyes. She said, Even an 8-star battle saint addresses you as young master. Your identity is not simple. What? Then Elder Sheng is an 8-star battle saint. The eyes of Qin Feiyang and the others trembled. This was truly an invincible existence. Fatso sent his voice, Boss, we can't continue like this, we need to escape as soon as possible. Qin Feiyang nodded. Just Elder Sheng alone was not someone they could contend against. With this mysterious madam, there was no way they could survive. Without hesitation, he opened a portal. Trying to run? The mysterious madam smiled disdainfully. With a flick of her sleeve, a holy aura directly blasted at the portal. Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his head and looked at Elder Sheng in the sky. He shouted, If you want Mu Qing to live, stop her immediately. Do you think I'm an idiot? Elder Sheng sneered. Boom. Before his voice died away. The portal was shattered by the mysterious madam's holy aura. The mysterious madam's gaze turned and landed on Qin Feiyang, Fatso, and Wolf King. She said, Today, none of you will leave. At the same time, the pagoda master at the side suddenly took action and grabbed the Wolf King. He shouted, If you want to die, then today we will all die together. Bastard! Qin Feiyang was furious. He stared at the tower master gloomily and said, If it weren't for me, you would have died long ago. Don't make it sound so dignified. Didn't you save me for the flame of heavenly thunder? The tower master sneered. Qin Feiyang said angrily, But I didn't say that we must snatch the flame of heavenly thunder. Don't treat me like an idiot. The tower master snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang was extremely angry. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have helped this woman. The current situation was quite complicated. Mu Qing was in the hands of Fatso, Wolf King was in the hands of the tower master, and the flame of heavenly thunder was in the hands of the mysterious madam. But there was one person who was not restrained, and that was the mysterious madam. Whether it was Qin Feiyang's group, Mu Qing's group, or the tower master, none of them could affect her. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the others who were restraining each other, the mysterious madam had a trace of a smile in her eyes. Looking at the mysterious madam's smile, a strong sense of uneasiness rose in everyone's hearts. Elder Sheng said telepathically, Qin Feiyang, as long as you are willing to let go of the young master, this old man promises to help you escape from this place. Don't treat me like an idiot. If I really let go of Mu Qing, I'm afraid the first person you will kill will be me. Qin Feiyang sneered secretly. That won't happen. This old man might as well tell you the truth. That woman's cultivation is stronger than mine. She should be a 9-star battle saint or even higher. If we continue to restrain her like this, we will definitely die in her hands in the end. Elder Sheng said to himself. What? Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. The mysterious madam was so strong? Swish. It was also at this moment. The mysterious madam took a step forward and walked towards Qin Feiyang step by step. Her steps were very slow. Her long dress fluttered in the wind, and her black hair danced in the wind. She was like a fairy from the ninth heaven who had descended to the mortal world, and her entire body was emitting a heart-palpitating aura. Fatso said anxiously, "Boss, what should we do?" "Don't panic. Elder Xing won't let her make a move." Qin Feiyang said to himself. As long as Mu Qing was still in his hands, Mu Qing's clansmen would do their best to help him. Heard it. A cold light flashed in Fatso's eyes. He turned around abruptly and faced the mysterious madam, placing Mu Qing in front of him. Damn it. Seeing Fatso using Mu Qing as a shield, Elder Sheng and the scarred man's expressions changed. Elder Sheng immediately looked at the mysterious madam and shouted, "If you dare to hurt the young master, the Mu family will definitely not let you off." Mu family? The mysterious madam was stunned. She raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "Which Mu family?" Elder Sheng said arrogantly, "It doesn't matter which Mu family it is. In short, you can't afford to offend them." "Is that so?" The mysterious madam smiled, but a trace of coldness flashed in her eyes. But suddenly, another figure soared into the sky from the mountain stream below. With lightning speed, he captured the burly man and the snakeskin old man behind the mysterious madam. "Who is it?" Everyone was shocked and looked up. It turned out to be the city lord of Sky Thunder City. The city lord glanced at Qin Feiyang and looked at the mysterious madam. He shouted, "Leave the heavenly thunder flame and get out of Sky Thunder City immediately. Otherwise, I will kill them." The mysterious madam was stunned. She turned around and looked at the city lord. The corner of her mouth pursed into a playful smile. Immediately, Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted. He said with a sound transmission, "Don't worry about us." But the city lord was stunned. He asked in confusion, "Her people are in my hands. Why should we run?" "You don't understand her. She doesn't care about the life and death of others. Hurry!" Qin Feiyang shouted anxiously. What? The city lord's expression changed. "Madam, save us." At the same time, the burly man and the snakeskin old man also begged for help from the mysterious madam in fear. They were only war emperor, and the city lord was a 2-star war sect. If they were caught by the city lord, there was no way for them to escape. The mysterious madam looked at the two of them with an extremely cold expression. She looked at the city lord and laughed. "You really aren't afraid of death." The city lord was afraid. "What I hate the most is being threatened. And those who once threatened me, without exception, all died miserably." The mysterious madam laughed. After she finished speaking, her gaze turned cold. She raised her hand and waved it. A vast and mighty holy might roared out, instantly drowning the city lord and the burly man. Accompanied by 3 mournful screams, the city lord and the other 2 immediately splattered their blood in the air. "You damned demoness!" Qin Feiyang and the pagoda master roared at the same time. The mysterious madam was stunned. Mu Qing, Elder Sheng, and the scarred man also looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. The city lord was killed, so it made sense for the pagoda master to be angry. After all, they had been together for so many years, so there was a certain level of affection between them. But what did Qin Feiyang's roar have to do with him? Qin Feiyang smiled sadly, looked at Mu Qing and said, "Don't you want to know how I was able to find out your identity?" Mu Qing nodded, and then seemed to have thought of something, and asked in surprise, "Is he helping you?" "That's right. He checked all the people who participated in the assessment this time. In the end, he only found that you were the only one with an abnormal identity. He even personally went to the Tang tribe to investigate, and found that there was no such person as Tang Hai. That's why I set my sights on you," Qin Feiyang said. Mu Qing's face froze. So it turned out that his identity was exposed because of the city lord. The pagoda master next to him frowned. "So, he has been bought over by you?" "I forced him. But why is he so stupid? He could have just sat back and watched. Why did he help me?" Qin Feiyang's face was full of pain. The pagoda master fell silent. He blamed himself and was in so much pain for a person he had just met. This man was indeed a loyal and righteous person. Sush. Qin Feiyong suddenly raised his head and looked at the mysterious madam, and said word by word, "I promise, you will regret it." The mysterious madam lifted the corner of her mouth and said indifferently, "How can a person who is about to die say such words? Don't you think it's funny? Then you'd better not let me escape." Qin Feiyong's eyes flashed coldly, and he waved his hand, ready to enter the castle with the pagoda master and Mu Qing. But the mysterious madam seemed to have expected Qin Feiyong to do so. Boom! The holy power erupted, covering the sky and the earth, and instantly imprisoned Qin Feiyong and the others in the void. "Go to hell." Immediately after, the mysterious madam shouted coldly. Qin Feiyong and the others immediately felt that the holy power that imprisoned them began to crazily squeeze their bodies. Obviously, the mysterious madam wanted to make them explode and die. But Mu Qing, Wolf King, and Fatso could not help but scream. Blood kept spurting out of the pores all over their bodies. In an instant, everyone was covered in blood, including Qin Feiyong and the pagoda master. "Not good," quickly informed the patriarch. "I will go and hold her back." Seeing this. Chapter 757. Patriarch. The mysterious lady raised her head to look at Elder Sheng and frowned slightly. If a clansman was so strong, then how strong was the patriarch? Her eyes flashed with killing intent as she pointed her index finger in the air. The holy might was like a waterfall as it blasted towards the scarred man like lightning. The scarred man was taking out the image crystal when he sensed the terrifying holy might. His expression changed drastically as he quickly turned around and fled. "Don't even think about it." Seeing this, Elder Sheng, who was diving down, roared angrily as a black light rushed out from his back. It was also a humanoid battle soul. It was almost exactly the same as the battle soul of the two old men who were killed by the pagoda master. The battle soul's true appearance could not be seen clearly, but it was more than 100 feet tall, like a giant spirit god. Innate ability, demon god finger. The humanoid battle soul raised his arm and pointed in the air. Boom! A ray of black light suddenly appeared, bringing along a destructive aura as it blasted towards the holy might. But the black light was unable to stop the holy might. On the contrary, the black light was crushed by the holy might. At the same time, Elder Sheng also spat out a mouthful of blood as his old body flew out like a meteorite. Finally, the scarred man also did not escape. Accompanied by a shrill scream, he was smashed into pieces by the holy might, not even leaving a corpse behind. But the mysterious lady turned a blind eye to this. Her gaze was firmly locked onto the humanoid battle soul above Elder Sheng. At first, when she saw the battle soul, her expression was slightly sluggish and her gaze was somewhat absent-minded. But soon after, monstrous killing intent emerged in her eyes. "So you are from the Mu family," she said coldly, her eyes gloomy and frightening. "You know?" Elder Sheng was surprised. "Others don't know, but it doesn't mean that I don't know. You people from the Mu family deserve to die." As soon as she finished speaking, the mysterious lady's arm burst out, her 5 fingers bent like an eagle's claw as she stretched out in the air. Boom! A shocking aura emerged and roared towards Elder Sheng. "What a strong aura! You are indeed a war king." Elder Sheng's expression changed as he turned around and fled without hesitation. "It's too late to escape now." The mysterious lady smiled coldly as her aura roared in the sky, directly imprisoning Elder Sheng in the air. Next. She clenched her fist. Old man Sheng, who had been restrained, immediately let out a miserable cry and exploded on the spot. "This is too scary." The hearts of Qin Feiyong and the others trembled. An 8-star battle saint was killed in an instant just like that? Just what level had this woman's cultivation reached? Whoosh! After killing old Sheng, the mysterious madam turned to Mu Qing and asked, "Are you the young master of the Mu family?" Mu Qing was also completely flustered. This time, not only were the people he brought wiped out, even Elder Sheng died tragically on the spot. Moreover, judging from this woman's attitude, she must have a deep grudge with the Mu family. Who could save him now? The mysterious madam didn't continue to be long-winded. She waved her hand, and a gigantic hand that blotted out the sky appeared. Die! Following her low shout, the giant hand suddenly slapped towards Qin Feiyong and the others. There was no luck. Qin Feiyong, Fatso, Wolf King, the pagoda master, and Mu Qing were sent flying on the spot. Blood splattered and dyed the void red. Bang, bang, rumble. In the end, the few of them crashed into a mountain range hundreds of miles away. A few giant mountains collapsed on the spot. The earth trembled violently. The group of people were all buried under the gravel and soil. Umph! The mysterious madam raised her head and snorted coldly as she flew away. Only when the mysterious madam disappeared did those lucky survivors in Sky Thunder City let out a sigh of relief. However, the shock in their eyes didn't dissipate for a long time. It was too scary. Whether it was Old Man Sheng or the mysterious madam, they were simply godlike existences. In less than half a day, the news of Sky Thunder City being destroyed, Qin Feiyong and the others being killed, and the fire of Sky Thunder being robbed spread to all the major tribes. Everyone was boiling with excitement. They were all wondering who this mysterious madam was, to actually have such terrifying strength. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, countless people came to Sky Thunder City to investigate, but they couldn't get close. Because there were still remnants of the battle between Old Man Sheng and the mysterious madam in the void here. Although these were only the aftermath of the battle, even a war emperor would be smashed to pieces if he got close. One could only see an ancient pagoda sitting in the ruins from afar. It was the Pill Pagoda. After such a terrifying battle, the Pill Pagoda was still intact. It was simply too magical. And on this morning, in a certain ruin, an arm suddenly emerged from the soil. If someone saw it now, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. Because that arm was pale and powerless, covered in blood, like the hand of a dead person. At first glance, it looked like a dead person was crawling out from the ground. So, a young man with disheveled hair and a dirty face crawled out from the soil. Where is this? He lay on the ground and looked around, his eyes full of confusion. However, when he saw the Pill Pagoda, a trace of bewilderment crept onto his weak face. Following that, the surprise on his face was replaced by joy. That's the Pill Pagoda. I'm not dead yet. The young man immediately lay on the ground and looked at the dark sky, gasping for breath. Gradually, a trace of suspicion crept into his eyes. Even Old Man Sheng died in the hands of the mysterious madam. How could he not die? Right? Where are Fatso and Wolf King? The young man suddenly shuddered, turned over and got up, and began to search in the ruins. That's right. This person was Qin Feiyong. For the past 3 days, he had been in a coma. When he woke up, he thought that he had already entered hell. But when he crawled out from the ground and saw the Pill Pagoda, he realized that he was not dead at all. Since he was not dead, then Fatso and White-Eyed Wolf were not dead either? However, after searching a radius of dozens of miles, he could not find Fatso and Wolf King. Are they dead? Qin Feiyong muttered, lying weakly on the ground, his pale face filled with sadness and despair. How could Fatso and Wolf King still be alive in the face of the mysterious madam's all-out attack? But the question was, why was he still alive? He vaguely remembered that when he was hit by that giant hand, his consciousness disappeared on the spot. He had no idea what happened later. Thud! Suddenly, not far behind him, the faint sound of footsteps could be heard. Who is it? Qin Feiyong suddenly turned his head to look. Dozens of meters behind him, there was a broken hill. The sound of footsteps came from behind the small hill. He quickly got up and quietly walked over. When he came to the hill and carefully looked over, a trace of joy crept onto his face. He saw that behind the hill, there was a person limping towards him. This person was fat. His body was also stained with blood, and his footsteps were weak. Moreover, he was also looking around, as if he was looking for something. If this was not Fatso, who else could it be? Boss, Brother Wolf, where are you? Fat Lord is not dead. How could you be dead? As he searched, he muttered to himself. His fat face was also full of despair and misery. Qin Feiyong's heart warmed, and he quickly waved his hand. Damn Fatso, I'm here. This voice. Fatso's spirit was lifted, and he looked in the direction of the voice. When he saw Qin Feiyang standing next to the hill, his face was filled with ecstasy. Boss, Fat Lord knew you wouldn't die. Fatso immediately rushed over. But because he was overjoyed, he didn't notice the stone under his feet and tripped over a piece of gravel. With a bang, he fell on the spot with a bloody nose and swollen eyes. Fat Lord's handsome face. Fatso also suddenly cried out in pain. Weirdo! Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He trotted over and helped Fatso up. Boss, it's great that you're not dead. Fatso came up and gave Qin Feiyang a bear hug. His tears and snot rubbed all over Qin Feiyang's body. But a man crying, isn't it shameful? Qin Feiyang said helplessly. Who said men can't cry? Fatso pursed his lips, let go of Qin Feiyang and said, You know what? When I climbed out of the ground just now, I was really afraid that you were all dead. Qin Feiyang patted Fatso's shoulder and sighed, I was looking for you before, did you see the white-eyed wolf? Fatso shook his head. His face was full of worry. Qin Feiyang was silent for a while and said with a smile, Don't worry, the two of us are still alive. That scourge definitely won't die. Good people don't live long, but scourges live for thousands of years. Fatso nodded. Qin Feiyang forced a smile and said, Let's go and look for it. What do you mean? How did I become a scourge? But before the two of them could take a step, an angry voice sounded in the ruins not far away. Qin Feiyang and Fatso were overjoyed. They quickly turned around and saw countless broken cracks on the ground in front of them. And right next to one of the cracks, the palm-sized Wolf King was lying on a piece of gravel, staring at them angrily. Brother, Fat Lord missed you so much. Fatso immediately opened his arms and ran toward Wolf King. Get lost. A row of black lines suddenly appeared on Wolf King's forehead. This damn Fatso was really disgusting. The smile on Qin Feiyang's face at this moment was also undisguised. No matter what, everyone was still alive, which was better than anything else. The two men and one beast gathered together. Wolf King said suspiciously, Strange, why aren't we dead? I'm wondering too. Qin Feiyang frowned. What's there to wonder? It must be because Fat Lord is too handsome, and the King of Hell is reluctant to take away Fat Lord's little life. You're all benefiting from Fat Lord's glory. Fatso laughed. Go away. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King couldn't help but stare fiercely at Fatso. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen such a shameless person. Was this fat head and big ears even close to being handsome? Fatso pursed his lips and said, Then tell me the reason? It can't be that the woman deliberately showed mercy and didn't kill us, right? Qin Feiyang and Wolf King were stunned. Maybe it was really possible? Chapter 758. Fatso looked at the reaction of the man and the wolf, his face twitching, and said, You guys don't really believe that she was merciful, do you? Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, It's not hard to judge whether she was merciful or not. Fatso and Wolf King looked at him in surprise. At that time, we were attacked together with the Pagoda Master and Mu Qing. If the Pagoda Master and Mu Qing are dead, it proves that the mysterious lady did show mercy. On the other hand, there might be another reason. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso thought for a moment, then nodded. That makes sense, but where are we going to find them now? At that time, although they were attacked together, they all dispersed in the end. Moreover, the two of them must have been buried underground like them. In such a large area, to find two people underground was equivalent to finding a needle in a haystack. It's not difficult. Qin Feiyang smiled, turned to look at Wolf King and said, It's time for you to show your skills. Fatso looked at Wolf King suspiciously. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he slapped his forehead in annoyance and laughed. Brother Wolf, quickly show your dog nose. Wolf King's eyes flashed with a cold light and directly bit Fatso's buttocks, causing Fatso to grimace in pain. If you dare to speak rudely again, be careful that I bite your balls. Wolf King looked at Fatso unkindly, then turned around and looked around. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, slowly following behind Wolf King. The Wolf King rubbed its bleeding buttocks and groaned as it followed them. A moment later, Wolf King stopped in front of a pile of rubble and said, "There is the smell of the pagoda master's blood here. She should be here." Qin Feiyang immediately waved his hand, and a gust of wind rose, directly sweeping away the rubble. Immediately, a bloody figure entered the line of sight of the 2 humans and 1 wolf. It really was the pagoda master. However, at this moment her clothes were ragged, her aura was completely gone, and the blood all over her body had already solidified. Qin Feiyang said, "Quick, take a look." Fatso walked forward and squatted beside the tower master, checking his pulse and heartbeat. Gradually, he frowned and then focused his mind on the main body of the pagoda. After a careful examination, Fatso sighed deeply. He raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "Dead. The cause of death is the shattering of his sea of consciousness. We were attacked at the same time. She died, but we are still alive. Furthermore, she is a 1-star battle saint. She is much stronger than us. Doesn't this prove that the woman showed mercy?" Wolf King said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang's mood became extremely heavy all of a sudden. Being able to survive was naturally a good thing, but it was followed by worry. Why didn't this mysterious madam kill them? Was he plotting something? At this time, Fatso stretched out his arm and took off the broken mask on the tower master's face. A pale face suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. It was only at this moment that the 2 humans and 1 wolf saw the true appearance of the tower master. Her facial features were exquisite and picturesque. Her skin was also as soft and delicate as mutton fat. She was like a sleeping beauty, lying peacefully on the ground. Such a beautiful woman died like this. It's really a pity. Fatso sighed deeply and took away the Qiankuan bag of the tower master. He got up and waved his hand. The surrounding soil rolled and buried the tower master. It's indeed a pity. Wolf King nodded and looked up at Fatso. He asked suspiciously, "Why did you take her Qiankuan bag?" "You don't understand. This person is the tower master of the Sky Thunder City Pill Tower. Maybe there is some information about the Pill Tower in her Qiankuan bag." Fatso laughed. "That's true." Wolf King nodded. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He said, "Let's check the Qiankuan bag later. Let's find Mu Qing first." But before he finished speaking, a crisp sound came from the left. It seemed to be the sound of a withered branch breaking. "There's someone." The gazes of the 2 people and 1 wolf turned cold as they simultaneously turned their heads to look. Just a dozen meters away, next to a small mound, they saw a person. It was also a young man. He was covered in wounds and his face was as pale as paper. At this moment, the young man was stepping on a broken withered branch. "You're actually not dead?" The 2 humans and 1 wolf were extremely incredulous. This person was Mu Qing. Although Mu Qing's injuries were very serious, she was indeed standing in front of them alive. Mu Qing looked at the withered branch under her feet with a trace of anger. Then she looked up at the 2 humans and 1 wolf and sneered, "I'm not dead. Are you very disappointed?" Qin Feiyang laughed disdainfully and said, "Whether you die or not, it's the same to me." "That's right. You are all 5-star War Master, and I have only broken through to 2-star War Master. In your eyes, I am naturally nothing. But let me tell you, this matter will not end like this." Mu Qing said, "You still dare to threaten us?" Wolf King and Fatso looked at each other, a cold light flashing past their eyes. "You want to kill me? Come on, if I frown, I'm not worthy of being a descendant of the Mu family." Mu Qing coldly looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2. "All right, brother will fulfill your wish." Wolf King took a step forward, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Clang clang. But at this moment, accompanied by a loud sound, a stone door flew out from between Mu Qing's brows. It was the fake gate of time and space. The gate of time and space did not awaken, but the aura it emitted made it impossible for Wolf King to get close. "With your abilities, even if I give you a chance, you won't be able to kill me now. Do you know what Elder Sheng's status is in my Mu family? Let me tell you, he is just a butler of my Mu family. So, if you want to kill me, you have to work hard to cultivate. Mu Qing laughed disdainfully and immediately opened a teleportation gate. Bringing the gate of time and space with her, she walked in without looking back. Qin Feiyang was also prepared to take out his battle sword. But he was still a step too late, and Mu Qing slipped away. Looking at the dissipating teleportation gate, the expressions of the two men and the wolf were very ugly. What kind of sacred being is this Mu family? Fatso frowned. If a butler was an 8-star battle saint, then how powerful would the elders and patriarch of the Mu family be? At this moment, the two men and the wolf deeply realized that Mu Qing's identity was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Who could afford to provoke such a behemoth like her? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly. He looked at Fatso and said, "Quickly check the chief's Qiankuan bag." Fatso immediately sank his mind into the Qiankuan bag. Wolf King glanced at Fatso and said, "Little Qin Zi, when that mysterious madam saw Elder Sheng's war spirit, she had a reaction. You must have noticed it." Qin Feiyang nodded. "This woman must be related to the Mu family. You said that she deliberately showed mercy. Is it because of the Mu family?" Wolf King said. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "She wants us to fight to the death with the Mu family first, then she can sit back and reap the benefits. While she is at it, she can also watch a good show." Wolf King said. Qin Feiyang frowned. The possibility that Wolf King mentioned could not be ignored. "Got it." At this time, Fatso's eyes lit up. He took out a black token and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took it in his hand and looked at it carefully. The token was as big as a baby's palm. There was a picture of an ancient tower engraved on the front and a name on the back. Mu Qiuyu. Mu Qiuyu should be the name of the chief. The picture of the ancient tower may be the symbol of the pill tower. It seems that this should be the chief's identity token. Fatso said. Qin Feiyang nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Is there anything else?" "I'll look again." Fatso said. A moment later, Fatso's eyes showed a trace of disappointment. He looked at Qin Feiyang and shook his head. Except for some pill recipes and herbs, there is no information about the flame of heavenly thunder. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked up at the pill tower in the distance. He pondered for a while and said, "Let's go inside and have a look." Whoosh! The two men and one wolf quickly arrived at the entrance of the pill tower. When the scarred man left the pill tower, he did not close the door, so the stone door of the pill tower was now open. Qin Feiyang rushed in and went straight to the top floor. The two men and one wolf were no strangers to the layout of the pill tower. Not long after, they appeared in front of the pill master's alchemy room. The stone door was half open. Qin Feiyang walked in. After so many years, there was no change in this place. The only difference was that the secret door of the secret room where the flame of heavenly thunder was hidden was now wide open. Qin Feiyang stood in the middle of the secret room and scanned his surroundings. Without the flame of heavenly thunder, this place had become much cooler. But after observing for a moment, he did not find anything suspicious. More than 10 breaths later, he retracted his gaze and looked at Fatso and Wolf King. It seems that to fully understand the flame of heavenly thunder, we have to go deeper into the pill tower. Fatso said, "In the deeper parts of the pill tower, there will definitely be more experts. Should we increase our strength first?" Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. Wolf King suddenly said, "Do you think that mysterious lady knows the secret of the flame of heavenly thunder?" "I'm not sure." Fatso shook his head, then looked around and said, "On the other hand, this pill tower, don't you think it's very strange?" "It is a little strange." Wolf King nodded, and then asked in surprise, "Could it really be a sacred artifact?" "Do you think sacred artifacts are cabbages?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it, but his eyes were also filled with doubt. One had to know. Before Old Man Sheng died, he had personally said that the mysterious lady was a war king. The pressure of the war king was actually unable to destroy this pill tower. It was truly inconceivable. "Let's go out and take a look," Qin Feiyang said. The two men and one wolf quickly flew out of the pill tower and stood in the air, sizing it up. After a long time, Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, Although I don't know why this ancient tower is so hard, I dare to conclude that it is not a sacred artifact. How can you be sure? Fatso asked suspiciously. If this ancient tower is really a sacred artifact, then when the pagoda master faced Old Man Sheng and the mysterious lady, she would definitely forcefully revive it to save her life. However, she did not do so. Qin Feiyang said. What if she knew that even if she revived this ancient tower, she would not be able to defeat Old Man Sheng and that woman, so she simply did not revive it? Fatso said. There is such a possibility. But have you ever thought about what kind of existence that mysterious lady is? How could she not see through it? If it really was a sacred artifact, she would have taken it away long ago. Why would she wait for us to come? So, stop dreaming.